Chapter 4299. 60 years. For the Duan Lingtian, it was a short period of time and he had gained a lot. However, for those who encountered the Duan Lingtian in the multiplayer secret realms, it was a great torture. They would either encounter the Duan Lingtian first and regret opening the secret realm for the next few decades, or they would encounter the Duan Lingtian later and lose all the joy they had gained in the past few decades. Duan Lingtian. God damn it. Duan Lingtian. I'll definitely tear him into 1,000 pieces one day. Of course, the prerequisite is that I'm lucky enough to possess a strength that's even stronger than him. A kind person will be bullied by others. Duan Lingtian has gone too far. For the past 60 years, people were cursing the Duan Lingtian in every corner of the Chaos Realm. Naturally, the Duan Lingtian didn't know about this. However, due to the fact that many people were scolding Duan Lingtian, many people found out about the things he had done in the past 60 years. Many of them were glad they did not encounter Duan Lingtian even though they had entered the secret realm in the past 60 years. It was a good thing that they didn't encounter the Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, even the people of the world of divine offering would be treated as coolies. They could forget about being coolies. What's more, he had to use his hard-earned battle credits to exchange for a secret realm. He had to work as a coolie for someone else. He could only watch helplessly as there were benefits to be had. Duan Lingtian, you bastard. The Duan Lingtian didn't know how many times he had been cursed in the Chaos Realm in the past 60 years. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. If he wasn't ruthless enough, those people would have lost more than just battle merits and some strength. Let alone the Chaos Realm, even in the planar battlefield, the strong lived and the weak died. There were people dying almost every day for various reasons. Were they wrong? Were the people who killed them all evil? If the person who killed them was not as strong as them, would they still be the ones to die? If they were stronger than the people who killed them, would they be merciful enough to let their enemies go? The answer was, in fact, no. The upgraded Chaos Realm will combine the 3 Chaos Realms and allow people from 18 realms of gods to compete against each other. At the same time, the same level ranking will be released. On the day that the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm was opened, although the military camps in the Chaos Realm did not expand, there were at least 2 times more people. These people came from the other 2 Chaos regions. When the 3 Chaos zones overlapped, it was not only the outer regions that overlapped, but also the military camps. The original Chaos Realm had a few military camps. Now, the upgraded Chaos Realm still had a few military camps. Moreover, the military camps covered a large area. Now that the barracks overlapped with each other, many people were surrounded by unfamiliar faces. Some of them even had a person suddenly appear in front of them. Many men even appeared face to face with each other and almost kissed each other on the lips. There were also some who directly stepped on the head of another person. What was even more amazing was that 3 people were standing on top of each other. One person was standing on top of another person's head. Who's on top of my head? Get down here. Damn it. How dare you step on my head? How dare you step on my head? Do you want to die? I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Why are you being so rude to me? Fighting is not allowed in the military camps. If you have the guts, do it. What does it have to do with me? Am I the one who wants to step on your bald head? This situation is caused by a supreme powerhouse. Why don't you go and settle the score with a supreme powerhouse? Similar scenes played out in the various military camps. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere. All of this was indeed caused by a supreme powerhouse. It's a pity the ranking can't be seen. It will only appear in the sky of the battlefield after the upgraded Chaos Realm closes. The upgraded Chaos Realm would close before the realm battlefield closed. Once the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm was closed, the rankings would appear in the skies of the various planar battlefields and appear before everyone's eyes. Of course, in the instant that the upgraded Chaos Realm closed, those in the top 10 of the realm rankings would know where they were ranked and would receive corresponding rewards. As for who the other 9 people in the ranking were, they would have to wait until they left the upgraded Chaos Realm and checked in the realm battlefield. An even more intense battle is about to begin. Rivers of blood will flow in the upgraded Chaos Realm. Many people sighed. In the upgraded Chaos Realm, the military camps were still as big as before. However, there were more and more people inside. It was a sea of people. Some places in the military camps were even filled with people. Of course, it didn't take long for the people in the military camps to leave. They either disappeared into the teleportation portals or disappeared at the borders of the military camps. At this moment, the people in the military camps in the upgraded Chaos Realm were basically divided into 3 groups. One group of people realized the dangers of the upgraded Chaos Realm and chose to give up. They used the teleportation portals to leave the Chaos Realm and return to the realm battlefield where they were previously. After returning to the realm battlefield, they only had to face enemies from one realm of gods. Moreover, they only had to face enemies from one realm of gods. Unlike the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, the enemies were from 17 realms of gods. The other group of people chose to stay. They felt that the greater the competition, the greater the opportunity. Even if they had to fight to the death, they would accept it. If they survived, they would definitely gain something or improve. They might even be reborn and reach the heavens in a single bound. There was another group of people who chose to wait and see. They didn't choose to leave the military camps for the time being. They wanted to see how the upgraded Chaos Realm would turn out. If it was too tragic and exceeded their expectations, they would choose to leave. If it wasn't, they would leave the military camps and enter the upgraded Chaos Realm to compete with the other 17 realms of gods. Although many people are leaving, it doesn't even make up 20% of the people in the military camps. It seems like there are more people waiting to see how things turn out. I see. Not many people are leaving the military camps. It's not more than 20%. Although I'm choosing to wait and see, I still admire those who are leaving the military camps. They're risking their lives to pave the way for us. In the military camp where Duan Lingtian was, Duan Lingtian remained calm when he heard the discussions. He followed the crowd and left the military camp. Before the upgraded Chaos Realm began, he had chosen to enter a military camp. He did this to avoid being in a place where there were other higher gods from other realms of gods when the 3 Chaos Realms overlapped. If a higher god killed him, not only would he not receive any Chaos points, but his Chaos points would also be deducted from his Chaos points. However, there was a lower limit to a person's Chaos points, and the lower limit was 0. If a higher god did not have any Chaos points, there would not be any loss even if he was killed. Now that the upgraded Chaos Realm had opened, everyone's Chaos points were basically 0. Even if Duan Lingtian left the military camp and encountered a higher god, the higher god would not have any Chaos points and would not suffer any loss even if he was killed. However, Duan Lingtian did not retreat because of this. Instead, he decided to wait and see how things turned out. In his opinion, if he was afraid of something so trivial, there was no need for him to stay in the Chaos Realm. If he entered the military camp before the upgraded Chaos Realm opened, he would be in a completely different situation. He did not want to leave his fate in the hands of the heavens. Under such circumstances, he would not be able to control whether a higher god would appear or not. Now that he was out of the military camp, he might not encounter a higher god if he was careful. Even if he encountered one, as long as he was far enough away, it was not impossible for him to escape. Chaos points are the key to the ranking of higher gods. Moreover, in the upgraded Chaos Realm, battle merits are still valid. Battle merits can still be used to open the secret realm. The previous rules of battle merits are still in effect. However, there are more Chaos points. However, due to the existence of Chaos points and the rules of Chaos points, there should be fewer cases of the strong killing the weak after a period of time. Most of the time, there will be fights between people of the same cultivation base as well as some geniuses killing people of a higher cultivation base than them. Before leaving the military camp, Duan Lingtian had already figured out everything. At the same time, he knew his next goal was to find a way to find a medium god and kill him to obtain Chaos points. This was also the fastest way to obtain Chaos points. I wonder, has Ning Yixuan made a breakthrough? When Duan Lingtian walked out of the military camp and entered the upgraded version of the Chaos territory, he discovered the battle merit token in his spatial ring was enveloped by a gust of energy after he took it out and came into contact with the air. A moment later, Another token phantom appeared on the side of the battle merit token and attached itself to the battle merit token. At this time, Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness probed the battle merit token and discovered that he could see the number of chaos points in addition to the number of battle merits recorded in the battle merit token. However, his chaos points were now 0. I wonder how long it will take before I can officially open and obtain my first chaos point. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After the upgraded Chaos Realm was opened, its surface area was still the same as the original Chaos Realm. However, the number of people inside had increased by 2 times. Therefore, the probability of meeting other people outside the military camp in the upgraded Chaos Realm had increased by at least 2 times. However, one thing was for sure. Now, those who walked outside the military camp in the upgraded Chaos Realm would definitely be more careful. Therefore, Duan Lingtian had not seen anyone swaggering in the air for half a day after he had left the military camp. It was common to see people flying around in the Chaos Realm previously. Have they all become more low-key? This made it more difficult for Duan Lingtian to find prey. At the same time, he could become someone's prey at any time. Chapter 4300. Although many people chose to stay in the barracks and observe, there was also a group of people who left the barracks in search of prey. The competition for the same realm ranking list was bound to be intense. Those who were interested in the top 10 of the same realm ranking list did not want to miss out on the opportunity. Even Ning Yixuan, who had just entered the medium ultimate god realm, did not stay in the barracks. He left the barracks early to search for prey and earn chaos points. The medium level ultimate god ranking list. Even if I can't get into the top 10, I'm determined to get into the top 10. Ning Yixuan was in high spirits after leaving the barracks. He did not feel that he was at a disadvantage after entering the medium-level ultimate god realm. Instead, he felt that he was challenging himself. Ever since he was defeated by Duan Lingtian, he was unable to recover from the setback for a period of time. When he woke up, he was full of motivation. Even if the upgraded Chaos territory was opened, according to the Supreme Ancestor of the Ning clan, he should not be in a hurry to enter the medium-level ultimate god realm. He should strive to get into the top 3 of the lower-level ultimate god ranking list. He still did not listen to the Supreme Ancestor. This was because he had a feeling that if he did not go with the flow, it would be harder for him to break through in the future. The last time he was defeated by Duan Lingtian, it had already caused him to almost develop a heart demon. If he didn't break through this time for the sake of the upgraded version of the Chaos region's peer stage rankings, then he had a feeling that he would most likely develop a heart demon. By then, it would be difficult for him to enter the medium-level ultimate god realm. In the history of the various planes of gods, there was no lack of geniuses who developed inner demons due to certain matters and stopped progressing and disappeared from the public eye. He could not ignore the Supreme Ancestor of the Ning clan behind him, so he could only tell the Supreme Ancestor of the Ning clan what he felt. In the end, although the Supreme Ancestor felt that it was a pity, he agreed with his choice. So what if I haven't consolidated my cultivation base after entering the medium-level ultimate god realm? Duan Lingtian has just become a lesser ultimate god, but he's already invincible among the lesser ultimate gods in the Chaos region where the people from the 6 divine realms are from. Don't tell me I, Ning Yixuan, can't be invincible among intermediate ultimate gods as well? If Duan Lingtian can do it, why can't I? Moreover, even though Duan Lingtian hasn't consolidated his cultivation base as a lower ultimate god, he's already strong enough to fight against a medium ultimate god. Now that I've made a breakthrough, how can I not be as good as him? Ning Yixuan had always been very confident in his own strength. Even before his breakthrough, he was confident that he could defeat some middle-level ultimate gods who had consolidated their cultivation. It was because of this that he was recognized as the number 1 person among the younger generation in the god-defying realm. Although I've just entered the medium ultimate god realm, how many medium ultimate gods are my match? At this moment, Ning Yixuan's confidence skyrocketed. In particular, Ning Yixuan managed to kill a few medium ultimate gods in just a few months after he came out, which made him even more confident. As a result, he boldly used his divine consciousness to investigate again. When his divine consciousness detected the presence of a medium ultimate god, he immediately went up to meet him. He did not even consider how strong the other party was. In his opinion, no matter how strong the other party was, it was still a medium ultimate god. Even if he could not defeat the other party, it would not be easy for the other party to keep him. Unless the other party was the strongest type of medium ultimate god in the god-defying realm. However, there were only a few people in the god-defying realm who were that kind of medium ultimate god, almost at the same time as Ning Yixuan made his move. In the direction Ning Yixuan flew to, a young man in a white robe could not help but be startled in a hidden place at the foot of the mountain. A guy who has just entered the medium ultimate god realm and obviously hasn't consolidated his cultivation base. But he came straight to me after detecting my presence? Is he here to die? Yang Yuchen never thought that someone would come to him not long after he left the barracks. Although the person who came was also a medium ultimate god, he was only a beginner medium ultimate god. A beginner medium ultimate god dared to come to him? Were people these days all so arrogant? Do you think you're my junior brother who has just entered the lower ultimate god realm and is recognized as the #1 lower ultimate god in the god-defying realm? Yang Yuchen secretly complained in his heart. Although Yang Yuchen was not in the Shengang land and was in the Xianshan battlefield, he did not immediately hear about his junior brother Duan Lingtian's performance and encounter in the Chaos region in the battlefield of the Divine Judgment. However, after some time, before the upgraded version of the Chaos region opened, he still heard his junior brother's name in the Chaos region barracks in the Xianshan battlefield. He never thought that his junior brother Duan Lingtian would make such a big name in the battlefield of the Divine Judgment in just a few decades. He knew that a lower ultimate god who was less than 1,000 years old. However, when did his junior brother Duan Lingtian master the law of space to the realm of illuminating millions of miles? He had caught up with him. Moreover, he had heard that his junior brother's mastery of the Sword Dao and the Dao of Control seemed to be stronger than what he had expected. Even his junior brother was said to be able to wrestle with a medium ultimate god at his level. A group of descendants of supreme experts led people to hunt him down, but in the end it was to no avail. I've really picked up a treasure for the Internal Palace. Even Yang Yuchen could not help but feel that he had really picked up a treasure after hearing about his junior brother Duan Lingtian's performance in the battlefield of the Divine Judgment in the Chaos region. Although he knew that his junior brother was extraordinary, he did not expect him to make such a big name in the battlefield of the Divine Judgment in such a short time. Looking at the various planes of gods, as long as it was a well-known figure, there wouldn't be many who hadn't heard of him. He's even more famous than me, his senior brother. Now, his fame among the upper echelons of the various planes of gods is probably second only to eldest senior sister in the current generation of the Internal Palace. Regarding this, Yang Yuchen had sighed more than once. This guy, is he really going to imitate my junior brother? Yang Yuchen was speechless and puzzled when he saw that the guy who had just entered the medium ultimate god realm was really coming for him. Do I, Yang Yuchen, look so easy to bully? Arrogant brat. Let me teach you how to behave. Yang Yuchen, who was originally sitting cross-legged at the foot of the mountain, suddenly stood up and went up to greet him. In the blink of an eye, the two met. Before Yang Yuchen could say anything, the young man who had just entered the medium ultimate god realm had already charged towards him. Yang Yuchen realized where his confidence came from when he saw the young man's skills. What a guy! He's already so strong when he just entered the medium ultimate god realm. Wait, this law and the power of the bloodline. Soon, Yang Yuchen saw some things from his opponent's moves. At the same time, he thought of a person who had previously shocked the various planes of gods in the reverse divine realm. The peerless genius of the Ning clan's younger generation, Ning Yixuan. His cultivation level matched too. It's really him? He didn't suppress his cultivation level and directly entered the medium ultimate god realm? Doesn't he know that it's more difficult for him to enter the medium ultimate god list than the lower ultimate god list? Yang Yuchen had already guessed the newcomer's identity, the genius of the Ning clan, Ning Yixuan. He had also met his junior brother and was almost killed by him. Fortunately, the experts of the Ning clan had intervened and saved him. Later on, his junior brother was besieged by a descendant of an expert. It was also Ning Yixuan who had intervened and saved his junior brother. I thought I could open a business. I didn't expect it to be him. It seems like I won't be able to open a business. However, I can still teach him how to behave. It just so happens that I haven't really fought with a medium ultimate god since my strength has improved. Yang Yuchen laughed in his heart as he faced Ning Yishuan's sudden attack and made a timely move. He did not speak from the beginning to the end. He did not intend to reveal his identity for the time being. He would teach him how to behave first. As for Ning Yishuan, he was in a good mood when he suddenly made a move. Although this guy is a medium ultimate god who has consolidated his cultivation level, he's hiding in a remote place at the foot of the mountain. He's obviously not confident enough. I probably won't even need 3 moves to kill this kind of person. Moreover, he actually came up to me. In Ning Yishuan's eyes, the white-clothed young man in front of him was no different from a piece of meat on his chopping board. However, in the blink of an eye, his face completely changed when he called out to him. His eyes were blind. His opponent was a top-medium ultimate god. Boom! A great battle between 2 powerful medium-level ultimate gods broke out. Duan Lingtian was currently in another area of the upgraded Chaos territory. In the past few months, he had successively killed a few lower ultimate gods and 2 middle ultimate gods. Lower ultimate gods kill 1 chaos point per person. A medium ultimate god killed 1 chaos point doubled, which was quite a harvest for him. I've also obtained quite a lot of battle merits. Should I open a secret realm for fun? The corners of Duan Lingtian's lips curled up when he thought about the few secret realms he had opened over the past 60 years and looted the spoils of war that should have belonged to a group of people. Now that he had opened a secret realm with more people in the upgraded Chaos territory, it seemed like he could reap even more rewards. But, isn't that too inhumane? Duan Lingtian felt a little guilty when he thought about killing his collaborators. Also, if they're from the Divine Offering Land, I won't get any chaos points by killing them. Forget it, I'll just go through the various stages in the secret realm and earn some chaos points. I wonder if I'll get a lot of chaos points. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian spent a lot of battle merits to open a secret realm with 10 people. The rules of the secret realm with 10 people were still the same as before. They were either challengers from 1 realm of gods or challengers from 2 realms of gods. This time, I won't let them attack me. I'll kill whoever dares to attack me. This time, I'll be their coolie. In the upgraded Chaos territory, the amount of chaos points one could obtain in the secret realm depended on how much effort one put in. Chapter 4301. For Duan Lingtian, opening a multiplayer secret realm was a walk in the park for him. This was especially true in the past 60 years. Although only a few multiplayer secret realms had been opened, each of them was definitely not an ordinary multiplayer secret realm. They had left a deep impression on people. At the very least, those who entered the secret realm with him would remember him for the rest of their lives. Now that I think about it, I feel guilty for making so many people work for me. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. This time, I'll make it up to all of you by being kind to others. If we meet again in the secret realm, I'll have repaid my debt to all of you. As Duan Lingtian thought to himself, he used an appropriate amount of battle merits to open a 10-player secret realm. He did not use all of his battle merits since he had accumulated quite a lot. If he used too many battle merits to open a 10-player secret realm, he might not even be able to open the 10-player secret realm by the time the upgraded Chaos realm or the realm battlefield closed. A 10-player secret realm could only be opened by 10 people. The battle merits each person used had to be in a region close to the 10-player secret realm. For example, Duan Lingtian had used 1,000 battle merits to open a 10-player secret realm. Only those who had spent 800 to 1,200 battle merits to open a 10-player secret realm would be assigned to the same 10-player secret realm as him. Those who had spent less than 800 battle merits to open a 10-player secret realm would not be assigned to the same 10-player secret realm as him. Those who had spent more than 1,200 battle merits to open a 10-player secret realm would not be assigned to the same 10-player secret realm as him. This was the rule. Naturally, if one opened a single-player secret realm, no matter how many battle merits one used to open the secret realm, it would not take long for the secret realm to open. If there was no one else who had used the same amount of battle merits to open a single-player secret realm as him, he would be assigned to a single-player secret realm. Moreover, he would have to face the preset obstacles in the single-player secret realm or someone from a realm of gods who had been drawn into the secret realm. Generally speaking, the chaos points that can be obtained in a multiplayer secret realm are definitely more than the chaos points obtained in a single-player secret realm with the same amount of battle points. After all, if there are 10 people, and each person uses 1,000 battle merits to open the 10-person secret realm, it's equivalent to using 10,000 battle merits to open the multi-person secret realm. If one person uses 1,000 battle merits to open the single-person secret realm, the benefits inside will definitely not be as good as the 10-person secret realm opened with 10,000 battle merits. Furthermore, the value of all the benefits that can be obtained from the secret realm is only 1/10 of the value of the 10-man secret realm. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, this should be the case. That was the only logical thing to do. So, it's still more fun to open the multiplayer secret realm. Just like how we opened the multi-man secret realms earlier, I'll open the 10-man secret realms, then the 7-man secret realms, and then the 9-man secret realms. After all, once the news spreads, everyone will know that there is a person like me who likes to do good deeds and be a coolie. They will definitely pity me. That was what Duan Lingtian had done earlier. After the news of him opening the 10-man secret realm and robbing a group of people inside spread, no one dared to open the 10-man secret realm recklessly. Then, the person who opened the 7-man secret realm was unlucky. Then, the person who opened the 9-man secret realm was unlucky as well. They realized that even though they did not play by the rules, Duan Lingtian did not play by the rules either. In order to prevent them from stopping me from doing good deeds, this time, I'll open the 10-man secret realm twice in a row. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. While waiting for the 10-man secret realm, Duan Lingtian continued to wander around. Of course, he kept a low profile. Every time he killed a prey, he would immediately change to another location. Moreover, there was no pattern to the process of him changing locations. Naturally, this was to avoid being targeted. Now, the people who had their eyes on him were not just the descendants of the supreme powerhouses. There were also some people from the Yun family who felt that he was a potential threat because of his existence. While Duan Lingtian was waiting for the 10-man secret realm to open, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. In another place in the upgraded Chaos Realm, after exchanging dozens of blows, Yang Yuchen and Ning Yixuan finally came to a conclusion. Ning Yixuan lost. You're very strong. Ning Yixuan looked at the young man in white with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, "Among the medium ultimate gods in the various planes of gods, you're not a nobody. May I know your name?" Ning Yixuan did not expect this outcome at all. He had thought that this person was a weak medium ultimate god, which was why he was hiding here. He did not expect this person to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. He was definitely a top medium ultimate god. This kind of person could definitely kill some of the weaker higher ultimate gods. Yang Yuchen. At this time, Yang Yuchen did not intend to continue hiding his identity. "I'm just a nobody. Young Master Ning, you may not have heard of me. You've guessed who I am?" Ning Yixuan's pupils shrank slightly and his face was filled with shock. Yang Yuchen smiled faintly. "You've just become a medium ultimate god and already have such battle strength. In the god-defying world, other than you, I can't think of anyone else with such strength. Moreover, the laws you're good at and the bloodline power match." In fact, Yang Yuchen had guessed Ning Yixuan's identity from the laws Ning Yixuan was good at, the extent of his comprehension of the laws, and the bloodline power. Before he fought with Ning Yixuan, he had already guessed who Ning Yixuan was. Yang Yuchen. At this time, Ning Yixuan was silently reciting Yang Yuchen's name in his heart. The name sounded familiar, but he could not remember who it was. This was because he could only squeeze out the names of the more famous geniuses in his mind. He could only say that he had some impression of the geniuses who were a grade lower. That's not right. It's impossible for me to not remember such a powerful medium ultimate god. Who is he? Ning Yixuan frowned slightly. As for Yang Yuchen, he also saw through his misgivings and couldn't help but laugh involuntarily. Young Master Ning, there's no need to think about it. I've already said earlier, I'm just a nobody. Ning Yishuan heard this and said in a low voice, "Has your strength improved recently? You didn't reach this level before? I vaguely feel that your name is somewhat familiar, but I can't remember." Ning Yishuan said, "A mediocre person like me naturally can't enter young Master Ning's ears." Yang Yuchen smiled slightly. "However, there's one thing I still have to tell young Master Ning. Today, I'll spare your life as a favor to young Master Ning for saving my junior brother's life. How about it?" When Yang Yuchen said this, Ning Yishuan frowned. "Your junior brother? Who's your junior brother? Favor to save his life?" Suddenly, without waiting for Yang Yuchen to speak, Ning Yishuan thought of a person he had recently saved, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian Myriad Law Academy. He remembered. Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen was the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Law Academy and the youngest medium-level Supreme God in Myriad Law Academy. He was also a famous genius in the Shengang land. He had heard of Yang Yuchen. However, in his eyes, Yang Yuchen was not a top genius in the God-defying world and could only be regarded as a second-tier genius. At least, there was no way to compare with him. Of course, that was in the past. Today, after seeing Yang Yuchen's strength, he also realized that Yang Yuchen, who used to be a second-tier genius in his eyes, had unknowingly entered the ranks of the top geniuses. At least, Yang Yuchen's strength was definitely a top genius at his age. The power of law has improved, and the way of control is stronger than rumored. Ning Yishuan was shocked. "So, you're the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Law Academy." Ning Yishuan suddenly understood, but his tone was indifferent. "You want to end the favor of saving Duan Lingtian like this? I'm afraid you're looking down on me. I know that my strength is not as good as yours, but if I want to leave, I'm afraid you can't stop me, right? Since you can't stop me, why talk about sparing my life?" As he spoke, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of Ning Yishuan's mouth. "Young Master Ning, it seems that you won't shed tears until you see the coffin." Yang Yuchen heard Ning Yishuan's words and smiled faintly. "How about I give young Master Ning a chance? As long as you can escape within 1,000 meters of me, I won't be able to stop you. How about it? If that's the case, I naturally won't have the face to ask you for sparing my life." Yang Yuchen smiled faintly, but his eyes were full of confidence. Ning Yishuan heard this and smiled coldly. "Then let me see Vice Palace Master Yang's means." As soon as he finished speaking, he started to escape. At this time, Yang Yuchen also made his move. Ning Yishuan's strength erupted as he wanted to block Yang Yuchen's means and continue to escape at the same time. However, as soon as his strength erupted, he discovered that Yang Yuchen did not use his previous divine weapon this time. Instead, he took out a weapon that looked like a ribbon. The ribbon looked ordinary, but as it moved, it seemed to be able to extend and grow longer. Then it circled the air and shook the air, causing the surrounding space to shake. At this moment, Ning Yishuan only felt a terrifying oppressive force around him that made him feel suffocated. Supreme Divine Weapon. Ning Yishuan's expression changed drastically. In the next moment, the ribbon circled the air and directly tied Ning Yishuan up. His body was tied up like a dumpling, leaving only his head exposed. At this moment, Ning Yishuan tried his best to break free, but he discovered that the ribbon binding him did not budge at all. He was unable to break free at all. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and Yang Yuchen appeared in front of Ning Yishuan. He looked at Ning Yishuan with a smile. "Young Master Ning, what do you think now? If I want to kill you now, do you have any means to resist? Now, unless you use another projection jade token of that person from your Ning clan, otherwise, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to stay alive, right?" As Yang Yuchen reached the end of his sentence, he looked deeply at Ning Yishuan. "I don't know if young Master Ning still has another projection jade token of that person from your Ning clan. However, even if you do, young Master Ning, will you really choose not to cancel out the debt of saving my little junior brother's life and choose to use that projection jade token and make that person from your Ning clan make another mistake at the same time?" As Yang Yuchen reached the end of his sentence, his gaze became even more profound. Chapter 4302. Yang Yuchen. You actually have a supreme artifact. Until now, Ning Yixuan's eyes were still full of shock as he looked at the ribbon in Yang Yuchen's hand. A supreme artifact. This was not something an ordinary person could have. Even if he was a junior who was favored by the ancestors of the supreme experts, although he did not need to collect supreme artifact embryos, before his strength reached a certain level, he would generally not be bestowed with a supreme artifact. This was also an agreement among the supreme experts. A group of supreme experts also had restrictions among themselves. They were also worried that someone's descendant would take a supreme artifact and randomly slaughter those stubborn grassroots geniuses. In the god-defying realm, most of the supreme experts rose from the grassroots. Those who grew up with a golden spoon in their mouths or those who became supreme experts as descendants of the supreme experts were extremely rare. Those who grew up with a golden spoon in their mouths were mostly used to an easy life and did not have a strong desire to improve. Unlike the grassroots, who could only rely on themselves. Only by becoming a supreme expert could they completely control their own destiny. It was also because of this that Ning Yixuan never thought that Yang Yuchen actually had a supreme artifact that even he did not have. One had to know that although there were supreme powerhouses behind the Myriad Arts Academy, it was impossible for those supreme powerhouses to simply gift supreme divine weapons to the people of the Myriad Arts Academy. If an ordinary person wanted to obtain a supreme artifact without a gift from a supreme expert, there was only one way to go. That was to collect the supreme artifact embryos. Perhaps one was lucky and accidentally entered the place where a supreme expert had fallen in the past and obtained a supreme artifact in the process of collecting the supreme expert's remains. Or perhaps one went to the land outside the realm and found the supreme artifact left behind by two supreme experts at the place where they had perished together. If it was the former, Ning Yixuan could only say that Yang Yuchen's luck was too good. If it was the latter, he could only say that Yang Yuchen had a good senior sister. He had heard the ancestor of the Ning family mention Yang Yuchen's senior sister, and his words were full of praise. He even said that as long as Ning Yixuan's senior sister did not fall midway, she would almost certainly become a supreme expert. He had also asked the ancestor of the Ning family, Yang Yuchen's senior sister, how she compared to him. His patriarch had said that there was no comparison. He was just a flower in a greenhouse, while Yang Yuchen's senior sister was a monstrous genius who had killed her way out. Perhaps at his current age, his strength was not as strong as his, but in the later stages of his development, very few people could compare to him. At that time, he was still very unconvinced. Now, it seemed that things were indeed not that simple. Not to mention anything else, to be able to obtain a supreme god artifact for her junior brother, it meant that she definitely had a supreme god artifact herself. Even if the one she used was given to her by a supreme expert, the supreme god artifact in her junior brother's possession was definitely obtained through her own methods. What a pity! Hearing Ning Yixuan's shocked words because he had taken out a supreme divine weapon, Yang Yuchen shook his head and smiled. Young Master Ning's strength has not reached the level where that person from the Ning clan can give you a supreme divine weapon. Otherwise, if young Master Ning had a supreme divine artifact in his hands, I really wouldn't have been able to keep you here today. Young Master Ning, how is it now? Do I have the ability to keep you here? Yang Yuchen smiled brightly. As for Ning Yixuan, he was a little aggrieved at this moment. Yang Yuchen, you have an unfair advantage. If Yang Yuchen did not have a supreme divine weapon in his hands, he was confident that he could escape alive. Yang Yuchen would not have the ability to stop him at all. An unfair advantage? Yang Yuchen smiled. Young Master Ning, aren't you too childish? The supreme divine weapon is mine. Can't I use it? You were no match for me previously. If you had a supreme divine weapon, would you hide it and not use it? Yang Yuchen's continuous questioning made Ning Yixuan's face turn red. In the end, he had no choice but to say in a low voice, "The debt of saving Duan Lingtian's life is written off. From now on, I will not force you to repay me." Ning Yixuan said. Young Master Ning is straightforward. Yang Yuchen smiled faintly as he put away the supreme divine weapon in his hands and returned Ning Yixuan his freedom. After Ning Yixuan regained his freedom, He turned and left without looking back. Looking at Ning Yishuan's departing figure, Yang Yuchen put away the supreme divine weapon in his hands and sighed softly. Little junior brother, this is all I can help you with. Perhaps it won't be long before it will be difficult for me to help you even if I want to. Even he was amazed when he heard about his little junior brother's advancement. He even felt that it would not be long before his little junior brother would surpass him. Second senior brother should be in this upgraded version of the Chaos Zone now. He has most likely heard of little junior brother's existence, but he should not know that he is our little junior brother from the inner palace. If he knew, he would be under a lot of pressure, right? Yang Yuchen smiled inwardly. Previously, when he entered the inner palace, he had displayed great talent and comprehension, which had put a lot of pressure on second senior brother, causing second senior brother to strive to advance. After that, when the dimensional battlefield opened, second senior brother had entered the dimensional battlefield. Until now, there had been no news of him. I wonder, how is second senior brother doing now? Is he about to enter the upper ultimate god realm? Just as Yang Yuchen was thinking about his second senior brother, in a group of volcanoes in the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone, the group of volcanoes that looked very calm suddenly became restless. Then boom! Rumble! Countless volcanoes erupted and collapsed. Magma fell from the sky, flowing all over the ground and spreading in all directions. At the same time, whoosh! A figure stepped into the air from the belly of a towering volcano in the group of volcanoes. The aura on his body was turbulent, but it gave off an unstable feeling. Haha! It was a young man with a strong and tall body, covered in a layer of flames. After a while, another figure emerged from his body. It was a figure surrounded by golden light. As the flames rose, the golden light fluctuated, and two heaven and earth anomalies that illuminated thousands of miles appeared together. I've also comprehended the law of fire to the point of illuminating thousands of miles. Now, with my original body and my law of fire and law of metal avatars, who below the upper ultimate god realm can defeat me? The strong young man laughed. His laughter was wanton and seemed a little arrogant. This time I, Hong Yifeng, will take the number 1 spot on the intermediate ultimate god ranking list in the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone. The strong young man's eyes flashed and his face was full of confidence as he finished speaking. As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to have noticed something and looked toward the east. 2 intermediate ultimate gods? Since you're here, don't run. As soon as he finished speaking, the strong young man flew out as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he arrived near the 2 intermediate ultimate gods who had been attracted by the commotion in the group of volcanoes. Then, 2 law of fire covered thousands of miles of heaven and earth anomalies swept up and suppressed the 2 heaven and earth anomalies that were 100,000 miles of weak light. In just a few breaths, the 2 tall shadows rose into the air and let out 2 unwilling roars before crashing to the ground. 2 intermediate ultimate gods had fallen in the blink of an eye. Too weak. Hong Yifeng took the 2 divine weapons and flew away. Although his strength had improved, he decided to keep a low profile before he entered the upper ultimate god realm. After all, there were many upper ultimate gods in the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone. He was not afraid of ordinary upper ultimate gods. However, he was afraid of powerful upper ultimate gods. That genius named Duan Lingtian. I wonder if he's from the internal palace. Before I left Wanda Law Palace, I've never heard of such a person. If he is, it should be third junior brother who found him. He's very powerful. He can kill most intermediate ultimate gods when he just entered the ultimate god realm. It's said that his strength is comparable to many of the best intermediate ultimate gods. Never mind. I'll go back to Wanda Law Palace when I meet him or when the dimensional battlefield closes. I'll be able to confirm if he's from the internal palace. Hong Yifeng did not know that his third junior brother Yang Yuchen was also in the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone. Otherwise, he would have scolded him. Eldest senior sister asked you to guard the internal palace. How dare you come out to play? Of course, Yang Yuchen did not know that his fourth junior sister Lang Chunwan, whom he had entrusted with such an important task, was also unwilling to be left out. She had condensed a law clone using the law she was best at and had come to the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone. With the strength of a top-notch lower ultimate god, she was unscrupulous in her way. Of course, this was also because she was only a law clone. So far, among the 4 from the Internal Palace, Lang Chunwon was the first in terms of the number of kills after the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone was opened. She had even surpassed the second place, Hong Afeng, by more than double. I can't let little junior brother surpass me. The first place on the lower ultimate god ranking list must be mine. Lang Chunwon's law clone wandered around the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone, targeting lower ultimate gods. Occasionally, she would encounter intermediate ultimate gods. Even if she could not defeat them, she still had the ability to escape. At this moment, as the little junior brother of the Internal Palace, Duan Lingtian, was also wandering around the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone. As he searched for prey, he would also stay for a few days at the next military camp. He passed by to look for the whereabouts of his wife, Ker, his mother-in-law, Linghu Renfeng, and his sister-in-law, Linghu Chuyin. As he passed by many military camps, Duan Lingtian's expression gradually became serious. He had not been able to find his wife, Ker, mother-in-law, and sister-in-law, Linghu Renfeng and Linghu Chuyin. He could not help but guess that they might have left the military camp and gone outside. This was also the most dangerous thing. I hope they're all safe. In fact, with Duan Lingtian's current reputation, there would be many people who would help him find Ker and the others if he raised his hand and called for help. However, he did not dare to do that. If he did that, there would indeed be people who would help him because they wanted to owe him a favor. However, there would also be many people who would harm Ker and the others. They would even capture Ker and the others to force him to show himself. After weighing the pros and cons, he chose to search for them alone. Chapter 4303. For Yun Qingyan, this was the most depressing period of his life. His long-cherished engagement was torn apart by his father, Yun Tingfeng. Although he did not want to, there was nothing he could do. He could not go against his father's wishes. In the past, he did not think his father was looking down on him. However, after the incident where Duan Lingtian almost killed him, his father's subsequent actions made him feel humiliated. His father ordered him not to leave the Yun clan. He even ordered someone to keep an eye on him. He said it was to protect him, but he knew it was to keep an eye on him. If he tried to leave the Yun clan, he would be stopped immediately. Under such circumstances, Yun Qingyan had struggled with his decision for nearly a century. In the end, he decided to leave the Yun family. It was risky. However, the opening of the upgraded Chaos territory and the appearance of the Divine Hoarding Spring as a reward for being in the top 10 on the ranking list gave him hope of becoming stronger in a short time. Therefore, he thought of ways to get rid of the people watching him and left the Yun clan. He entered the Divine Adjudicator battlefield and entered the Chaos territory. To be precise, he entered the upgraded Chaos territory. The upgraded Chaos territory had been opened for some time before Yun Qingyan entered. During this period of time, Jian Wushuang had quickly accumulated a lot of battle merits with his peak lower ultimate god strength. As the experts were unwilling to reduce their chaos points by killing him, Jian Wushuang's journey was considered smooth sailing. I've accumulated so many battle merits. Why did I open a secret realm for 10 people? It won't be slow to obtain chaos points in a secret realm for 10 people. Yun Qingyan spent all his battle merits on a whim to open a secret realm for 10 people. However, when the secret realm for 10 people was opened, he happened to go to a nearby military camp and heard that Duan Lingtian had opened many secret realms for more than a few decades and robbed all the valuable treasures. Yun Qingyan's expression turned gloomy. Duan Lingtian actually did such a thing? Could it be that he's also opening the 10-man mystery realm here? Then, would he also happen to be in the 10-man secret realm that I opened? Cold sweat broke out on Yun Qingyan's forehead when he thought about this. At the same time, there was a sense of humiliation in the depths of his heart. In the past, that fellow had been nothing more than an ant before him. He could trample on him at will, and even kill him with a single breath. And the last time they met less than 1,000 years later, the other party almost killed him. If he hadn't used the life-saving method his father had given him at the critical moment, he would have died. Even now, thinking about it, it was still a nightmare for him. If this 10-man secret realm opens now, should I go in? I've spent almost 10 years to accumulate so many battle merits and open a secret realm with 10 people. If I don't go in, wouldn't all my efforts be in vain? When Yunqing Yen thought of this, he felt somewhat indignant. However, when he thought about the possibility of encountering the Duanling Tian, once he entered the 10-man secret realm, he could not help but shrink back. After all, Duanling Tian was also a member of the Divine Offering Land. It was not impossible for Duanling Tian to appear in the 10-man secret realm that Yunqing Yen entered. Naturally, there might not be such a coincidence. Yunqing Yen muttered to himself. Yunqing Yen still felt somewhat lucky. However, half a year later, the entrance to the 10-man secret realm appeared next to Yunqing Yen. Yunqing Yan's initial hesitation grew even stronger. Should I go in or not? Yunqing Yen stared at the entrance to the 10-man secret realm in front of him, unable to make up his mind. After a few years, the entrance to the 10-man secret realm finally appeared next to Duanling Tian. Since he had nothing better to do, he quickly entered the secret realm. The 10-man secret realm is finally open. This time I will definitely repent properly. I won't let them take action, and I will fight to be their coolie. At this moment, Duanling Tian was in a good mood. At the same time, he made up his mind to be a qualified laborer this time. He would not let his companions waste any effort. He would kill anyone who tried to stop him from repenting. Soon after, Duanling Tian's vision turned dark and bright. He discovered that he had appeared in a golden wheat field. All he could see was golden wheat. It was as though he was witnessing a bountiful harvest. When he rose into the air, it was not difficult to see spatial vortexes appearing in the void around him. Following that, figures began to appear one after another. One figure after another appeared. There were old people, middle-aged people, and even young people. Most of them were middle-aged men. When these men appeared in front of Duanling Tian, he discovered that all of them were from the Divine Offering Land. However, Duanling Tian could not help but feel puzzled when he saw the 8 of them had yet to enter the spatial whirlpool after a long time. Why isn't the last man coming in? At this moment, apart from Duanling Tian, the other 8 men who came in with Duanling Tian were also staring at the last spatial vortex in a daze. Now, the spatial vortexes that had sent them in had all disappeared. Why isn't he coming in? He couldn't have been killed at the same time when the 10-man secret realm opened, right? That's possible. It's not like this has never happened before. I wonder who's the unlucky one. The 8 men discussed among themselves. Duanling Tian merely glanced at the spatial vortex and did not pay much attention to it. If it was really like what these people said, then the 10th person was really unlucky. Duanling Tian did not know who was behind the spatial vortex. Otherwise, he might not have been able to resist the urge to enter the spatial vortex and go against the flow to kill the person behind him. Even if he could no longer enter this 10-man secret realm after leaving this place and could no longer obtain any more chaos points, he would not regret it. In the end, no one appeared until the spatial vortex in the distance closed. It seems like he's really dead. Of course, if he's not dead, why wouldn't he come in when the secret realm opened? It costs a lot of battle merits to open this secret realm. Unless there's something wrong with his head, there's no way he wouldn't enter the secret realm that costs so much battle merits. Everyone will compete fairly for all the treasures here. As for the chaotic points, it'll depend on our own abilities. I have no objections. Of course. The 8 of them quickly reached a consensus as they spoke. In the end, after the 8 men expressed their opinions, they all looked at Duanling Tian. Up until now, the person in front of them was the only one who had not expressed his opinion. The gazes of the 8 cultivators sharpened at this instant. Chapter 4304. Yunqing Yen heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the secret realm door closing. He did not need to make a choice anymore. This was because he had no other choice. The door to the secret territory was closed, which meant that it was impossible for him to enter the 10-man secret territory now. Although he was reluctant to give up the battle merits that he had earned from opening the 10-man secret realm, it was a foregone conclusion. There was nothing he could do about it. I'll just kill people to earn chaos points. It's too risky to enter the multi-man secret realm. I can open the single-man secret realm though. I'll accumulate more battle merits and open the single-man secret realm. Even if there are opponents in the single-man secret realm, they won't be from the Divine Offering Land. Even if they're from the Divine Offering Land or even Duan Lingtian, I can decide whether to enter the single-man secret realm on my own. I don't have to worry about running into him. Yun Qingyan quickly left the nearby area and continued to search for prey. His objective was to accumulate battle merits and obtain chaotic points. At that moment, Duan Lingtian did not know that he had missed a chance to kill Yun Qingyan. If he had known, he would have regretted it. Duan Lingtian looked at the 8 lower ultimate gods from the Divine Offering Land who were glaring at him. He said casually, "I'll take over all the checkpoints in this 10-man secret realm. If anyone dares to attack me, they'll have to bear the consequences." Duan Lingtian said casually as though he was talking about something insignificant. The 8 ultimate gods' faces darkened when they heard his words. A few of them seemed to have recalled something and their expressions changed drastically. You're Duan Lingtian." One of them asked Duan Lingtian in a trembling voice. As soon as his words left his mouth, the rest of the people who had not regained their senses looked at Duan Lingtian with horror in their eyes. Duan Lingtian. Now, they were already allergic to this name. Duan Lingtian might have come from the land of Profound Handle, but he was using the identity of a member of the Divine Offering Land to mingle in the Divine Judgment battlefield and the Chaos Realm of the Divine Judgment battlefield. Currently, in the upgraded Chaos territory, Duan Lingtian was most likely still using the identity of a member of the World of Divine Remains. However, most of them never thought that they would meet Duan Lingtian in the secret realm that they opened. There were also a few people who had considered this problem, but they still mustered up their courage and opened the multiplayer secret realm, thinking that they would not be so unlucky. At this moment, their intestines turned green from regret. Did he really meet the Duan Lingtian? What kind of luck was this? "You know me?" Duan Lingtian looked at the person who asked him if he was Duan Lingtian. It was an old man, a very unfamiliar old man. He couldn't remember where he had seen him before. "You're really Duan Lingtian?" At this moment, the old man's eyes, which were still filled with shock, trembled, and his face turned as white as a sheet of paper. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the expressions of the other 7 people changed again and again. Was he really Duan Lingtian? Naturally, although they were shocked and fearful in their hearts, most of them still had doubts about whether the purple-clad young man before them was Duan Lingtian or not. However, no one dared to question Duan Lingtian's identity. What a joke! It would be fine if the purple-clad young man was not Duan Lingtian, but if he was and they questioned his identity, they would be killed as soon as he attacked. Therefore, no one said anything even though they had doubts in their hearts. "Lord Lingtian, since you've spoken, I naturally won't attack anymore. All the levels in this secret realm are yours." A middle-aged man was the first to speak. The others followed suit and declared that they wouldn't fight with Duan Lingtian for the chaos points that could be obtained by clearing the levels. None of them would attack. "Lord Lingtian, I've heard of your great name for a long time. It's my honor to be able to witness your prowess in this secret realm with 10 people. Lord Lingtian." At this moment, a few people even began to flatter Duan Lingtian. Of course, whether it was these people who were flattering him or the others, they all had the same thought. Seeing how the purple-clad young man in front of them attacked, if he was really Duan Lingtian, they naturally wouldn't offend him. If he wasn't, they would join forces and kill him. They couldn't afford to offend the real Duan Lingtian, nor did they dare to offend him. However, they were not afraid of the fake Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what the 8 people from the World of Divine Remains were thinking. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care as he was not the fake Duan Lingtian after all. As Duan Lingtian attacked in the next secret realm level, his lightning-fast attacks and the space law that illuminated millions of miles shocked the other 8 people. Especially in the later levels, Duan Lingtian displayed his sword principle and control principle, displaying battle prowess comparable to a top-notch medium ultimate god, which made the 8 lower ultimate gods from the world of divine remains tremble in fear. He's Duan Lingtian. At this moment, they had further confirmed Duan Lingtian's identity. At the same time, they knew that they could only admit that they were unlucky. They had spent a long time accumulating their battle merits to enter the 10-man secret realm. Initially, they wanted to enter to obtain some fortuitous encounters and chaos points. However, they did not expect to encounter Duan Lingtian. Due to this reason, they could not obtain anything. Forget it, I'll just treat those battle merits as the ticket to see Duan Lingtian perform. Duan Lingtian's strength was amazing even though he hadn't completely consolidated his cultivation base as a lower ultimate god. It was a feast for the eyes of the 8 lower ultimate gods from the world of divine remains. At the same time, they deeply felt the gap between themselves and Duan Lingtian. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. They didn't even doubt that if Duan Lingtian attacked, even if the 8 of them joined forces, they would probably die in less than 10 breaths of time in the Duan Lingtian's hands. Duan Lingtian was too strong. Although the 8 of them were envious when they saw Duan Lingtian passing through one trial after another and obtaining many treasures as rewards, they did not dare to have any thoughts about it. At this moment, they finally understood the feelings of those who were used as coolies by Duan Lingtian in the secret realm. Compared to them, we're considered lucky. After all, we don't need to be coolies. Thinking of this, they felt a little better. When Duan Lingtian successfully passed all the levels in the secret realm and was about to send them out, Duan Lingtian grinned at the 8 of them. Everyone, I've always felt guilty for using so many people as coolies in the past. This time, I'll be your coolies to make up for it. I hope we'll have a chance to meet again in the secret realm. Duan Lingtian's words before he and the 8 of them were sent out of the secret realm one after another. They were so angry that they almost vomited blood when they heard it. If you can, please don't fight with us for such coolies. Okay? In the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, they could only obtain Chaos points if they contributed in clearing the levels in the secret realm. Although they did not know how many Chaos points Duan Lingtian had obtained this time, they knew the 8 of them did not obtain any Chaos points at all. All of them were pocketed by Duan Lingtian alone. After Duan Lingtian came out of the secret realm, he continued to open up the secret realm with more people. This time, he opened up the secret realm with more than 10 people. Then, he waited for the entrance to the secret realm with more than 10 people to appear. While he was waiting, the news of Duan Lingtian selflessly sacrificing himself in the secret realm with more than 10 people spread. For a time, everyone was shocked. The wolf was coming. After Duan Lingtian destroyed the secret realm with more people in the Chaos Territory, he came to destroy the secret realm with more people in the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory. Do you guys think Duan Lingtian will open up the secret realm with more people in it? Now that I think about opening up the secret realm with more people, I'm a little nervous. I'm afraid we won't be able to obtain any Chaos points if we run into Duan Lingtian in there. That might not be the case. From the way Duan Lingtian opened the secret realm with more people in the Chaos Territory, there's no pattern at all. I think we can only depend on our luck. If we're unlucky, we'll just have to admit defeat. That's right. We can't just not open the secret realm with more people because we're afraid of Duan Lingtian, right? The secret realm with more people is the easiest place to obtain Chaos points. That's right. Even if we run into Duan Lingtian, the most we'll lose is some battle merits. We don't have any enmity with Duan Lingtian, and he won't bother killing us. Previously, when Duan Lingtian was in the Chaos region where the 6 realms of gods intersected, he didn't kill anyone who cooperated with him even if they weren't from the divine offering land. For this reason, even if we were unlucky enough to encounter him, we wouldn't be in any danger. In the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, the secret realm with more people was the fastest way to obtain Chaos points. Nobody wanted to miss out on this opportunity. Unless they had a feud with Duan Lingtian, Yun Qingyan was the only exception. Even if the others knew they might run into Duan Lingtian in the secret realm with more people, they had no other choice. In their opinion, they would be lucky if they could survive if they ran into Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, did not tire of being a coolie for his companions in the secret realm. You're welcome. You're welcome. This is what I should do. I know you're grateful, but this is just a small matter. I look forward to meeting you in the next secret realm. The secret realms with more people became places where Duan Lingtian could obtain chaos points at will. His chaos points increased at an incredible speed in the next 2 decades. At this rate, it shouldn't be a problem for him to rank first on the lower ultimate god list, right? In the past 2 decades, news of Duan Lingtian clearing the secret realms with more people spread. Gradually, many people no longer thought that Duan Lingtian was domineering and began to pay attention to Duan Lingtian's current strength. So far, no matter how difficult the secret realm with more people is, Duan Lingtian seems to have cleared it all by himself. How strong is he now? It's terrifying. Chapter 4305. In the upgraded Chaos region, Duan Lingtian's reputation was definitely the greatest in the past 20 years. Not to mention a group of lower ultimate gods, even a group of medium ultimate gods or even upper ultimate gods, none of them were as famous as Duan Lingtian. He had completely monopolized all the multi-person secret realms that he entered. Even if it was a secret realm with 10 people, he would dominate it. It was said that there were a few lower ultimate gods who were in the same secret realms as Duan Lingtian. There were many geniuses who had the ability to defeat a medium ultimate god. However, in front of Duan Lingtian, they could not muster up any thoughts of resistance. Have you heard? There's an upper ultimate god with amazing abilities. He imitated Duan Lingtian and did not allow others to interfere in the multi-person secret realms. He ruled them alone and obtained a large number of chaos points. There's such a upper ultimate god? Where did this monster come from? It's said that although this person seems to be imitating Duan Lingtian, he was able to do what Duan Lingtian did. This means that his abilities are second to none among the upper ultimate gods. He's invincible. It is said that there was once a superior divine emperor monster who was famous in the land of Cloudwater, who had killed a lower ultimate god who had consolidated his cultivation base. Because he was not convinced by his overbearingness, he fought with him and was beheaded by his sword. He's also a sword cultivator? Yes. It's said that like Duan Lingtian, he also comprehended the sword principle. According to some who have seen it with their own eyes, his sword principle may be even stronger than Duan Lingtian's sword principle. Sword principle monster. When Duan Lingtian, a lower ultimate god, became famous in the upgraded Chaos region, a upper ultimate god who was proficient in the sword principle quickly followed suit. However, no one knew his name. Even though there were many upper ultimate gods who had seen him before, no one could recognize him. No one knows him. I suspect he's a hidden expert. I heard that not long ago, he had just killed a descendant of an ultimate strong practitioner. Furthermore, it was a great-grandson that the ultimate strong practitioner doted on quite a bit. A high-level god emperor who was not even 3,000 years old. Among the descendants of that ultimate strong practitioner, his talent was also one of the best. How could such a descendant not have the projection jade slip of that supreme expert's true body? It's said that there's a projection jade slip of a supreme powerhouse's true body. However, before he could use it, he was killed instantly by that person's sword. Hiss! Isn't this too scary? A descendant of an utmost powerful being, and one that was highly valued by the utmost powerful being, who even possessed a jade slip that projected the true body of the utmost powerful being. The death of such a person could be said to be an extremely sensational matter. In fact, even that utmost powerful being would lose face. Even though the most powerful beings were detached from worldly affairs, they still had emotions and desires. Therefore, after this descendant of the utmost powerful being was killed, an order from the utmost powerful being was sent out in a timely manner. Find the person who killed my great-grandson and kill him. Whoever can kill him will be rewarded with 5 embryos of the utmost powerful divine weapons and 10 drops of the utmost powerful being's divine power. Of course, this order was given from the inside. Only the people inside would be able to obtain the reward after completing this mission. After all, the utmost powerful being also cared about his reputation. If news of his descendant being killed and he paid a huge price to find someone to kill his enemy spread out, it would be a huge blow to the utmost powerful being's reputation. Therefore, those who knew about this order were the subordinates of the utmost powerful being, as well as the direct descendants of the subordinates of the utmost powerful being. There were upper ultimate gods and middle ultimate gods. After this order was sent out, many middle ultimate gods and lower ultimate gods immediately entered the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory to search for the whereabouts of the famous upper ultimate god who was good at swordsmanship. Not long after, more and more people knew about this matter. It seems like someone wants to avenge that descendant of the utmost powerful being. Do you think, could it be that the utmost powerful being found someone to deal with that person? Recently, many people have been looking for the whereabouts of that exceptional swordsmanship genius. It shouldn't be, right? The utmost powerful being is so high and mighty. Why would he lower himself to the same level as an upper ultimate god? In my opinion, these people must be trying to curry favor with the utmost powerful being. That's why they did that. I think so too. In the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, although many people knew that many middle ultimate gods and upper ultimate gods were looking for an upper ultimate god wantonly, most people did not think that it was the doing of an utmost powerful being. Those who knew that it was the doing of an utmost powerful being were only those who were also at the same level as the utmost powerful being. In the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, there were many utmost powerful beings. The upgraded version of the Chaos Territory was even divided into many regions. Each region had 2 utmost powerful beings guarding it. That old man, he is really getting worse and worse. His great-grandson died here, and it can only be said that his great-grandson's skills were not good enough. He actually wants to avenge his great-grandson? Doesn't he know that that upper ultimate god will very likely become another pillar of our god-defying realm in the future? The old man came to a place where a young man was meditating and could not help but complain. Old man he? When the young man heard the old man's complaint, his originally calm eyes suddenly focused. You're talking about that upper ultimate god sword cultivator who killed old man his great-grandson some time ago? That's him. The old man nodded. Now, many middle ultimate gods and upper ultimate gods are looking for him. They all want his life. I don't believe that old man he is not involved in this. In my opinion, that old man he is just bullying that upper ultimate god because he doesn't have a backer. It's said that upper ultimate god and his law clone should be a loose cultivator from a lower plane. A loose cultivator who can rely on himself to reach this step can be called a monster. He's not inferior to some of the people from the Myriad Law Palace in the Shengang land. As the old man finished speaking, he could not help but shake his head regretfully. Humph! However, what the old man did not expect was that after the young man finished listening to his words, he changed from his usual calm demeanor and snorted coldly. Then he turned into a flash of sword light and left. Oh, by the way, I've been using a book-chasing app recently. It caches books and reads them out loud offline. What's going on? Seeing the young man leave with a snort, the old man was confused. He did not know what had happened at all. However, in the next instant, the old man seemed to have thought of something and his pupils suddenly shrank. Could it be? Could it be? Could it really be? At this moment, the old man suddenly remembered that this upper ultimate god had an additional junior brother a few years ago. Moreover, this junior brother was also skilled in sword Dao and had an extremely high standard in sword Dao. He also came from a lower plane. His understanding of this junior brother was limited to this. If that upper ultimate god is really his junior brother, he went to find old man he to settle the score? When he thought of this, the old man's eyes brightened. Looks like old man he is going to be unlucky this time. Perhaps he will have to pay a lot of blood. Let's go and watch the show. The old man's figure turned into a puff of green smoke and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 4306. In the God-defying world, every ultimate expert had their own territory, which was also known as the Ultimate Expert's Dojo. In fact, the dojo of an ultimate expert was usually evolved from the little world in his body. It was filled with heaven and earth spirit energy, and there was a divine tree of life standing in it. The life energy swept in all directions and nurtured everything. As an ultimate expert, He Tianfang usually cultivated in his own dojo. Even if his family was in the realm of gods, he rarely went back. After all, the realms of gods were the dojo of another supreme expert. Staying in the realms of gods would not benefit his cultivation at all. Therefore, he usually stayed in his dojo. Today, He Tianfang was meditating in his training ground just like in the past. Although the death of his most valued great-grandson had affected his mood to a certain extent, no matter what, that was only one of his many great-grandchildren. Even if he had valued him when he was alive, he was now dead. He had lived for nearly 100,000 years and was indifferent to life and death. In the past 100,000 years, he had seen many of his biological sons die, let alone great-grandchildren. Who is it? All of a sudden, the expression of He Tianfang, who was originally cultivating, changed greatly. In the next instant, he disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already on the other side of his dojo. At this moment, a sword ray appeared and pierced through his dojo. 2 ferocious black holes appeared, and the surrounding space was also turbulent. A young man's figure was faintly discernible. Zhuge Hanming. After He Tianfang appeared on the side of his dojo, his face instantly darkened. What do you mean by this? You trespassed my dojo and destroyed it. Do you think I, He Tianfang, am easy to bully? Zhuge Hanming was an ultimate expert like him. However, in terms of strength, Zhuge Hanming, who was considered his junior, was slightly stronger than him. He was from the same era as Zhuge Hanming's father, the Sword of Time, Zhuge Wendao. They were both ultimate experts in the same era. Of course, although they were ultimate experts in the same era, he could only look up to Zhuge Wendao. After Zhuge Wendao became an ultimate expert, his strength entered the top echelon among the group of ultimate experts in the god-defying world. He was considered a top ultimate expert in the god-defying world. Although Zhuge Hanming became an ultimate expert later on, he was also an outstanding figure. Not long after he became an ultimate expert, he had once sparred with him. That time, the two of them ended in a draw. Later on, Zhuge Hanming had another breakthrough. He Tianfang knew that he was no match for Zhuge Hanming. Although he and Zhuge Wendao were not very close, they would still see each other. They would still smile and greet each other when they saw each other. Yet today, Zhuge Hanming had rashly charged to his doorstep, destroyed his dojo, and forcibly barged into his dojo. In his opinion, this was a great humiliation. He Tianfang. Zhuge Hanming stood in the air and stared at the white-haired and white-browed old man in front of him. His tone was indifferent. You should know that I, Zhuge Hanming, am not a person who causes trouble for no reason. He Tianfang heard this and his eyes narrowed slightly. Only then did he remember that although the person in front of him was young, his reputation had always been very good. He was not a person who caused trouble. Since he had come personally, there must be a reason for it. Therefore, at this moment, his expression also warmed up quite a bit. I wonder why you, Zhuge Hanming, have come here this time? Is there any misunderstanding between us? At this moment, He Tianfang finally regained his senses and came to his senses. Since Zhuge Hanming had come, it meant that something must have happened that made Zhuge Hanming think that it had something to do with him. He really could not figure out what he could have done to provoke Zhuge Hanming. He Tianfang naturally did not think that it was the upper-level God Emperor who killed his great-grandson. Because that upper-level God Emperor was someone from a lower plane, he subconsciously found it difficult to link him to Zhuge Hanming. Misunderstanding. Zhuge Hanming glanced at He Tianfang indifferently. He Tianfang, since I have come here, I will not beat around the bush. Your people are now wantonly searching for my junior brother in the chaos region of the dimensional battlefield in order to kill him. What do you say? A group of middle-level ultimate gods and upper-level ultimate gods searching for and killing a upper-level god emperor. What a big move. When Zhuge Hanming said this, He Tianfang finally reacted and his expression changed drastically. That upper-level god emperor was Zhuge Hanming's junior brother? How was this possible? In his impression, Zhuge Hanming did not have a teacher. He only had a father who had passed away in the past. His father had passed away many years ago and did not leave any junior brothers or sisters for Zhuge Hanming. He did have a few senior brothers and sisters, but most of them had passed away in the outer world. You mean, the person who killed my great-grandson, He Yun, is your junior brother? He Tianfang secretly took a deep breath and looked at Zhuge Hanming. He asked, "Since when did you have such a junior brother?" He was very confused. He also felt that Zhuge Hanming might have made a mistake. That person was not his junior brother at all. The person who received the inheritance my father left behind, entered my father's dojo and inherited my father's sword of time. What do you think? Zhuge Hanming looked deeply at He Tianfang. Although his tone was calm, there was a hint of coldness. At this moment, He Tianfang finally understood what was going on. It turned out that the upper-level god emperor who killed his great-grandson had such a big background. He was wondering how a upper-level god emperor could be so strong. It turned out that he had received the inheritance of the Sword of Time. Zhuge Wendao. No wonder. He Tianfang, you have gone too far in this matter. At some point, another elderly figure appeared and stood beside Zhuge Hanming. He stared at He Tianfang, shook his head and said, "If this matter is brought to the meeting of the strongest, even if your people don't say anything, do you think we won't be able to find any evidence? You should know what the successor of the Sword of Time means. Now, among the strongest in the God-defying world, there are still a few who owe the Sword of Time a life." As he spoke, the old man who appeared later was obviously reminding He Tianfang. He Tianfang's pupils shrank rapidly. Then, he cupped his hands slightly to the old man in front of him. "Thank you for the reminder, Brother Wen." As his voice fell, he looked at Zhuge Hanming again. "I will give you an explanation for this matter. My people will stop searching for junior brother Ling very soon. In addition, I will give you a certain amount of compensation. I guarantee that you, Zhuge Hanming, will be satisfied." That great-grandson of his, no matter how much he valued him, had already fallen. He did not want to offend Zhuge Hanming because of a dead person. Moreover, he might offend the other strongest who had been saved by the Sword of Time, Zhuge Wendao. Those strongest did not seem to have much interaction with Zhuge Hanming. However, if something really happened to Zhuge Hanming, or the other successors of the Sword of Time, they would definitely stand up for him. He did not doubt this at all. Therefore, he knew how he should advance and retreat now. As for explaining that this matter had nothing to do with him, it was not necessary. Because even if he really intended to cover up everything, continuing to be entangled would not do him any good. Moreover, once this matter was brought to the meeting of the strongest and things got out of hand, he would either not be unlucky or very unlucky. There was no third possibility. Even if he was not unlucky, he was destined to be on the opposite side of Zhuge Hanming. This was not what he wanted to see. Therefore, he chose to admit everything and give Zhuge Hanming an explanation. Okay. Zhuge Hanming was obviously not the kind of person who would take advantage of others. After hearing He Tianfang's statement, he nodded. However, he added, "I don't want my junior brother to know that he has a senior brother like me for the time being. If there is anything you need to give him, you can pass it to me. I will pass it to him." Okay. He Tianfang nodded. At the same time, he faintly realized that this Zhuge Hanming probably wanted to train his junior brother. He was worried that his junior brother would slack off after knowing that he had such a strong senior brother. Feeling Zhuge Hanming's good intentions, He Tianfang was also a little shocked. Looks like that upper-level supreme god might be another strong seedling. Thinking of this, He Tianfang overturned his previous decision to give compensation. He felt that only by giving a little more and giving a little more would he be able to show his sincerity. In the upgraded version of the Chaos region, a group of middle-level supreme gods and upper-level supreme gods who were originally searching quickly left after hearing the news. They did not continue to search for the upper-level supreme god that they had been looking for all this time. They really gave up? They're not looking anymore? Humph! The Lord has already sent a letter telling us not to provoke that person anymore. It said that an ultimate expert has appeared. I'm afraid that only an ultimate expert can make the Lord give him this face. I really didn't expect that a guy from a lower-level dimension would have such great reputation that an ultimate expert would appear for him. Do you think that if he didn't have any background, a guy from a lower-level dimension like him would be able to reach this stage? If you ask me, even the other monster, Duan Lingtian, definitely has the shadow of an ultimate expert behind him. This guy, I'm not sure if he has an ultimate expert behind him, but that Duan Lingtian probably doesn't have one behind him, right? Back then, if Ning Yishuan hadn't stood up for him, he would probably have died. Although the group of middle-level supreme gods and upper-level supreme gods were somewhat unwilling, they had no choice but to leave because the person at the top had spoken. Now, if anyone dared to attack that upper-level supreme god, it would not be a matter of whether they would be rewarded. They might even be severely punished or even executed. Another ultimate expert had appeared and the person at the top had spoken. If they dared to go against him now, they would really be courting death. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not know that his master, Feng Qingyang, had unknowingly avoided a calamity. As for Feng Qingyang himself, he was currently acting as a laborer for someone else in a secret realm. He was completely unaware of what was happening outside. Chapter 4307. There was no pattern to the opening of the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. It would only open when the ultimate experts were interested. In the eyes of more than 99% of the people in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, this was the case. Therefore, they treasured this opportunity very much. Because this opportunity was not something that could be found at any time. The last time the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm opened was more than 100,000 years ago. The next time it opened, it would be at least 300,000 years ago. On average, it would open once every 100,000 years. Many high-level ultimate gods did not live that long. Those who were not strong enough would be struck to death by the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation before they were 100,000 years old. Because they knew how precious the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm was, a group of godly emperors and above would do their best to accumulate chaos points in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. The chaos points would affect the ranking of the same realm rankings. The top 10 of the same realm rankings would receive generous rewards. Even the last place would receive a drop of divine corrupting spring water. It is said that the rewards for the same realm rankings this time are all divine corrupting spring water. The higher the ranking, the more divine corrupting spring water you will receive. 10th place, 1 drop of divine corrupting spring water. 9th place, 2 drops of divine corrupting spring water. 8th place, 4 drops of divine corrupting spring water. 7th place, 8 drops of divine corrupting spring water, and so on. The first place would receive 512 drops of divine corrupting spring water. As the news spread from the descendants of the ultimate experts, the entire upgraded version of the Chaos Realm was in an uproar. No one expected that the rewards for the top of the same realm rankings would be so generous. Originally, they thought that the 10th place would receive a drop of divine corrupting spring water. But now, the first place would receive 512 drops of divine corrupting spring water. Even the second place would receive 256 drops of divine corrupting spring water. The worst of the top 3 would receive 128 drops of divine corrupting spring water. The top 3, I will definitely get it. I must get into the top 3. Getting into the top 3 is a great opportunity. Even the sons of the ultimate experts would not have the chance to receive such generous rewards in their entire lives. I also heard the reward this time was given by a powerful ultimate expert. Even when the other ultimate experts asked him for it, he did not give it. He took it all out as the reward. 1 drop of divine corrupting spring water was nothing. However, 512 drops of divine corrupting spring water sounded terrifying. 512 drops of divine corrupting spring? Even Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard the news. 512 drops of divine corrupting spring? Really? He even suspected that the news was fake. However, as he walked past a few military camps, and even some descendants of supreme powerhouses personally swore like this, and at the same time no one refuted him. He vaguely realized that this might be true. Even from the lower Divine Emperor realm to the upper Divine Master realm, there are 9 lists of the same realm. The 9 first places on the same level rankings can all obtain 512 drops of divine corrupting spring water. Oh my god. The supreme expert who took out all these god-corrupting springs couldn't have obtained an entire pool of god-corrupting springs, right? Duan Lingtian was really frightened. He already knew how precious the divine corrupting spring water was before he returned to the mysterious gangland. After returning to the mysterious gangland, he further realized how precious the divine corrupting spring water was from his 4th senior sister, Lang Chunwan. However, as long as he killed his way to the top of the lower Divine Master list, he would be able to obtain 512 drops of divine corrupting spring water. Looks like I have to continue accumulating chaos points. At the same time, I should find out which lower Divine Master has obtained more chaos points and kill him. Even if I can't obtain his chaos points, at least I'll have one less competitor. In the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, no matter how many battle points one obtained, if one was killed, all the battle points would be taken by the opponent. However, the opponent would not be able to obtain the chaos points one accumulated. The opponent would only be able to obtain the insignificant amount of chaos points that should have been obtained by killing one. Of course, for those of the same cultivation level, if one of them died, there would be one less competitor. At this moment, it was not only Duan Lingtian but also those with some strength above the Divine Emperor realm were doing their best to accumulate chaos points. In an area of the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, the figure of a young girl appeared. After a while, the heaven and earth anomaly of 2 lower Divine Masters dying appeared. The young girl's figure appeared with a slightly anxious expression. This time, I've been tricked by 3rd senior brother. I'm only here as a clone. There are too many limitations. Right now, little junior brother should have more chaos points than me. After all, he had already accumulated a lot of battle points before the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory opened. He can open all kinds of secret realms with multiple people. I, on the other hand, have only entered later, so my battle points are limited. This young girl was none other than Duan Lingtian's 4th senior sister, Lang Chunwan. Lang Chunwan had entered the Chaos Territory as a law clone after Duan Lingtian had returned to the Myriad Doctrine Palace in the mysterious gangland. Before that, she had not entered the dimensional battlefield. Forget it. Even if I can't beat youngest junior brother, I can't give the 2nd place on the lower Divine Master list to an outsider. Youngest junior brother is 1st and I'm 2nd. That's not bad. This way, the 2 of us can take the lion's share of the divine corrupting spring reward from the same realm ranking. Lang Chunwan felt much better when she thought of this. Why hasn't the secret realm opened yet? Isn't this too slow? Lang Chunyuan was a little anxious when she thought of the 10-man secret realm that she had opened 2 years ago that had yet to be opened. This time, I don't have enough battle merits to open this secret realm. Why hasn't anyone opened it together? It's too slow. Lang Chunwan was not idle when the secret realm was not opened. She was searching for prey and killing them to obtain chaos points. Even some medium-level ultimate gods had fallen at her hands. In a barren desert, the originally calm desert suddenly had soil flying up and yellow sand filling the sky. A young figure broke through the air and flew out from within. Immediately after, a heaven and earth vision of a medium divine master dying appeared and shocked everyone. After a low roar of unwillingness, everything returned to normal. At this moment, the young man revealed himself. Ning Yishuan. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance. It was a middle-aged man. However, judging from the faint light around him, it was obvious that he came from the same plane of gods as Ning Yishuan. Judging from the divine power aura around him, it was obvious he was also a medium-level ultimate god. Wang Qiun, aren't you worried that I'll kill you for coming at me so brazenly? Ning Yishuan's face darkened when he saw the person. His eyes were gloomy. He had always been at odds with the person in front of him. If the other party's cousin was not his best friend, he would have taught the other party a lesson several times. Ning Yishuan, you won't. The middle-aged man smiled faintly when he heard Ning Yishuan's words and did not take it to heart. You won't kill me for the sake of my brother Ming. I only came forward because I thought it was a coincidence to meet you here. At the same time, I'm also curious if you regret it? I'm afraid you didn't know that the reward for being at the top of the same realm list is so generous, right? If you knew, you wouldn't have broken through to the medium divine master realm, right? As Wang Qiun asked this question, the smile on his face clearly had a hint of mockery. Do you think I regret it? Ning Yixuan glanced at the person in front of him indifferently. If that's the case, I can only say that your limits are too low. No wonder you haven't completely consolidated your medium divine master cultivation after so many years. A faint mocking smile appeared at the corner of Ning Yixuan's mouth as he spoke. Wang Qiun's face darkened when he heard his words. Ning Yixuan, don't be too proud. Be careful or you won't even be able to enter the top 10 of the medium divine master list. Many of the medium divine masters who came in this time are top-notch medium divine masters who have been famous for many years. Not to mention the other planes of gods. There are no less than 20 medium divine masters from our plane of gods that we're familiar with. Humph. You're on your own now. Wang Qiun flew away as soon as he finished speaking. He was not worried that Ning Yixuan would attack him, as he was certain that Ning Yixuan would not attack him. He had only won the battle of words temporarily, and did not want Ning Yixuan to turn the tables on him. Ning Yixuan's mocking smile did not disappear as he looked at the direction Wang Qiun left in. Instead, it became even more profound. The world in your eyes is just a small river. How can you understand the sea of stars in my eyes? Ning Yixuan was indeed not clear about the specific rewards of the same realm list at first. In the beginning, before the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory opened, the specific rewards for the top few in the same realm list had not been decided. Only the 10th place was given a drop of divine corrupting spring. It was the reward for the top 9 that was decided later. There was nothing else but the divine corrupting spring. Moreover, he knew that an ultimate expert who was even stronger than their Ning clan ancestor had obtained a pool of divine corrupting spring from the extraterrestrial world and used it all as a reward for the same realm list in the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory. If I'm afraid of competing with those medium divine masters just because I've become a medium divine master, then I'm not Ning Yixuan. If I, Ning Yixuan, am afraid of this, how can I possibly surpass Duan Lingtian in the future? Ning Yixuan muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with confidence. Second senior brother, if I surpass you and take first place on the medium divine master list, don't say that I don't respect my elders. Somewhere in the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, Yang Yuchen, who had just come out of a secret realm with many people, had a big smile on his face. Little junior brother's method is really good. I never thought that there would be a day when I would be a coolie for so many people. I'm really a good person. Chapter 4308. In the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, those who were above the Divine Emperor realm had a chance to enter the ranking list and obtain the Divine Corrupting Spring. After this news spread, many Divine Emperors and above entered the planar battlefield before the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm opened. They wanted to explore the ordinary version of the Chaos Realm and obtain battle merits. Their goal was simple. They wanted to accumulate battle merits before the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm opened. After the upgraded version, they would use the battle merits they accumulated to open a secret realm and obtain chaos points. Even though the last time the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm opened was many years ago, there were very few people who had experience, and very few people could listen to the words of experienced people. However, as long as one wasn't too stupid, they would be able to figure out that entering a secret realm was the fastest way to obtain chaos points. After all, to obtain chaos points by killing people outside, one had to find the person first. The upgraded version of the Chaos Realm wasn't that big, but it wasn't that small either. It was almost impossible to obtain chaos points by killing people and entering the top 10 of the ranking list. Opening the secret realm and breaking through the secret realm will be the fastest way for us to obtain chaos points. Although there were many ways to obtain chaos points in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, most people had no other choice but to enter a secret realm. Therefore, even if they knew that there might be invincible existences in the secret realm, As long as they wanted to enter the ranking list, there was no other choice. Even if it was dangerous, they still had to open the secret realm. What if the people in the secret realm were as strong as they were? In that case, they would still be able to obtain chaos points normally. It's all that Duan Lingtian's fault. He led those experts astray. Now, that group of experts is forcing others to not do anything after entering the secret realm, and he's the one doing the hard work. I'm so unlucky to have encountered this twice. In the end, this is all because of that Duan Lingtian. He's such a scammer. Haha, I'm quite lucky. I've entered the secret realm 3 times, and I haven't encountered an expert who can suppress others. Let's continue accumulating battle merits. Now, there are less than 10 years before the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm closes. When the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm closes, the ranking list will be confirmed. Chaos was everywhere in the upgraded Chaos Realm. The chaos here referred to was a group of people who were wantonly searching for chaotic points to obtain chaotic points. They were doing everything they could to obtain chaotic points. In fact, every few days, a new secret realm would open. This frequency could be said to be extremely exaggerated. In the various secret realms, there were also experts suppressing others, forcing them not to make a move. They were the only ones who could deal with the various obstacles and obtain chaos points. When Duan Lingtian walked out of a secret realm and entered the military camp, he found out that his reputation as a good laborer in the secret realm had spread everywhere. In fact, many experts were imitating him. Of course, those who could imitate him were all peak existences in their respective cultivation realms without exception. After all, the method he used to obtain chaos points in the secret realm required absolute strength to support it. Those without strength would be courting death if they tried to do so. Perhaps he would be killed by the others. And there were many such examples. Recently, more and more people are opening mystic realms. Now that I'm opening a mystic realm, I don't have to wait too long. To Duan Lingtian, this was a good thing. Of course, he knew that it was a good thing for others as well. Continue to work hard. In less than 10 years, the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm will close. Right now, if Kerr was here, she would have definitely heard of me. However, I've searched all the military camps in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, but I haven't seen her. Has she already left the planar battlefield? Or is she also accumulating chaotic points in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm? Duan Lingtian had never forgotten his initial goal of entering the planar battlefield. He had come here to find his wife, Kerr. Increasing his strength was only his secondary goal. However, as time passed, he still hadn't found his wife. He had a faint feeling that perhaps his wife had already left the planar battlefield. As for his wife, Kerr's safety, if it was in the past, he might have been worried. But now, as his strength increased, he had an unusual understanding of this world. He had a faint feeling that his wife, Kerr, was still alive and well. If something happened to her, he would sense it. He had also asked some people in some military camps about this matter. The answer he received was that when a person grasped a certain law of this world and one of the 4 Taoists of heaven and earth to a certain extent, they would be more in tune with this world. They would also be able to sense the life and death of those close to them. It was also because of this that Duan Lingtian could now explore the various secret realms with peace of mind and accumulate chaotic points. Whoosh! Somewhere in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, the entrance to a secret realm appeared. Wearing a purple robe, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he entered in a timely manner. This time, I'll have to work as a coolie for my other 9 companions again. I, Duan Lingtian, am such a good person. As he entered, Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion. Moments after Duan Lingtian appeared in the secret realm, before he could approach the few figures in the distance, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Listen up, all of you. I'll take care of all the checkpoints in this secret realm. If anyone is dissatisfied, you can come up and wrestle with me. Duan Lingtian stared ahead, and with just a glance, he recognized the young girl that was hooting with her hands on her hips. 4th senior sister? Duan Lingtian had an astounded expression. His luck was really good to meet his 4th senior sister here. To be more precise, he met his 4th senior sister's law clone. This isn't going to be easy. Should I give in to fourth senior sister, or should I hide my identity and suppress her as well? Although Duan Lingtian was not completely clear about his fourth senior sister Lang Chunwan's strength, he had a rough understanding. Moreover, this was only his fourth senior sister Lang Chunwan's law clone. So strong. I didn't expect to be so unlucky to meet such a powerful existence. It seems that this battle merit is wasted. Indeed, it's wasted. While Duan Lingtian was still in a daze, a few voices sounded in the distance, their voices full of helplessness. It was Lang Chunwan in the distance. Facing the few people who had blindly stepped forward, she only needed a few casual moves to seriously injure and suppress them. The few people who had not made a move were so frightened that their expressions turned ugly, and they did not dare to act rashly. Fourth senior sister is so arrogant. When he saw the smug look on the young girl's face in the distance, Duan Lingtian quickly made a decision in his heart. Then, he directly used his divine power to break through his body and conceal his aura. At the same time, his face also underwent a subtle change. As long as one did not deliberately probe his face with divine sense, it was basically impossible to see through his concealment technique. He had also changed his purple robe into a white robe, which made him look radiant and dazzling. Duan Lingtian knew his fourth senior sister very well. If she approached him in her true appearance, she would still ask for a battle to determine the ownership of this secret realm. If he defeated her, she would not want this secret realm. If he deliberately gave in to her, she would not accept it. Little girl, your strength is not bad. Duan Lingtian deliberately let out a cold snort. Then, he flew out of the void and directly attacked Lang Chunwan. His momentum was mighty, and the heaven and earth vision that illuminated millions of miles appeared. Another powerhouse has come. At the same time, the others were also shocked. They did not expect to meet two such powerful existences this time. Since these two people have encountered each other, it's inevitable that they will fight. As long as they can't reach a consensus, we still have a chance. As for the other 8 people, regardless of whether they were injured when they attacked Lang Chunwan earlier or not, at this time, they looked at each other and saw the same meaning in each other's eyes. At the same time, they saw that the suddenly violent white-robed, middle-aged man was already fighting with the terrifying girl in their eyes. Duan Lingtian was now in his middle-aged appearance. At this moment, Lang Chunwan was also fighting with Duan Lingtian. As soon as they started fighting, her expression changed. So strong. She suddenly began to doubt her life. She originally thought that her strength was definitely at the top of the lower ultimate gods in this upgraded version of the Chaos Territory. Even if it was just a law clone, it was enough to defeat everyone. Previously, everything had been very smooth. However, at this moment, she had encountered an extremely powerful existence. His skills are similar to little junior brothers. However, I feel that he's stronger than little junior brother. Let's work harder and defeat him. It's best if he's seriously injured. That way, little junior brother and I will have one less competitor. After sensing the strength of her opponent, Lang Chunwan's expression became more solemn. At the same time, she kept scolding her third senior brother in her heart. If her third senior brother had not tricked her, she would have entered with her original body and her strength would be even stronger. Duan Lingtian did not deliberately hold back when he attacked. He even attacked with a violent storm so that his fourth senior sister would not have the time to use her divine consciousness to check on her. She had no time to deal with him. As for Lang Chunyuan, after fighting for a while, her expression changed greatly. This was because she realized that she was no match for her opponent. Just a nomological clone? Duan Lingtian's indifferent and low voice sounded again. If your original body was here, I might be a little afraid. Since it's just a law clone, you'd better stay aside. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's attack sent Lang Chunwan flying. To be precise, Lang Chunwan's law clone was sent flying. The others were shocked when they heard Duan Lingtian's words, especially those who were injured by Lang Chunwan. They were completely stunned. A law clone? That girl was just a law clone. Chapter 4309. 4 lower ultimate gods from the world of divine offering and 4 lower ultimate gods from the Shengang land began to doubt their lives at this moment. They were all lower ultimate gods, but one of her law avatars had severely injured half of them while she remained unscathed. What shocked them even more was that the person who came in with them had defeated her law avatars and spoke as if he was no weaker than her true self. Why are we so unlucky to meet these 2 monsters? The battle merits we spent this time are wasted, let alone the chaotic points. I think we're not the only ones who are unlucky. This girl is also unlucky. This girl's true self and law avatars have split up to open multiple secret realms, but her law avatars just happened to meet her. If it's her true self, she might be able to defeat her. The 8 people from the profound Handle land and the world of divine remains were whispering to each other. Although they were a little disappointed, it was obvious that their mental fortitude was quite good, and they still had the leisure to pity the young girl who was only a law avatar. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, felt as if he had just woken up from a dream after hearing their words. That's right. Why did he only bring his true self to the secret realm? He could have let his law avatars spend battle merits to open other secret realms while his true self and law avatars would fight for the chaotic points in the secret realms at the same time. Did he lack battle merits? Of course not. He did not even dare to spend too many battle merits to open the secret realms as he was afraid that the secret realms would be delayed because there were not enough people, which would affect his earning of chaotic points. After leaving this secret realm, I'll split up with my law avatars. Why didn't I think of this earlier? I wasted 20 years of my time. Forget it. I have less than 10 years left. I'll open the secret realms with my true self and law avatars and fight for the chaotic points in the secret realms separately. Duan Lingtian could not help but look forward to it when he thought of this. But suddenly another question came to his mind. Can we really do this? 4th senior sister's law avatars can stay here and earn chaotic points like us because her true self is not here. Can her true self and law avatars really earn chaotic points separately? How do we split the identity tokens? If I split the 2 tokens and let my doppelganger get 1, wouldn't I be unable to put the chaotic points of both tokens together? My head hurts. Forget it. I'll try again after we get out. Right now, no matter how much I think about it, it's just a dream. At this point, Duan Lingtian's attention returned to the secret realm. He had even intimidated his 4th senior sister Lang Chunwon's law doppelganger, so she could only stand in the distance and watch. It was not difficult for him to see the unwillingness and anger in his 4th senior sister's eyes. After all, it was only because he was a law avatar that he lost so miserably. In fact, Duan Lingtian knew very well that even if his 4th senior sister had come in person and not in her nomological avatar form, she wouldn't have been a match for him. Unknowingly, I've already surpassed 4th senior sister. In the past, you were the one who protected me. From now on, I'll protect you. Duan Lingtian glanced at his 4th senior sister Lang Chunwon again before he retracted his gaze. He was afraid that she would notice something amiss and it would be awkward when the time came. Since he had chosen to hide his identity, he had no choice but to go all the way. Otherwise, his 4th senior sister would be even more displeased. After that, Duan Lingtian cleared the series of obstacles in the secret realm one by one. However, throughout the entire process, it was as if he was treading on thin ice. He was deeply afraid that his 4th senior sister would recognize him. Fortunately, his 4th senior sister Lang Chunwon did not notice anything amiss. He successfully cleared the secret realm. During this process, he was worried that his 4th senior sister Lang Chunwon would find out that the 4 of them came from the divine offering land. Therefore, he deliberately separated the 4 people from the divine offering land from the other 4 people from the Shengang land. He didn't want to expose his identity by chatting with these people when he was going through the levels later on. I'm finally out. 4th senior sister must be very depressed to meet me this time, right? Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he thought of the usually lively girl, who could only watch him from afar with a depressed expression. He had thought of going easy on his 4th senior sister, but he also knew that once he revealed his true identity, His fourth senior sister would not let him go easy on her. Now that I'm out, let's see if I can clear the secret realm with my law clone at the same time. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's space law clone appeared with a thought. Then he began to experiment. Soon, he realized that it was similar to what he had thought before. His law clone could enter the secret realm, but he could only enter with another identity. His law clone could form another identity token if he acted alone, but the battle merits and chaos points obtained would not belong to him. In fact, his law clone could not even use his own battle merits. Unless his original body left the dimensional battlefield, only then would he be able to leave his identity token and battle merits to his law clone. That doesn't make much sense. At most, I can let my law clone enter the top 10 with another identity and obtain 2 places? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Now, it's less than 10 years. Even if I let my law clone enter the lower ultimate god list with a new identity, it'll be too late. The fastest way to obtain chaos points in the secret realm is to open it. Opening the secret realm requires battle merits. If my law clone acts with another identity, he'll have to accumulate battle merits first. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian completely abandoned the idea of letting his law clone act alone because it was meaningless. Even entering the top 10 of the lower ultimate god list was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was better to follow his original body and join forces with him at a critical moment, allowing him to unleash even more powerful strength. Under normal circumstances, I shouldn't have any opponents among the lower ultimate gods. After all, even Ning Yixuan, who was previously recognized as the number 1 lower ultimate god in the god-defying world, was defeated by me. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Ning Yixuan was a clear reference. Of course, the current Ning Yixuan had most likely entered the medium ultimate god realm. Even if he had not entered the medium ultimate god realm, Duan Lingtian was not afraid to compete with him. I'll continue to open the secret realm for 10 people. Now, everyone is opening the secret realm for 10 people. I'm not the only one who's keen to be a laborer. I don't have to worry about them not opening the secret realm for 10 people. In the past, a group of lower ultimate gods did not dare to open the secret realm for 10 people because of Duan Lingtian's existence. Now that the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory was opened, even if a group of lower ultimate gods knew that Duan Lingtian was there, they would not be afraid of opening the secret realm for 10 people. Even if they met Duan Lingtian, they would at most be unlucky but would not die. If they did not meet Duan Lingtian, they would be lucky and would be able to obtain a large number of chaos points. Only the top 10 on the list of the same realm would be rewarded with the divine corrupting spring. While Duan Lingtian was waiting for the next secret realm for 10 people to open, a group of lower ultimate gods were also waiting for the next secret realm to open. Among them, there was no lack of descendants of ultimate gods. If there are no surprises, the first place on the list of lower ultimate gods should be Duan Lingtian. Now, let's fight for the second or third place. Now, the biggest competitor is Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian is too strong. I've given up on competing with him. Fight for the second or third place. Fortunately, Ning Yixuan has made a breakthrough. Otherwise, there's no hope for the second place. Humph! I don't know what's wrong with Hong Zhangyi. He didn't kill Duan Lingtian. So what if he doesn't give face to Ning Yixuan? I heard that Hong Zhangyi, who almost killed Duan Lingtian, is dead. He's really unlucky. He's really unlucky. It's a pity that he didn't kill Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, the matter of killing Duan Lingtian is destined to be a gift to us. Each and every one of them was a descendant of a supreme being. Usually, they did not lack the usual cultivation resources. However, the cultivation resources that could bring them were extremely limited. Even the ultimate expert's favorite son could only reach lower ultimate god if his talent and comprehension were limited. Unless the ultimate expert was lucky enough to obtain a large amount of divine corrupting spring in the outer realm or a treasure similar to the divine corrupting spring that could help people improve their cultivation. Such treasures were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns in the outer realm. This time, a pool of divine corrupting spring appeared in the god-defying realm. It could be said that it was the first time in the history of the god-defying realm that such a good thing had happened. that pool of divine corrupting spring was basically taken out by the ultimate expert who obtained it as a reward for the upgraded version of the list of peers in the Chaos region. The reward for the list of peers in the Chaos region this time is much better than any of the previous times. My great-grandfather said that we must bring back at least a few drops of divine corrupting spring. Our old ancestor also said that he wanted to ask for a few drops of divine corrupting spring from that person, but that person's attitude was very firm. He was not willing to give away even a single drop of divine corrupting spring. He said that he would take all of it out as a reward for cultivating the younger generation. Our old ancestor also said that that person wants us, the younger generation, to grow as quickly as possible so that more ultimate experts can appear. It said that the situation in the outer realm is getting worse. I'm not too sure about the matters of the outer realm. However, the ancestor of our sect often appeared to preach Tao to us. However, in the past 10,000 years, he hasn't appeared again. It is said that he is busy with something outside. I guess it has something to do with the outer realm. At this moment, the descendants of the ultimate experts were like ordinary people. They were obtaining battle merits in the upgraded version of the Chaos region and accumulating battle merits before opening the secret realm for multiple people. Among them, the stronger ones were enthusiastically working as coolies for the others. If they encountered an ultimate expert, they could only watch the others work for them. At this time, it was related to obtaining chaos points and the competition for the list of peers in the Chaos region. Even if they revealed their noble identities as the descendants of the ultimate experts, not many people would be willing to pay attention to them. End of this chapter. Chapter 43:10. Now that the upgraded version of the Chaos territory had opened, not only did the group of lesser ultimate gods think Duan Lingtian would be ranked first on the lesser ultimate gods ranking, but even those with a lower cultivation base were certain he would be ranked first. Duan Lingtian was a genius and a monster. He was not even 1,000 years old, but he had already defeated Ning Yishuan, who was previously recognized as the strongest person in the younger generation of the reverse god realm. Then, before the upgraded version of the Chaos realm opened, Duan Lingtian entered many secret realms and swept through, plundering treasures and resources. It could be said that he had indirectly obtained more battle merits. After that, when the upgraded version of the Chaos realm opened, he repeated the same trick and occupied many secret realms to obtain chaos points for himself. Even if other people did the same later, they were all learning from him and imitating him. It's hard to imagine how many chaos points Duan Lingtian has now. Perhaps, even if there is a chaos points overall list, he will be first. The upgraded version of the Chaos realm doesn't seem to have a chaos points overall list, right? Previously, when that supreme expert publicly stated the rules of the upgraded version of the Chaos realm, he did not mention a chaos points overall list. He only mentioned 9 chaos points overall list. In the past, has there ever been a Chaos Realm overall list in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm? I'm not too sure. I only know that there was no Chaos Realm overall list in the previous upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. Now, in the various military camps of the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, many people were talking about the young man who came from the Shengang land but was mingling in the Chaos Realm as a person of the Divine Offering land. A monster who is not even 1,000 years old. When I was not even 1,000 years old, I was still playing with sand with my friends in the clan. You're exaggerating, right? Not even 1,000 years old, more than 900 years old, and still playing with sand? Cough cough. Our bloodline is a little special. After 1,000 years, our intelligence will start to mature. Before 1,000 years old, our intelligence is no different from that of a child. With such a special bloodline, according to common sense, the bloodline power of your clan is either very weak or very strong. It's just SOSO. Many people were not only talking about Duan Lingtian but also the concept of the overall ranking. And these words were played all over the upgraded Chaos Realm. Soon, it reached the ears of the most important person in the upgraded Chaos Realm, the supreme expert who had obtained a pool of divine spring water. Overall ranking? The handsome white-robed young man was lazily leaning against a pillar in a pavilion that was suspended in the endless void. He was flipping through a book in his hand. He smiled faintly when he heard the middle-aged man's report. Are they sure that Duan Lingtian, a low-level ultimate god, will get the first place on the overall list? As soon as he finished speaking, he paused for a moment and lazily raised his head. His gaze left the book in his hand and looked at the middle-aged man standing there with a look of awe on his face. He calmly said, "Originally, I planned to keep most of the God-corrupting spring for the next time the planar battlefield opens, and the time after that, and the time after that. Since that's the case, let's have a battle for the overall ranking." There won't be a top 10 on the overall ranking, only the top 3. The third place on the overall ranking will be rewarded more generously than the rewards of the top 10 on the ranking list. The second place on the overall ranking will be rewarded more generously than all the rewards that the top 10 of the ranking list will receive. The first place on the overall ranking will get to bathe in the God-corrupting spring water and an ultimate god's divinity. When the young man mentioned the reward for the third place on the overall ranking, the middle-aged man's expression changed. When he heard the reward for the second place on the overall ranking, his expression changed instantly. When he heard the reward for the first place on the overall ranking, his body trembled slightly. No matter what, he was still a supreme expert. However, when he heard the reward for the first place on the overall ranking, he was still shocked. At this moment, the white-robed young man continued speaking with a hint of frivolity in his tone. "If we're gonna play, let's play big. I think the first place on the overall ranking won't be mediocre. It's a good thing if we can cultivate an ultimate god in a short period of time." When he spoke up to hear, he paused for a moment before he smiled with ridicule. "Earlier, those fellows thought I only obtained a small pool of divine corrupting spring. They didn't know that there were even more divine corrupting springs beneath the small pool I took away. That pool is convex. It looks small on the surface, but there's a world inside," the young man said with a smile. "Go." He looked at the middle-aged man and said indifferently, "Announce this news to the upgraded Chaos Realm and all the major realm battlefields. I think the upgraded Chaos Realm will be even more lively in less than 10 years. As soon as the young man finished speaking, the middle-aged man's expression changed. "Master, if that's the case, I'm afraid Duan Lingtian won't just be a thorn in the side of the lesser ultimate gods in the upgraded Chaos Realm. At that time, even some intermediate ultimate gods and superior ultimate gods will make a move on Duan Lingtian for the sake of their friends and family entering the top 3 on the overall ranking. It's not just Duan Lingtian. Even those who have a chance of entering the top 3 will become a thorn in the side of others. Even the descendants of ultimate gods are no exception. Of course, the descendants of ultimate gods must have a life-saving jade token given to them by the ultimate gods. They might not die if they encounter danger." The middle-aged man looked at the young man again, as though he was waiting for the young man's final confirmation. "So what?" The young man smiled faintly when he heard the middle-aged man's words. "You've cultivated for so many years and you're a ultimate god now. Can't you see through it? If Duan Lingtian can't even pass this stage, even if he becomes an ultimate god in the future, he'll only be a mediocre ultimate god." The young man looked at the middle-aged man deeply as he spoke. The middle-aged man felt awkward as he felt the young man's words were hinting at him. A mediocre ultimate god, well, he was indeed at the bottom among the ultimate gods in the god-defying realm. The god-defying realm doesn't need mediocre ultimate gods. What it needs is the strongest of the ultimate gods. The young man's eyes shone brightly as he spoke. The middle-aged man, who was also an ultimate god, did not dare to look at him directly. He quickly lowered his head as his face turned pale. "Go!" The young man in white robes spoke again. At the same time, he waved his hand casually. It was as though a wave of energy extended and enveloped the middle-aged man, causing him to disappear before his eyes. Before the middle-aged man was sent away, only one thought flashed through his mind. "Master, why do you think so highly of Duan Lingtian?" The upgraded Chaos Realm, as well as the various planar battlefields, was destined to not be a peaceful day. In the past, when the ordinary version of the Chaos Realm had started, the voice that had spread everywhere, announcing that the Chaos Realm would be extended and that the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm would be opened, rang out again. The upgraded version of the Chaos Realm will end in less than 10 years' time. In the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, apart from the 9 rankings, a new ranking will be opened. The upgraded version of the Chaos Realm's overall ranking. When this voice spread out in all directions, it wasn't just the group of existences below the level of utmost sovereigns who were in the planar battlefield who were stunned. Even the group of utmost sovereigns who were planar battlefield supervisors were stunned. What was going on? Overall ranking? This was not mentioned in the Ultimate Gods Conference before. Of course, they quickly realized that the owner of the voice was the spokesperson of that ultimate god. Obviously, this person was representing that ultimate god. When they thought of this, they felt relieved. If it was that ultimate god, there was no need for the Ultimate Gods Conference to decide on this matter. Even if the Ultimate Gods Conference was held, it would only be a formality. Overall ranking? Is this a joke? There's really an overall ranking? Previously, in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, many people wondered if there would be an overall ranking. If there was an overall ranking, would that monster from the Mystic Starland take first place? But now, there was really an overall ranking? Did those people who talked about the overall ranking have their mouths opened? There's really an overall ranking? The overall ranking's rewards will definitely be better than the Ultimate Gods ranking, right? After all, there are 9 Ultimate Gods ranking. But there's only one overall ranking. That's for sure. I just don't know what kind of rewards will be given. At this moment, whether it was in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm or in the planar battlefields, everyone was listening attentively to the voice that could resound at any time. They believed that there would be more to it. Even if the other party did not announce the specific rewards of the overall ranking, they would definitely say how many people on the overall ranking would be rewarded. In the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, the voice didn't just resound in the outside world. It also resounded in the various secret realms at the same time. Even those who were in the secret realms at this moment could feel an invisible force directly imprisoning them. Whether it was those who were breaking through, those who were acting as gatekeepers, or those who were in other states, all of them found that their bodies were imprisoned. They had consciousness, but they couldn't control their bodies. In fact, those who were challenging the trials soon realized that as far as their eyes could see, whether it was the moving humans, demons, or turbulent forces, everything had stopped moving. All that was left in their ears was the voice that resounded everywhere, telling them that there would be an overall ranking in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. Overall ranking? Duan Lingtian was acting as a laborer for the other 9 lesser ultimate gods in the world of divine remains. During the process of acting as a laborer, his body was still, but his mind could move. It was not difficult to realize that this was the work of an ultimate god. In other words, it was the work of an ultimate god through the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm and some of the formations in the planar battlefields. There's another overall ranking? What are the rewards for the overall ranking? Are there rewards for the top few? Although Duan Lingtian could not move his body, his eyes were filled with excitement. Chapter 43:11. Just as Duan Lingtian was curious about the rewards for the top rankers of the Chaos Points leaderboard, and what kind of rewards they would receive, that voice resounded once again. Only the top 3 rankers of the Chaos Points leaderboard will receive rewards. Once the voice rang out, everyone who heard it, whether it was in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm or the battlefields on the other planes, fell silent for a moment before they burst into an uproar. Only the top 3 rankers will receive rewards? There are so few spots. The top 10 rankers of the same realm are all ranked. But there are only 3 spots on the Chaos Points leaderboard. Almost everyone found it hard to believe that there would only be 3 spots on the Chaos Points leaderboard. However, in the next moment, many people were secretly shocked. Could it be that a large amount of rewards would be concentrated on these 3 spots? Only 3 spots. What kind of rewards will they get? It's definitely not simple. I even suspect that even the 3rd ranker of the Chaos Points leaderboard will receive more than the 1st ranker of the same realm. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian was very curious about the rewards for the top 3 rankers of the Chaos Points leaderboard. When that voice rang out again, informing everyone about the rewards for the top 3 rankers of the Chaos Points leaderboard, even though Duan Lingtian thought that he had seen all kinds of storms along the way, he still couldn't help but tremble in his heart. The 3rd ranker of the Chaos Points leaderboard will receive more rewards than the top 10 rankers of the same realm. The 2nd ranker of the Chaos Points leaderboard will receive more rewards than the top 90 rankers of the same realm. The 1st ranker of the Chaos Points leaderboard. What shocked Duan Lingtian the most was the 1st ranker of the Chaos Points leaderboard. The 1st ranker of the Chaos Points leaderboard was actually able to bathe in the divine corrupting spring. Moreover, he could absorb the divine corrupting spring at will, even if he sucked the entire pool dry. In addition, he would also receive an omnipotent godhead. Duan Lingtian knew very well what an omnipotent godhead was because he had one himself. The omnipotent who had left behind that omnipotent godhead was an expert in the law of space when he was alive. The omnipotent godhead left behind allowed Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the law of space to advance by leaps and bounds. It could be said that the omnipotent godhead was the reason why Duan Lingtian was able to illuminate the law of space within a million li of space. Without the omnipotent godhead, he might not even be able to illuminate the law of space, let alone the law of space which could illuminate the law of space within a million li of space. Now, the 1st ranker of the Chaos Points leaderboard would get was a Supreme Master's Godhead. Even if it's a Supreme Master's Godhead that contains the law of space, it's still very useful to me. In fact, a Supreme Expert's Godhead that contains the law of space would be even more useful to me. B is R is R points or B is R is? R is R? B R. Our omnipotent Godheads of other laws are also our treasures they can help me comprehend another law of space quickly. Then I will have a powerful law clone to use. At this thought, Duan Lingtian's heart trembled with excitement, even though he couldn't move his body. Not many people understood the omnipotent Godhead better than him. At the same time, after hearing about the rewards for the top 3 rankers on the Chaos Points leaderboard, heavy breathing could be heard everywhere in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. The omnipotent Godhead, that was a heavenly treasure. It could be said that it was the most precious treasure in the entire world. At least, it was the most precious treasure that was known. And now, it was going to be the reward for the top ranker of the Chaos Points leaderboard in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. Everyone was shocked. Everyone's eyes turned red. Who didn't want the omnipotent Godhead? Oh my God! The upgraded version of the Chaos Points leaderboard actually has such rich rewards? I suddenly feel that the rewards for the top 3 rankers on the Chaos Realm leaderboard are not so good. Even the 3rd ranker's rewards are better than all the rewards of the Chaos Realm leaderboard combined. So what? Let alone the 3rd ranker on the Chaos Realm leaderboard. Do you think you're qualified to be the 3rd ranker on the Chaos Realm leaderboard? The upgraded version of the Chaos Realm was shaken as well. When the news spread, the various realms of gods were shaken as well. Even those utmost powerful beings could not help but suck in a breath of cold air when they heard this news. That guy still has so many divine corrupting springs? That pool of divine corrupting springs he obtained is actually that much? Didn't the news from the outer realm say that there's only a small pool of divine corrupting springs? I thought the 9 Chaos Realm leaderboards would take away most of the divine corrupting springs he obtained. I didn't expect him to have so much left. If the people from the other 2 realms find out that someone stole so much divine corrupting springs from them, I'm sure they'll want to kill themselves. When all of the utmost powerful beings caught wind of the news that was spreading out from the battlefields of the various dimensions, all of them were quite astounded. Yun Qingyan, the great young master of the Yun clan, who had just returned to the Yun clan in the Divine Offering Land, had an ugly expression on his face when he heard the news. This was because he knew it had nothing to do with him. Even if he entered the realm battlefield and entered the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, he would not be able to make it into the top 10, let alone the top 3 on the overall leaderboard. Impossible. It's impossible. It's impossible for Duan Lingtian to rank first on the overall leaderboard. The news from the realm battlefield was not only about the appearance of a new Chaos Point leaderboard in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, But there were also many who believed that Duan Lingtian had the highest chance of attaining first place. Yun Qingyan's expression was ugly. His father, the clan leader of the Yun clan, Yun Tingfeng, who was also in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, had an ugly expression on his face when he heard the news. I can't let him continue to grow. If he really ranks first on the overall leaderboard, he'll definitely be valued by some supreme experts. This won't be good for me to kill him. It's best if I can kill him before the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm begins. There are less than 10 years left. Even if I can't enter the higher Ultimate God ranking, I have to find him and kill him. After taking a deep breath, Yun Tingfeng, who had just come out of a secret zone, began to gather information about Duan Lingtian. He intended to kill Duan Lingtian the moment Duan Lingtian appeared. There are so many people who want to kill Duan Lingtian. Yun Tingfeng soon discovered that he was not the only one who was searching for Duan Lingtian. Even a group of higher ultimate gods and intermediate ultimate gods were looking for Duan Lingtian as well. However, when Yun Tingfeng thought about how Duan Lingtian would not be able to rank first on the overall leaderboard, he felt relieved. I'm afraid it won't be easy for Duan Lingtian to survive this time. Yun Tingfeng smirked inwardly. At the same time, he did not continue to search for Duan Lingtian. He felt that his strength alone was not comparable to the strength of a group of people. It did not matter if he was one less person. He should strive to rank in the top 3 of the higher ultimate god ranking. The god-corrupting spring was not very useful to him, but it was a treasure to his good-for-nothing son. It could allow his son to quickly raise his cultivation base and strength. I hope little Tian is safe. In another area of the upgraded Chaos territory, a young man dressed in a long green robe was hiding his tracks as he walked. While Duan Lingtian was being hunted down, Feng Qingyang, who was Duan Lingtian's master, had become a thorn in the side of many people. This was because he had a high chance of ranking in the top 3 of the overall leaderboard. Of course, most of the attention was focused on Duan Lingtian. None of them want the master and disciple to rank in the top 3 of the overall leaderboard. Feng Qingyang will not let them do as they wish. I'll definitely rank in the top 3 of the overall leaderboard. Sword Chi soared into the sky, and Feng Qingyang disappeared into a dark swamp in the blink of an eye. Not long after, a few figures also passed through the swamp. I heard that the higher ultimate god went in this direction. Is he that fast? We are medium ultimate gods after all. That higher ultimate god's strength cannot be judged by common sense. It would be hard to find someone stronger than him among the lower ultimate gods. The opening of the dimensional battlefield this time is really full of monsters. First, there was Duan Lingtian, and now there's a higher ultimate god. Both of them are skilled in the way of the sword. Alright, stop sighing. Let's try to find that higher ultimate god and kill him as soon as possible. Once he's dead, we'll have one less competitor in the overall leaderboard. Even though they knew that they might not rank in the top 3 of the overall leaderboard even if they killed the higher ultimate god, this group of people did not let go of their desire to kill Feng Qingyang. Most of them subconsciously felt that it would be difficult for a medium ultimate god or even a higher ultimate god to make it into the top 3 of the overall leaderboard. How could a higher ultimate god like Duan Lingtian do that? Of course, the people who were chasing after Feng Qingyang were mostly people who happened to hear about his whereabouts. Very few people went out of their way to hunt him down. In the entire upgraded Chaos territory, Duan Lingtian was the only one who received such treatment. Around the same time, Duan Lingtian's 3rd senior brother, Yang Yuchen, and 4th senior sister, Lang Chunwan, were also very worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. This time, little junior brother is in big trouble. I hope little junior brother can hide well. Now, the chances of me finding little junior brother are not high. Chapter 43:12. At that moment, Duan Lingtian still did not know that he was being targeted by everyone. Of course, even though he did not know, Duan Lingtian could still vaguely sense the danger when he left the secret realm with enough benefits and chaos points. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. In the past, those who wanted to target me were only the descendants of lower-level ultimate gods and some of the best lower-level ultimate gods. Now that the Chaos Points total list has been released, I'm afraid that in the upgraded Chaos territory, those who want to be on the total list or those who have relatives or friends who want to be on the total list will see me as a thorn in their side and target me. While leaving the secret realm, Duan Lingtian did not feel happy because of the great harvest this time. Instead, he looked solemn and was extremely vigilant. He was afraid that he would be recognized as soon as he was teleported out. If the other party was weak, it would be fine. If they were strong and he could not fight against them, then he would be in trouble. Therefore, almost as soon as he was teleported out and landed, he quickly teleported a second time, disappearing on the spot. After 2 teleportations, he began to look left and right, staring at his surroundings. With just a glance, he saw 2 people fighting nearby. These 2 people were both medium-level ultimate gods with decent strength. Both of them had mastered the power of law that could illuminate millions of miles. They were fighting fiercely and were evenly matched. However, almost as soon as Duan Lingtian appeared, both of them stopped fighting because neither of them wanted to be the Oriole behind and reap the benefits. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could also feel 2 divine senses sweeping over and enveloping him in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, his heart sank and a hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Although these 2 people were quite strong, if he attacked with all his strength, it was not impossible to kill them. However, it would be a bit noisy. Moreover, if the 2 of them joined forces, it would be difficult to kill them in a short time. Once they started fighting, it might attract the attention of more people nearby, which was not a good thing for him. Did they recognize me? If they recognize us, we must kill them even if there is a risk of alerting the others. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was fearless in the face of the 2 medium ultimate gods probing. His eyes even flashed with murderous intent. The 2 mid-level ultimate gods were surprised to see a low-level ultimate god not afraid of them. Seeing their stunned expressions, Duan Lingtian suddenly realized that these 2 people did not recognize him. It made sense when he thought about it. Although he had killed quite a few people in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, when he was killing, there was basically no one around him. Even if there were people watching in the dark, they wouldn't dare to rashly record a scryer recording because there would be weak energy fluctuations during the recording process. It was easy to alarm the person being recorded. Meanwhile, the people who were hiding in the dark and watching Duan Lingtian make a move but did not dare to show themselves were basically people whose strength was inferior to Duan Lingtian. Naturally, they did not dare to alarm Duan Lingtian because of this. Therefore, in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, except for some people who had recorded Duan Lingtian's scryer recording in the mysterious gangland or those who had seen Duan Lingtian before, basically no one knew the real face of Duan Lingtian. Let's go. Since he had confirmed that the 2 people did not recognize him and that they had no intention of attacking him, Duan Lingtian did not stay and immediately teleported away. Retreat. The 2 mid-level ultimate gods almost simultaneously looked in the direction where Duan Lingtian had teleported away. Although it was teleportation, both of them were mid-level ultimate gods. It was not difficult for them to determine the direction where Duan Lingtian had teleported away because there would be fluctuations in space energy there. Then, both of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The 2 people from different planes of gods who were originally fighting looked at each other. They did not look like 2 opponents who were fighting to the death a moment ago. That lower ultimate god doesn't seem to be afraid of us? One of the mid-level ultimate gods asked uncertainly. He thought he was mistaken. Earlier, when that lower ultimate god stared at them, he did not seem to be afraid of them at all. Was that the reaction of a lower ultimate god? He seems to be a lower ultimate god who has just entered the ultimate god realm. The other mid-level ultimate god was also shocked. As a mid-level ultimate god, it was not difficult for him to see that Duan Lingtian had just entered the ultimate god realm from the divine energy that was surging around him. However, such a person was not afraid of 2 mid-level ultimate gods at all. It seemed like he even wanted to kill them. One should know that Duan Lingtian had seen them fight when he first appeared. They were both mid-level ultimate gods who had mastered the power of law that could illuminate millions of miles. They were the cream of the crop among the mid-level ultimate gods. They were at least in the second echelon of mid-level ultimate gods. The first echelon of mid-level ultimate gods were those who could kill higher ultimate gods who had consolidated their cultivation base. As for them, they could only fight higher ultimate gods who had just entered the ultimate god realm. Could it be? Suddenly, both of them looked at each other again and thought of the same possibility at the same time. A young man in a purple robe. He looks very young. Could it really be him? Both of them looked at each other several times before they said the same name almost in unison. Duan Ling Tian. In the next instant, after confirming the other party was Duan Ling Tian, not only did they no longer continue to fight, but they also flew toward the nearby military camp. Soon, they entered the military camp and spread the news of Duan Lingtian's appearance. They did not expect to enter the overall ranking. However, one of them had a clansman who had a chance to enter the top 3 if Duan Lingtian died. He had spread the news of Duan Lingtian's appearance. Once Duan Lingtian died, the clan behind him would not treat him badly. In fact, even the supreme expert behind his clan might reward him. This was because the clansman who had a chance to enter the top 3 if Duan Lingtian died was a direct descendant of the supreme expert behind his clan. He was also the supreme expert's favorite descendant. That person even had a projection jade slip of the supreme expert's great ancestor in his clan. This showed how much the great ancestor valued him. As for the other person, although he did not have any clansmen or friends who had a chance to enter the top 3, he could not stand the rise of a genius who defied the natural order. It would be a good thing for him if such a genius died because of his informant. At that moment, both of them returned to the military camp and spread the news of Duan Lingtian's appearance. It attracted a lot of attention. Many medium and high-level ultimate gods left the military camp and headed towards the place where Duan Lingtian had appeared not long ago. Among the crowd, there were also people who stared at the two informants with a murderous glint in their eyes. Little junior brother. He actually appeared nearby. This was a young man with a handsome appearance. He wore a long white robe, and he had an elegant bearing like a scholar. Shockingly, he was Duan Ling Tian's third senior brother in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace's inner palace, Yang Yuchun. Yang Yuchun did not expect to hear news of his little junior brother's appearance in the vicinity half a day after he arrived at the military camp. After memorizing the faces of the two informants, Yang Yuchun followed the crowd and left the military camp. Just like the others, he headed in the direction where Duan Ling Tian had appeared not long ago. Unlike the others who wanted to hunt down Duan Ling Tian, Yang Yuchun's purpose was very simple. If he could find his little junior brother, he would meet up with him and protect him. He even wanted to help his little junior brother kill his opponent when he was in danger. Although Duan Ling Tian did not know that the two of them had already guessed his identity after he left, he had no idea they had already guessed his identity. However, he did not walk in a straight line. After spending a lot of battle merits to open a secret realm of 10 people, Duan Ling Tian would change places and wander around every once in a while. However, there were too many people searching for him. Among these people, some acted according to common sense and searched for Duan Ling Tian in a straight line, while others acted contrary to common sense and wandered around looking for Duan Ling Tian. Furthermore, the speed of these people was very fast. Those who dared to hunt down Duan Ling Tian were the cream of the crop, even if they were medium ultimate gods. Generally, the cream of the crop of medium ultimate gods would not dare to act alone and would move in groups. As for the group of high-level ultimate gods, they were basically the kind who had consolidated their cultivation base. Even if some of them had not consolidated their cultivation base, they would still travel in groups. A group of people chasing after Duan Ling Tian. Some were just there to join in the fun, while some really wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian. They were overwhelming like a swarm of locusts passing through. At that moment, although Duan Ling Tian was wandering around, there were still many experts like a swarm of locusts that were getting closer and closer to him. He did not know. In fact, even those experts didn't know about it. It should be safe now, right? After traveling for a few days and wandering around, Duan Ling Tian felt he had been careful enough and should be able to shake off some people who recognized him along the way. Therefore, he entered a big canyon and found a place to rest for a short while. He was not in a hurry to continue wandering outside. Right now, he also needed time to rest. He was not physically tired, but he was mentally exhausted. Although this exhaustion did not seem obvious in this state, if he were to engage in a fierce battle with someone weaker than him, he might not even be able to escape alive if he were to meet someone stronger than him. Even if he were to meet someone who was as strong as him, there was a risk of him being defeated. I'll rest for a few days before setting off. After making up his mind, Duan Lingtian entered the depths of the canyon and dug out a cave. He also set up multiple formations outside and even made some other concealment. Then he entered the cave to rest. He sat cross-legged on the ground and emptied his mind, leaving only a trace of consciousness to communicate with the formations. On the second day after Duan Lingtian emptied his mind, four figures came together and arrived above the canyon where Duan Lingtian was. At the same time, four divine senses were sent into the canyon. There's a formation fluctuation. There's someone inside. The four figures swept together like lightning and arrived at the depths of the canyon in the blink of an eye. Chapter 43:13. It's a formation. Someone's in there. Be careful. Don't use your divine consciousness to probe further to avoid triggering the formation. Four figures, for mid-level ultimate gods, were familiar with each other and came from the same plane of gods. They were even fellow disciples. This was because they were all disciples of the same high-level ultimate god expert. They were either direct disciples or in-name disciples. Even the in-name disciples were not weak. However, due to their age, their chances of becoming a high-level ultimate god were slim. Therefore, they were only accepted as in-name disciples by the high-level ultimate god expert. Of course, someone who could make the best medium-level ultimate gods like them willingly become his unofficial disciple was no ordinary person. The person was one of the top high-level ultimate gods. His strength was comparable to the leaders of the ultimate god forces in the various planes of gods. In fact, he was one of the strongest people in their planes of gods and was recognized as one of the strongest people's representatives. He was also one of the strongest people in the planes of gods. He was an existence with a supreme divine weapon and was one of the top existences among the upper-level ultimate gods. Senior brothers, do you think the person hiding in there could be Duan Lingtian? The four mid-level ultimate gods entered the canyon cautiously. None of them dared to make any rash moves. The only middle-aged man among the four was asking the other three in a low voice. Of course, although he was speaking, he had isolated a certain distance away from the surface of his body to prevent the outside world from transmitting his voice. It's possible. Regardless of whether it's possible or not, we have to take a closer look. What if it's Duan Lingtian and we missed it? If it's Duan Lingtian, once we kill him and record his scryer image, even if Master doesn't get into the top 3 in the overall ranking, the 4 of us will still be famous in the planes of gods. Even Master won't mistreat us. The other 3 looked like old men, but each one of them was full of vigor. It was just that they looked old on the outside, but they were full of vigor, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Duan Lingtian is proficient in the laws of space. In order to prevent him from teleporting away, junior brother Yang Chun, you are also proficient in the laws of space. You are in charge of disrupting the surrounding space and preventing him from teleporting away. Among the 3 old men, an old man with a dignified aura spoke loudly to another old man. All right. The old man named Yang Chun responded immediately. Then, he silently extended his divine energy that had been fused with the law of space. If it's really Duan Lingtian, he's also skilled in the law of space. Moreover, he's also comprehended the law of space to the point where his light can illuminate 1,000,000 miles. No matter how discreet my actions are, he'll be able to detect it very quickly. I know. As long as you disturb the surrounding space, we will attack together in the next instant, break the formation over there, and force the person inside out. If the 4 of us work together, we won't even be afraid of an ordinary high-level ultimate god. Even if he's the best among the high-level ultimate gods and is stronger than all of us combined, as long as we reveal our identities and why we're attacking, I'm sure he won't hold it against us. It was obvious that they had already thought of a way out. Junior brother Yang Chun, after 10 breaths, the three of us will form an encirclement and trap the person hiding inside. You'll be in charge of disrupting the space and preventing him from teleporting away. Collect free good books, follow V. Unless it's an ultimate god. Otherwise, even if it's the divine consciousness of a higher ultimate god, my formation will give me feedback immediately. What's going on? At that moment, various thoughts appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. Before he could finish his thoughts, he was ready to teleport away. However, he quickly realized that the surrounding space was disturbed and could not teleport at all. At the same time, a surprised voice came from outside. Senior brother Lei, this person wants to teleport away. He's proficient in the law of space. It's very likely to be Duan Lingtian. Instead, he was charging a rainbow swordlight at him. At the same time, he panicked and shouted to the other three, "Save me! Save me!" However, although the three of them had charged down together and their speed was not slow, there was still a certain distance between them. They were not as close as Duan Lingtian and their companion. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was the first to approach their companion. And this was something that they had never expected. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would actually dare to take the initiative to attack him at this moment. Whoosh! As a result, before they could get close to Duan Lingtian had already reached their companion, the old man named Yang Chun. His sword pierced through the air and pierced into Yang Chun's body. Immediately, thousands of rainbow sword lights erupted. At that moment, their facial expressions changed drastically. They did not even have time to admire the dazzling sword lights as they used all their strength to attack Duan Lingtian. Die! Kill him! At that moment, the three of them did not expect Duan Lingtian to have the guts to attack them instead of running away. After all, there were 4 of them. Moreover, the 4 of them were the best among the intermediate ultimate gods. What they did not expect was Duan Lingtian to kill one of their companions right under their noses. At that moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent as he faced the 3 of them attacking him together. However, he did not attack the 3 of them in the next moment. Instead, he chose to teleport away. It was not that he could not defeat the 3 of them. If it was before the beginning of the Chaos region, he would definitely lose if he faced the 3 of them head-on. However, the current him was not afraid of the 3 of them if they were to fight. However, it was unrealistic for him to defeat the 3 of them in a short period of time. In his opinion, once he was in a stalemate with the 3 of them, there would be a commotion and more people would rush over. If that really happened, some powerful high-level ultimate gods would show up and it would be harder for him to escape than to ascend to the heavens. Not every time, there would be someone to save him. The last time, he was lucky enough to escape with his life because Ning Yishuan had intervened. With that lesson in mind, he would not easily put himself in danger again. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian teleported away and disappeared on the spot. He then teleported a second time and escaped far away. During the process, some of the restrictive formations set up by the intermediate ultimate gods outside the Grand Canyon were shattered by Jian Wushuang's Tao of control and spatial energy. The process was as easy as crushing dry weeds and breaking rotten wood. The formations set up by the opponents also existed in name only. At the same time, a large group of experts in the surrounding area raised their heads and looked at the place where the heaven and earth vision of the fallen medium ultimate god appeared. Duan Lingtian. When the sorrowful roar spread, their eyes instantly lit up. Then, one by one, figures flew in that direction. Chapter 43:15. Duan Ling Tian has shown up? It must be. The heaven and earth phenomenon of a lesser ultimate god's death appeared over there. Moreover, when the lesser ultimate god died, he called out Duan Ling Tian's name. It's very likely he was killed by Duan Ling Tian. Let's go and have a look. I thought it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. I didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to show up nearby. God is helping me. There were intermediate ultimate gods and senior ultimate gods among them. Soon enough, they arrived at the Grand Canyon where Duan Ling Tian had entered closed-door cultivation. Of course, now the Grand Canyon no longer existed. Only a ruined valley remained. Vaguely, one could see traces of energy sweeping through the valley. There were even some places that were emitting hot smoke. Heat waves permeated the air. Obviously, a great battle had just taken place. Over there, an upper ultimate god looked around for a while. His eyes narrowed and he quickly rushed in a direction. Almost in the next moment, a few other high-level ultimate gods seemed to have noticed something and chased after him. Whoosh! 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 One figure after another moved at an incomparably fast speed like a ghost. Now, these people seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Little junior brother. Now, Yang Yuchen was also in this group. He did not know if he should be glad that he was lucky or feel that his little junior brother was unlucky. He was glad that he was close to his little junior brother. At the critical moment, he might be able to lend a helping hand. On the other hand, he felt that his little junior brother was unlucky because there was a group of experts chasing after his little junior brother and confirmed that his little junior brother was nearby. There are so many of them and many of them are outstanding upper ultimate gods. Even I don't have the confidence to save little junior brother when he's surrounded. If only elder senior sister was here. Now, Yang Yuchen suddenly felt that he missed his elder senior sister. If she was here, even if his little junior brother was in danger, she could still protect him. Duan Ling Tian did not notice that there was a group of people chasing after him. However, it was not difficult to guess that there would be more people chasing after him. The three mid-level ultimate gods behind him were also chasing after him. Even though he chose to teleport away as soon as he could, they still managed to catch up with him. The three of them were outstanding medium ultimate gods with great strength. Coupled with their strong willpower, there was nothing he could do. If there's really no other way, this is the only way. Actually, it was not that Duan Ling Tian was unable to escape, but he had to pay a price to do so. Although it would not cause him to be injured, it would still affect him to a certain extent. Although the death of a law avatar was not a big deal, it would still affect him. But it would not affect him in the end. In addition, it would take time to create a law avatar. If it was not necessary, Duan Ling Tian would not easily give up one of his law clones. I'll leave it to Ling Tian. In the past, Duan Ling Tian had deliberately cultivated the law of earth for a period of time. After coming to the plains of gods and accumulating many opportunities, his law of earth had improved significantly. Of course, his current law of earth was far inferior to the law of earth that some lower-rank divine emperors were proficient in. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian knew he had no other choice. This was the only way he could temporarily escape the three people's sight and ensure his safety. That's it. In the end, Duan Ling Tian left a law avatar behind as he teleported away. It was his law avatar of Earth. Moreover, they were only middle-level ultimate gods. This kid. I'll stay here and continue to tell the people who come here about Duan Ling Tian's escape. The two of you, follow him and kill this kid in white. Since he wants to die, we'll fulfill his wish. If the two of them joined forces, the white-clothed young man would definitely die. However, when they actually fought, the two of them realized that they were wrong, very wrong. The white-clothed young man's cultivation and power of law were on par with them. The white-clothed young man had even comprehended the way of control of the four heavens and earth principles. Moreover, The white-clothed young man's way of control was so terrifying that it could directly cut off their power of law, making it difficult for them to use their full strength. No, impossible. The two medium-level ultimate gods were completely defeated by Yang Yuchen within 3 short moves and were in imminent danger. Yang Yuchen, on the other hand, had an indifferent look on his face. The moment the two of them thought of escaping, he directly attacked and killed them. After killing the two of them, he did not stay at the same spot for long and went straight back in the direction he came from. There was only one person left out of the 3 of them. Even if that person was stronger, he could kill him in a short time. His current strength was considered good even among the top medium-level ultimate gods in the god-defying realm. He was not afraid of those medium-level ultimate gods who had mastered the power of law to illuminate millions of miles. This was because his way of control had recently improved by leaps and bounds due to an opportunity. No. The two silhouettes rose into the air, and after letting out unwilling cries, they crashed to the ground. A medium-level ultimate god has fallen. At the same time, many people near Lei Tongshan stopped and looked into the distance. Lei Tongshan was the leader of the 4 intermediate ultimate gods who discovered Duanling Tian's hiding place. He was just telling the passers-by about Duanling Tian's appearance when he suddenly heard a commotion in the distance. It seemed as though 3 rays of light from the law of heaven and earth illuminated 1,000,000 miles had appeared. Coupled with the words of the passers-by, he instinctively turned to look. This direction? At first, he did not think much of the loss of 2 medium-level ultimate gods. He thought it was not unusual for there to be a conflict with so many people around. However, when he subconsciously turned his head, his expression changed completely. This was because that was the direction his 2 juniors had gone. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At that moment, Lei Tongshan's first thought was that it was impossible. The other party was only a medium-level ultimate god. Even if his 2 juniors were not strong enough to deal with him, they should not have been killed in such a short time. Unless the other party had a high-level ultimate god with him, or a top-level, medium-level ultimate god. Lei Tongshan took a deep breath and looked at the soul pearls that belonged to his 2 juniors in the storage ring. With just a glance, he saw that the soul pearls of his 2 juniors had shattered. His slightly calm expression changed drastically as he was comforting himself in his heart. It's really them. Lei Tongshan's expression changed drastically as soon as the thought came to his mind. At the same time, he completely regained his senses and was no longer in the mood to tell passers-by that Duanling Tian had escaped from them. Run! Since the other party had the ability to kill his 2 juniors, they naturally had the ability to kill him as well. Although he was stronger than his 2 juniors, he knew that he could not kill the 2 of them together. Even if his 2 juniors joined forces, they would be able to defeat him as long as they were given enough time. On the other hand, he had no chance of winning against the 2 of them together. His power of law was on par with the 2 of them. The only advantage he had was the fledgling form of sword principle. In his opinion, the other party would most likely come for him after killing his 2 juniors. Whoosh! Lei Tongshan was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed a large area of mountains and rivers. His speed was astonishing. However, even though he was fast, Yang Yuchen, who was chasing after him, was even faster. In less than 30 breaths of time, Lei Tongshan was intercepted by Yang Yuchen. As for Lei Tongshan, when he saw Yang Yuchen, his face turned extremely ugly. Earlier, when he was being chased by the other party, he had already discovered the other party. At the same time, he knew that his previous guess was wrong. There were no high-level ultimate gods around the other party. It was because the other party was a top-notch intermediate ultimate god. It was naturally very easy for such a high-level ultimate god to kill his 2 juniors. The power of law can also illuminate 1,000,000 miles. However, he was able to kill the 2 of them in such a short period of time. Moreover, his speed is so fast. He most likely has something else that's far better than mine. It's the fledgling form of sword principle. At that moment, Lei Tongshan could vaguely guess where the other party's powerful abilities came from. He just did not know the details. You're pretty fast. After Yang Yuchen appeared, He glanced at Lei Tongshan indifferently. Your Excellency. At that moment, Lei Tongshan's expression was gloomy, and he began to speak humbly. I've already advised my two juniors not to cause trouble and not to provoke you. However, they refused to listen. There's nothing I can do about it. They provoked you and were killed by you. They only have themselves to blame. Your Excellency, you won't make things difficult for me since I didn't do anything to you, right? For the sake of survival, Lei Tongshan had completely put away his usual arrogance. He did not even mention that the person behind him had the backing of an ultimate powerhouse. This was because he felt that it was meaningless. If he were in the other party's shoes, he might have killed the other party immediately after hearing the other party's threats. If he killed the other party here, it would not do him any good no matter how powerful the other party's background was. Therefore, he chose to admit defeat. He did not continue to be stubborn. Now, even if the other party asked him to kneel and kowtow, he would do so as long as he could survive. After living for so many years, he naturally knew that dignity and whatnot were not important in front of his life. This was especially so when there was no third person present. If he lost face and dignity, he would only lose face and dignity in front of the other party. He could completely accept it. Tell me what happened when you met the Duan Lingtian. Yang Yuchen heard the other party's words but did not reply. Instead, he said this in an indifferent tone. When the other party saw that Yang Yuchen did not intend to attack and instead asked about the Duan Lingtian, he thought that Yang Yuchen wanted to further confirm the whereabouts of the Duan Lingtian. Therefore, his expression softened a lot. At the same time, he recounted his encounter with the Duan Lingtian in full detail. He did not hide anything. He also felt that there was no need to hide anything. If he wanted to hide something, he would have to lie. Moreover, once he lied, he would have to think of more words to cover up the lie. If the other party saw through his lie, he might be able to survive but would lose his life because he lied to the other party. Little junior brother, you're really unlucky. Yang Yuchen shook his head and sighed softly after hearing Lei Tongshan's words. Little junior brother? When Lei Tongshan heard Yang Yuchen's words, his pupils shrank instantly and his expression changed drastically. Since he had just entered the ultimate god realm, any ultimate god realm existence would be able to recognize him with a sweep of their divine consciousness. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had recently discovered a problem. That was, the ultimate gods in the nearby area would directly sweep people with their divine consciousness and did not care if they would offend them. After all, it was impolite. However, during this period, not only were those people not annoyed by the other party's probing, they even did as the Romans did. These people looked at each other and got along with each other naturally as if everything was understood without words. I didn't expect these guys to not mind probing each other in order to find me. They even see it as a tacit agreement. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian felt even more threatened. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. The bird that pokes its head out will be shot. This time, Duan Lingtian really understood the meaning of those words. It seems that I've been too high profile. However, if I hadn't been high profile, I wouldn't have the strength I have today. Although Duan Lingtian realized that he had been rather high profile all this time, he did not regret it at all. Otherwise, his strength would not have improved so quickly. Although he was only a beginner ultimate god, he was confident that he could kill most intermediate ultimate gods. Jian Wushuang would not be afraid even if it was just one of those top mid-level ultimate gods who stood at the top of the pyramid of mid-level ultimate gods. Even if he could not defeat or kill his opponent would still want to defeat or kill him. Currently, he had not consolidated his cultivation base as a lower ultimate god. Now, there's still a long way to go before I can consolidate my cultivation base. I only hope that the next few secret areas will allow me to consolidate my cultivation base as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid there won't be a place for me in the upgraded Chaos territory. Although Duan Lingtian knew that he would become a thorn in many people's side after knowing that the overall ranking list in the upgraded Chaos territory had been opened, it was not difficult for him to guess. However, he did not expect the reality to be even more exaggerated than he imagined. These people don't even need to accumulate battle merits and chaos points? Or do they think? They have no hope of getting into the overall ranking list, so they're just taking pleasure in hunting me down. Recently, Duan Lingtian was a little speechless when he saw so many people hunting him down. Were these people so free? What good would it do them to hunt him down? He did not think that these people had friends or relatives who could get into the top 3 of the overall ranking list. There were only 3 people in the top 3 of the overall ranking list. Currently, Duan Lingtian did not know that in the upgraded Chaos territory, there were already many bounty missions for him. As long as one took out the recording of his death, they would be able to receive the huge rewards of the bounty missions. Moreover, these bounty missions stated that even if one received the rewards of other people's bounty missions, they would still be able to receive their rewards. In other words, as long as one killed Duan Lingtian, they would be able to receive the rewards of multiple bounty missions. Moreover, the number of bounty missions was still increasing. Kill Duan Lingtian. Record the recording of his death. At that time, you can use the floating image pearl to receive the bounty reward. Kill Duan Lingtian and you will receive a jade slip with the projection of the ultimate powerhouse's true body. Outside the dimensional battlefield, the ultimate powerhouse will fight for you once. Kill Duan Lingtian and record the recording of the floating image pearl. Is this really fair to him? The Divine Corporeal Spring, the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, and even the overall ranking of the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm were all obtained by that person and proposed by that person. Did that person tacitly agree to all of this? While the group of ultimate experts was puzzled and confused. In the same pavilion on the clouds that seemed to be floating in the endless void, a young man in white stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the endless void. No one knew what he was thinking. Sir. At some point, a middle-aged figure appeared behind the young man. Are you really not going to interfere? Interfere? Hearing the middle-aged man's question, the young man smiled faintly. Interfere with what? In the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, the bounty on Duan Lingtian is no longer a competition between geniuses. This has risen to a competition between the giant ultimate god forces and Duan Lingtian. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "It's impossible to say that without their approval. It's absolutely impossible. Sir, since you think highly of Duan Lingtian, there's no need to push him into a fire pit like this, right? His chances of survival are very, very low if he were to fight against the ultimate gods who are backed by the ultimate gods. As far as I know, not long ago in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, he was almost killed because his whereabouts were exposed. This time, the young man in white interrupted the middle-aged man before he could finish his words. What are you trying to say? The white-clad young man said indifferently, Do you think I should intervene and warn them to ask the forces behind them to remove the bounty on Duan Lingtian? Shouldn't you? The middle-aged man said, No matter what, Duan Lingtian is only a lower ultimate god. He hasn't even consolidated his cultivation base. Facing a group of intermediate ultimate gods and upper ultimate gods who are like wolves and tigers, it's harder for him to survive in the cracks than to reach the heavens. Don't tell me you think he'll be able to successfully break through under such circumstances? The middle-aged man asked. What do I think? The young man in white smiled. Why should I think? What does he have to do with me? I advocated for the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm and the opening of the overall ranking. Don't tell me it's all to target him? If he doesn't have the confidence to survive, can't he just find a military camp and teleport out of the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm? As long as he leaves the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, who would target him? With his current gains, even if he leaves the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, it shouldn't be a problem for him to be in the top 3 of the same level ranking. It's just that there's no hope for him to be in the overall ranking. In such a situation where he can advance and retreat, if he overestimates himself and is killed for the reward of the overall ranking, don't tell me he's too greedy? If he really dies because of this, no matter how talented he is, no matter how great his achievements are in the future, can he survive when he goes to the outside world? If he can't survive, no matter how monstrous he is, how can he protect the God-defying realm? The young man in white's tone seemed a little indifferent as he spoke. I know you value that little guy, but your concern is a little too much. The young man in white said faintly. You're also an old man who has fought all the way here. Can't you see through this? I know you cherish talents, but you have to remember that no matter how talented he is, if he's a reckless person, even if he can become a supreme expert in the God-defying realm, he won't live long out of the God-defying realm. The God-defying realm doesn't lack mediocre supreme experts, nor does it lack those reckless supreme experts who don't know when to advance or retreat. Go! In the future, don't come to me because of this. Just take it that I've acquiesced in their actions. It takes two hands to clap. If he doesn't want to die, just leave the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory. The young man in white's tone was obviously a little unhappy and impatient as he spoke. Sir, I understand. The middle-aged man did not say anything after hearing the young man's words. At the same time, he realized that he had cherished talents too much. He had completely forgotten that Duan Lingtian could leave at any time. If he did not leave, it was either he was trying to be brave or he was confident. If it was the former, even if he died, it would not be a pity. Forget about him. Whether he lives or dies, it's up to him. The middle-aged man thought to himself. At this moment, Duan Lingtian still did not know that although he was only a lower ultimate god and the kind who had just entered the ultimate god realm not long ago, he had attracted the attention of many supreme experts. He also did not know that there were supreme experts who had specially gone to great lengths for him. Currently, after Duan Lingtian had been running around cautiously for a period of time, he was still discovered and targeted by someone. 3 medium ultimate gods had their eyes on Duan Lingtian. However, they only followed Duan Lingtian from afar and did not make a move. Obviously, they were afraid of Duan Lingtian's strength. Not making a move. Are they waiting for something? It seems that there might be a higher ultimate god behind me. After realizing that the few tails behind him were still following him, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a little puzzled. Among the 3, one of them was an expert in the law of wind. Moreover, his law of wind had reached the point where his law of wind could illuminate 1,000,000 miles. Even if he could teleport, he could not escape from the other party's surveillance. If the other party wanted to, they could catch up with him at any time. After crossing the big canyon in front, if they are still following me, I will think of a way to kill the other 2. The other 2 are not experts in the law of wind. If I kill them, they won't be able to escape. A cold light flashed in his eyes. After crossing the big canyon in front of him, he realized that the 3 people were still following him. He did not continue forward. Although he used teleportation, he did not teleport forward. Instead, he teleported to the back. Be careful. As for the 3 medium ultimate gods who were following Duan Lingtian, their expressions changed when Duan Lingtian teleported closer to them. The medium ultimate god who was an expert in the law of wind was the first to move aside, and at the same time, he warned his 2 companions loudly. Of his 2 companions, one of them was an expert in the law of earth. The yellow energy on his body vibrated and formed a defense. At the same time, he also retreated a little. As for the other person, his body was covered in a watery light. The sparkling energy was like a torrential downpour. It swept across with a loud bang as if it had formed a huge wave in an instant. The 2 of them chose to attack while retreating. Although they were the best of the best among the medium ultimate gods, they dared not underestimate the lower ultimate god in front of them. Chapter 43:19. Trying to escape? It's too late. Duan Lingtian sneered when he saw the 2 of them retreating. The negative emotions that he had been suppressing for days exploded at that moment. During this period of time, He felt like a rat on the street that everyone wanted to beat up. Although he did not think he had done anything wrong, a group of people wanted to make things difficult for him. Duan Lingtian did not dare to enter a military camp for fear of being ambushed. Otherwise, he would have known the reason why a group of people was targeting him. As soon as Duan Lingtian made his move, the 7 orifices exquisite sword shot out. The energy from the law of space, the Tao of control, and the Tao of sword shot out like a shadow. The 2 medium ultimate gods who did not want to fight Duan Lingtian head-on and chose to retreat were shocked when they saw their attacks were easily crushed by Duan Lingtian. He's so strong. At that moment, they realized that Duan Lingtian's strength was even more exaggerated than the rumors. This strength, he's comparable to a top medium ultimate god who can kill a high-level ultimate god, right? Both of their expressions changed at the same time. In the next moment, both of them shouted in unison, "Fang He, attack!" Fang He was their other companion who specialized in the law of wind. It was because of him that they were able to follow Duan Lingtian closely. Otherwise, they would have been left behind by Duan Lingtian long ago. They were only medium ultimate gods who specialized in the law of water and the law of earth. At the same time, Fang He, the medium ultimate god who specialized in the law of wind, stood in the distance with his expression changing again and again. However, when he saw his 2 companions' attacks being crushed by Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye, he also personally witnessed Duan Lingtian's terrifying strength. At that moment, his intuition told him that he could not go over. If he went over, he would most likely die. Duan Lingtian is here. At the critical moment, he watched as Duan Lingtian continued to attack his 2 companions after crushing their attacks. As he fled into the distance, he let out an earth-shattering roar. Duan Lingtian was here. This voice shook the heavens and the earth, and it spread to an extremely wide area. Fang He thought to himself as he fled, "This is the last thing I can do for you. I hope you won't blame me." He knew that with the strength that Duan Lingtian had just displayed, not to mention his 2 companions, even if he joined forces, they would still be no match for him. Even if he was proficient in the laws of wind, it would still be difficult for him to escape from Duan Lingtian. The laws of space were infinitely mysterious. Once he was imprisoned, it would be useless no matter how fast he was. Fang He! When they heard Fang He's shout getting further and further away, the expressions of his 2 companions changed greatly. They could guess what Fang He was thinking. At that moment, they hurriedly dealt with Duan Lingtian's attack while cursing Fang He's entire family in their hearts. However, in the blink of an eye, they no longer had the mood to curse Fang He's entire family. This was because Duan Lingtian had given them too much pressure. In the blink of an eye, they felt as though their bones were about to fall apart. How can he be so strong? He's just a lower ultimate god who has just entered the ultimate god realm. How can he have such terrifying combat strength? Yes, at that moment, the 2 of them felt that Duan Lingtian's combat strength was terrifying. It made them tremble from the bottom of their hearts and souls. It was too terrifying. Before that day, they would never have imagined that a lower ultimate god's strength could reach such a level. No, a blood-curdling scream was heard. It was the mid-level ultimate god who was proficient in the laws of water. It had always been that woman's wishful thinking. What does that have to do with you? Nangong Liun sneered. Don't tell me that you don't know that the 2 parties of that engagement are me from the Nangong family and Soaring from the Shui family. Don't tell me that you don't know that the reason the Shui family canceled the engagement with our Nangong family was because of Shui Ying's own initiative and because of you. At the end of his words, Nangong Liuyun's eyes were filled with fierceness. To him, Yang Yuchen had a grudge against him for stealing his wife. After listening to Nangong Liuyun's words, Yang Yuchen felt helpless. It seemed that he had guessed correctly. It really had something to do with that woman. Shuang, however, he really had no interest in that woman. No, In other words, he had no intention of starting a family. I really don't know. Yang Yuchen was a little helpless. Nangong Luyun, why don't, after we leave this time, I'll announce to the public that I, Yang Yuchen, will never have any romantic relationship with Soaring in my life. How about that? I can even guarantee that I won't speak to Soaring again if I see her in the future. No matter how shameless she is, I'll ignore her. At this moment, Yang Yuchen also felt the danger and the other party's determination to kill him. This was not a joke. Moreover, he could tell that the three of them had come prepared. It would be difficult for him to escape even if he wanted to. He even felt that if he really prepared to escape, he would probably die even faster. I never thought that I, Yang Yuchen, would be harmed to this extent by a woman one day. It seems that my original intention from the beginning of cultivation was right. I can't touch women. If I touch them, it'll be difficult for me to achieve great success in cultivation. Eldest senior sister is so strong. Isn't it because she didn't find a senior brother-in-law for us? Second senior brother and fourth junior sister are also. As for third junior brother, he's definitely an accident. Even Yang Yuchen did not expect that in this situation where he had a slim chance of survival, so many strange thoughts and ideas would appear in his mind. Yang Yuchen, no matter what you say, it's all nonsense. You must die today. Nangong Liyun clearly did not intend to let Yang Yuchen go. Or rather, he did not take Yang Yuchen's words seriously at all. He only felt that Yang Yuchen was stalling for time. Yang Yuchen, if it wasn't for the fact that I don't want Soaring to know that I killed you, otherwise, I would have recorded what you said just now and shown it to her. I would have let her see what kind of man she likes. At this moment, Yang Yuchen's expression changed once again. Nangong Liyun's determination to kill him had exceeded his expectations. His opponent had come with the determination to kill him. Boom! Under such circumstances, Yang Yuchen no longer held any hope. The power of the law stirred, and he displayed the path of control without holding back. However, his opponent was not weak either. Two rays of the power of the law that illuminated millions of miles spread out. They belonged to Nangong Luyun and the other helper who was not any weaker than him. As for the other helper, he had also comprehended the power of the law that illuminated millions of miles. He had even mastered the devouring Tao of the heaven and earth Tao. Of course, his mastery of the devouring Tao was naturally far inferior to Yang Yuchen's path of control. Among the three helpers, he was the weakest. If he fought him alone, Yang Yuchen was confident that he could kill him within 10 moves. Boom! 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 The three of them besieged one person. Yang Yuchen was in a more difficult position. The commotion on the other side was getting louder and louder as the four of them fought with all their might. It even attracted the attention of some onlookers. There was no lack of higher ultimate gods among them. How powerful! All four of them are only medium-level ultimate gods. This is too terrifying. Although I'm a higher ultimate god, I feel like I'm no match for any of them. Who are they? As more and more onlookers gathered, many higher ultimate gods realized the problem. The four intermediate ultimate gods in front of them seemed to be stronger than them. Unknowingly, a figure flew over from afar. When he arrived near the onlookers, he was surprised. Four intermediate ultimate gods fighting? Look at them, they're not weak. However, when he saw the white figure among the four people fighting in the field, his pupils suddenly constricted. Third junior brother. Trying to escape? Hong Yifeng revealed a disdainful expression as he faced Nangong Luyun and Nangong Luyun, who were preparing to retreat. Soon after, his law of fire avatar shook and once again turned into flames that filled the sky. With an even faster speed, he blocked Nangong Luyun and Nangong Luyun's path. Unless you've comprehended the law of wind or the law of space, otherwise, don't even think about leaving under my nose today. Why don't I wait for Ning Xiaoxiang to use the Yu Luyun's Luyun and Luyun's Luyun? Thinking about this, a cunning look flashed across the depths of Nangong Liuyun's eyes. However, he soon realized that he was overthinking. Nangong and Luyun. Ning Xiaoxiang's voice transmission echoed in Nangong Liuyun's ears at the right time. This time, I made a move purely to help you. Although you'll give me something as a reward after the matter is settled, the reason why we're in such a dangerous situation is ultimately because of you. You're still not going to crush the Yu Luyun's Luyun and Luyun's Luyun. Are you waiting for me to crush the Yu Luyun's Luyun and Luyun's Luyun? If that's the case, you're dreaming. I think that if I surrender now and am even willing to pay enough money to buy my life, they might not necessarily not let me go. But either you will die or in the end, you can only crush the projection jade slip of your clan's ancestor. Right now, Ning Xiaoxiang was clearly a little flustered and exasperated. Although he and Nangong and Luyun were both prodigies of godly venerate level clans in the Shengang land and had some ties with each other, they were not close. This time, he had cooperated with Nangong and Luyun to search for the Duan Lingtian and met Yang Yuchen. Nangong and Luyun had wanted to kill Yang Yuchen, but Luyun had only agreed to help after Luyun promised him a reward. Qiu Ming, on the other hand, was Nangong and Luyun's cousin. Therefore, he was willing to help Nangong and Luyun without Luyun's promise of a reward. Hearing Ning Xiaoxiang's words, Nangong and Luyun knew that he had no other choice. When Yang Yuchen unleashed another burst of power and charged over with Hong Yifeng, seeing that both he and Ning Xiaoxiang were in mortal danger, he finally took out a jade slip and crushed it. Pa! The jade slip shattered, and a terrifying energy gushed out. An incomparably gigantic face appeared in the air, looking incomparably cold and emotionless. When Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng's attacks came over, they were blocked by the huge face. However, after blocking the attack, the huge face became somewhat illusory and erratic. However, one could still see that it was the face of a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had a dignified look and a cold expression. He glanced at Hong Yifeng and said, "You're not even a match for the Ning family's brat?" Evidently, this supreme expert knew Ning Xiaoxiang as well. "Greetings, Senior Nangong." At this moment, Ning Xiaoxiang respectfully bowed to the huge face that the middle-aged man had manifested. At the same time, even Hong Yifeng and Yang Yuchen temporarily stopped their attacks and did not attack again. No matter what, the other party was still a supreme expert. It was impossible for them to not give him face. Although they were not afraid of the other party here, what about in the future? In the future, they would definitely go to the outer world. They seemed to appear out of thin air and flew in front of Hong Yifeng. At the same time, the Nangong clans Lu Yun and Ning Xiaoxiang looked at each other and left together. They moved faster and faster and soon disappeared before everyone's eyes. After a while, the true body projection of the ultimate divine artifact from the Nangong clan gradually dissipated. However, at the same time, his voice was still reverberating in the ears of everyone present. The inner palace of the Wanfa Academy is indeed full of talents. Huangfu Mengyuan, the #1 upper ultimate god in the god-defying realm. Hong Yifeng, the strength you showed today is also the #1 middle ultimate god in the god-defying realm. And your little junior brother, Duan Lingtian, is definitely the #1 lower ultimate god in the god-defying realm. Amazing. After a sigh, the voice of the ultimate divine artifact from the Nangong clan came to an abrupt end. The onlookers were so shocked that they could not recover for a long time. The inner palace of the Wanfa Academy? It was the first time they heard that there was an inner palace of the Wanfa Academy. However, after hearing what the ultimate divine artifact said, they had some understanding of the inner palace of the Wanfa Academy. Hong Yifeng and Yang Yuchen seemed to be from the inner palace of the Wanfa Academy. They also had a senior sister who was said by the ultimate divine artifact to be the #1 upper ultimate god in the god-defying realm. Hong Yifeng's strength was amazing. In addition, they had seen Hong Yifeng fight, so when the ultimate divine artifact said that Hong Yifeng was the #1 middle ultimate god in the god-defying realm, they felt that he deserved it. There's also Duan Lingtian. In next to no time, someone swiftly reacted to it. Duan Lingtian is actually a member of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace's inner court as well. Duan Lingtian is recognized as the #1 lower ultimate god in the god-defying realm. I didn't expect him to be from the inner palace of the Wanfa Academy, just like Hong Yifeng and Huangfu Mengyuan. What kind of place is the inner palace of the Wanfa Academy? There are so many evildoers appearing frequently. The three of them represent the peak of the three cultivation realms of the ultimate god realm in the god-defying realm. Hong Yifeng and Duan Lingtian are beyond doubt. Huangfu Mengyuan, since even the ultimate divine artifact said so, she is obviously really powerful. The onlookers were shocked. More people's eyes fell on Hong Yifeng with passion. Hong Yifeng also had many doubts in his heart. At the same time, he was also a little excited. Duan Lingtian was from the inner palace? Little junior brother? Seeing that his third junior brother did not seem surprised at all, he immediately realized that it was indeed true. Maybe he was a genius of the inner palace that his third junior brother had accepted. Third junior brother, let's leave here first. Although there were many doubts in his heart, Hong Yifeng also knew that now was not the time to ask. The most important thing now was to get rid of the group of people present and find a place that others could not easily find so that he could ask his third junior brother about little junior brother. Although there was no reward for them in this upgraded version of the Chaos region, now that his strength was exposed, there would definitely be people who would feel that he was a threat in the overall ranking battle. Under such circumstances, he was also in great danger. Well, let's leave first. Yang Yuchen naturally thought of this, so after hearing his second senior brother Hong Yifeng's voice transmission, he immediately hit it off and the two of them quickly left. When the two of them left, some high-level ultimate gods stared at their backs. Their eyes flickered a few times, but in the end, they did not chase after them. They did not have full confidence in dealing with this pair of brothers. A top mid-level ultimate god strength was not weaker than many high-level ultimate gods. There was also a top existence among the top middle-level divine masters who was recognized as the #1 middle-level divine master in the god-defying realm by the supreme experts. Could be seen that his strength was strong. Perhaps his strength was not weaker than some of the best among the high-level divine masters. Hong Yifeng and Yang Yuchen flew all the way until they were at full speed. After confirming that no one was following them, they finally landed on the peak of a medium-height mountain among a large number of peaks of different heights within a mountain range and came to a halt. After landing, Hong Yifeng looked at Yang Yuchen with deep curiosity in his eyes. Third junior brother, that Duan Lingtian, is the little junior brother that you recently accepted? Yes. Yang Yuchen nodded. About 100 years ago, I accepted him into the internal palace as our little junior brother. Since then, our little junior sister has become fourth junior sister. Yang Yuchen smiled. Haha. After Hong Yifeng got confirmation, he laughed. Good. Good job. Third junior brother, you're better than second senior brother. During those years when second senior brother was in charge of the internal palace, he wanted to recruit 1 or 2 more junior brothers and sisters for the internal palace, but he couldn't find a good candidate. I didn't expect you to accept such a peerless genius. But how could you accept such a peerless genius as your disciple? Are those godly venerable level forces so slow to realize this? Hong Yifeng was obviously a little confused as he spoke. In his opinion, such a genius should be the target of the giants and ultimate god forces, but in the end, he entered the internal palace of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace? Second senior brother. Yang Yuchen shook his head and said, when little junior brother entered the internal palace, he wasn't even an emperor god. Hong Yifeng was stunned by his words. Took him a while to recover. Didn't you say he only entered the internal palace about 100 years ago? You mean, this time, before Hong Yifeng could finish his sentence, Yang Yuchen nodded and said, he became an emperor god and an ultimate god after entering the internal palace. He's stronger than all of us. Even first senior sister's cultivation speed back then was far inferior to his. Yang Yuchen sighed and told Hong Yifeng about Duan Lingtian's growth in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace in detail, so that Hong Yifeng could better understand his genius little junior brother. Little junior brother is really a genius. Hong Yifeng was pleasantly surprised but also a little worried. Third junior brother, you've entered the planar battlefield, and so has little junior brother. Don't tell me you've handed over the inner palace to fourth junior sister? Hong Yifeng suddenly thought of this problem, and his expression changed slightly. His fourth junior sister, was she reliable? Yes. Yang Yuchen nodded. At the same time, he seemed to have guessed Hong Yifeng's thoughts. Second senior brother, fourth junior sister has already entered the ultimate god stage. Moreover, with little junior brother joining us, she now has the responsibility of a senior sister. You can rest assured that she'll be fine if we hand over the inner palace to her now. Although Yang Yuchen said that, deep down he wasn't certain. The only thing he was certain of was that his fourth junior sister would not allow the independent realm where the inner palace was located to collapse and disappear because there was no one guarding it. After all, it was not only the inner palace's root, but it was also his fourth junior sister's only home. At that moment, Duan Lingtian naturally did not know that his two senior brothers in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace's inner palace had given up the competition for the same realm list for him. Like those who wanted to kill him, they began to search everywhere for him. It's finally opened. As for Duan Lingtian, after a period of hiding, he finally managed to enter the 10-man secret realm that he had been waiting for a long time. At that moment, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He could finally get rid of the group of people who had been searching for him. After he left the secret realm this time, as long as he wasn't too unlucky, he would definitely not appear in that area again and become the target of those people's search. At the same time, news of Hong Yifeng's appearance and his strength that was stronger than a peak intermediate ultimate god, and even comparable to some of the best high-level ultimate gods, had spread throughout the upgraded Chaos territory. Do you know who Hong Yifeng is? He's Duan Lingtian's senior brother. Second senior brother. I heard that Duan Lingtian's third senior brother was almost killed this time, and at the critical moment, it was precisely his second senior brother, Hong Yifeng, who appeared and saved his third senior brother in time. Moreover, the opponent even summoned the true body projection of a supreme powerhouse, and only then was he lucky to escape death. This time, it's Nangong Luyun from the Nangong clan in the Shengang land and Ning Xiaoxiang from the Ning clan in the Shengang land. They're all famous heaven's prides in various divine planes. At least, before this, they were far more famous than Hong Yifeng and Yang Yuchen. The supreme expert from the Nangong clan said that in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace's inner palace, Duan Lingtian's first senior sister, Huangfu Mengyuan, is the number 1 high-level ultimate god in the god-defying realm. Second senior brother, Hong Yifeng, is the no. Chapter 43-25. In truth, Yun Tingfeng did not know much about the 10,000 Laws Palace's inner progeny. All he knew was that the progeny had many geniuses, but he had never heard of any supreme powerhouses. However, there was one person in this generation who had a chance of becoming a supreme powerhouse. It was none other than Huangfu Mengyuan. For this reason, Yun Tingfeng knew about Huangfu Mengyuan and the existence of the inner progeny in the 10,000 Laws Palace. Now that he found out Duan Lingtian was actually Huangfu Mengyuan's junior brother, he could not help but feel slightly annoyed. Huangfu Mengyuan was not someone to be trifled with. I hope Duan Lingtian dies in the upgraded Chaos territory. Yun Tingfeng thought to himself. Otherwise, it'll take a lot of effort to trap and kill him. We'll have to seal the news and prevent it from leaking out. Otherwise, Huangfu Mengyuan won't let the matter rest if she finds out it's the Yun clan who killed him. Perhaps, with the old ancestor around, she won't be able to do anything to the Yun clan. However, if she wants Yen to take the blame and pay with his life, the old ancestor will most likely agree to it. This was something Yun Tingfeng could not accept. Yun Qingyan was his son. He would not allow him to lose a single hair on his son's head. This was also the main reason why he was determined to kill Duan Lingtian even at this moment. Duan Lingtian must die. If Duan Lingtian did not die, he would definitely be at odds with his son. Even if the Yun clan was not affected, his son might not be able to survive. If he wanted to protect his son, he had to kill Duan Lingtian. Put aside the fact that Duan Lingtian was merely the junior brother of Huangfu Mengyuan who had yet to become a supreme powerhouse. Even if Duan Lingtian belonged to a supreme powerhouse, as long as there was a chance to kill Duan Lingtian, he would not miss it. In his opinion, his son's life was more important than anything else. In the secret realm of 10, Duan Lingtian was accompanied by 4 people from the divine offering land and 5 people from other realms of gods. The two sides were still confronting each other. However, when Duan Lingtian appeared, some people guessed his identity and witnessed his strength. The remaining 9 people helplessly expressed that they would not interfere with any of the checkpoints in the secret territory. It really is Duan Lingtian. With Duan Lingtian here, let's just stand aside and watch. I didn't expect to be so unlucky as to encounter the Duan Lingtian. Forget it, I'll just wait for those battle credits. They'll be the ticket to see the true face of this Duan Lingtian. I heard that in the upgraded Chaos Realm, there are bounties for Duan Lingtian everywhere. Under such circumstances, he's still alive and well, and even managed to enter the secret realm to earn chaos points. He's really something. Geniuses, especially geniuses like him, aren't stupid. Based on Duan Lingtian's current achievements, if he's given a few thousand years, there's a high chance he'll become one of the strongest senior ultimate gods. If he's given 10,000 years, he might even become a supreme powerhouse. I really hope he'll grow up smoothly and become a paramount god. At that time, I can proudly tell others that I've met Duan Lingtian in the Chaos Realm when he was still weak. Met him before? Why don't you just say that he took away the opportunity to earn chaos points? The 9 people watched Duan Lingtian make a move as they whispered to each other, and the tone of most of them seemed to be free and easy. It was clear they were open-minded about it. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian successfully cleared all the checkpoints in the secret realm and obtained all the rewards. Apart from that, he also obtained all the chaos points. So many people have put a bounty on my head and are hunting me down. If I don't get first place on the overall ranking list this time, I'm afraid I'll be letting them down. Although Duan Lingtian knew he would soon be in danger after leaving the secret realm this time, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he was focused on getting first place on the overall ranking list in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. First place on the overall ranking list? The rewards are so generous that it's definitely enough for me to step into the realm of a mid-level ultimate god and even strengthen my cultivation base. On top of that, I'll also get an ultimate god's divinity. The first place on the overall ranking list would allow him to bathe in the divine corrupting spring and absorb as much divine corrupting spring as he wanted. On top of that, he would also get an ultimate god's divinity. Due to the generous rewards, he had become a thorn in the side of many people. So what if I become the enemy of the whole world? I, Duan Lingtian, am not afraid. After leaving the secret realm, Duan Lingtian opened the secret realm again. At the same time, he found a place nearby to go into seclusion and wait for the secret realm to open. Now, the efficiency of him going out to hunt for chaos points was not high. He still had to rely on the secret realm of the 10 people. This time, while waiting for the next secret realm to open, he was not discovered like last time, however. When he came out of the secret realm of the 10 people, he was targeted again. Then, after killing a few mid-level ultimate gods, he continued to escape. He continued to wait for the next secret realm of the 10 people to open. Once, he was intercepted by 2 high-level ultimate gods and was in danger. Although he could escape, he had to pay a high price, however. At the crucial moment, the entrance to the secret realm of the 10 people opened and saved his life. That time was also the most dangerous crisis he had experienced in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. After that, he was more scared than hurt. Time flew. The opening of the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm was also coming to an end. Recently, in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, a group of people had been working hard to get the reward for Duan Lingtian, but to no avail. There were also some people who were working hard to get into the top 3 of the Chaos Realm ranking list. Duan Lingtian's second senior brother Hong Yifeng and third senior brother Yang Yuchen, in the last period of time, in order to find Duan Lingtian and protect Duan Lingtian. Although they had accumulated a lot of battle merits, they did not open any secret realms. They just collected chaos points by chance outside. Duan Lingtian's fourth senior sister Lang Chunwan, on the other hand, opened secret realms time and time again and gained a lot. At the same time, he opened another secret realm of 10 people. As for whether he would have a chance to enter it again, he did not have much hope and only thought that it would be up to fate. After all, the average interval between entering any secret realm of 10 people in the past was more than a few months. In the past, Duan Lingtian had only used the treasures that were useful to him in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm and the Chaos Realm. He kept the rest of the treasures. It would have been better if he did not organize them. After organizing them, he realized how much wealth he had plundered in various secret realms. Although most of the treasures were useless to him, they were rare treasures for those below the ultimate god realm. He didn't need it, but his family and friends did. Even if it's useful to me, it's still some medicinal herbs that haven't been refined. I can refine some pills here without worrying about alerting anyone. In the dimensional battlefield and the Chaos Realm, there were all kinds of heaven and earth anomalies that could not be found in the outside world. At the same time, they could also conceal themselves from the heavens and earth. For example, the Divine Pill Tribulation could also be concealed. Only the Millennium Tribulation that every expert had to face, the dimensional battlefield, and even the Chaos Realm could not conceal themselves from the heavens. Therefore, Duan Lingtian could refine divine pills here, even if it was a supreme divine pill, without causing any commotion. He did not need to worry about alerting anyone. However, if there is no pill tribulation, the efficacy of the supreme divine pills will be a little weaker. I'll refine some divine pills that will help me consolidate my cultivation base first. As for the rest of the divine pills that I don't need for now, I'll refine them after I leave this place. Duan Lingtian quickly made up his mind. In the next few months, after he had sorted out all his gains from the dimensional battlefield and the Chaos Realm, he began to refine the divine pills that he could use. Then, he consumed the divine pills to cultivate. During this period of time, although there would be people passing by occasionally, nobody would be able to guess that Duan Lingtian was hiding here. This was because the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm was about to close. Many people had found a quiet place to rest and cultivate while waiting for the secret territory to open. As for these people, they were basically the stronger ones. Therefore, even if they discovered that someone was cultivating in seclusion nearby, no one dared to rashly provoke the other party. If it was someone weaker than them, it would be fine, as they would only dare to be angry and not say anything. However, if it was someone stronger than them, it would often lead to a fatal disaster. Who would want to be disturbed when they were cultivating in seclusion? He's going to the bounty area. He's about to leave and he still wants to claim the bounty? Or did he complete some kind of bounty? Soon, the group saw the young man in blue walking toward the bounty area on the side of the military camp. Bounties were usually posted there. There were all kinds of bounty missions. Some were for treasures, some were for other things, and some were for killing someone. Of course, the bounties for killing someone were mostly for Duan Lingtian. He's looking at the bounty for Duan Lingtian. Could it be that he killed Duan Lingtian? Soon, someone noticed that the young man in blue seemed to be particularly interested in the bounty for Duan Lingtian and stopped in front of each bounty for Duan Lingtian. Chapter 43-28. Duan Lingtian naturally did not know that his third senior brother and second senior brother were already eyeing his bathwater. He was currently focused on consolidating his cultivation base as a lower ultimate god. He always felt that he was one step away from completely consolidating his cultivation base, but he had yet to take the most crucial step. He had completely forgotten about the time while he was cultivating. In his impatience, he had even forgotten that he was about to leave the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory. It wasn't until a pulling force swept over and destroyed the formation he'd set up around him, and then he was pulled and swayed. Only then did he come to his senses. This is time's up? Time's up. The upgraded version of the Chaos Territory was closed. At that moment, Duan Lingtian only felt a strong pulling force assaulting his body. This force gave him a feeling that he could not go against it. Even when he tried to activate the divine power in his body with all his might, he could not move the divine power in his body at all. It was as if there was an unusually strong force suppressing his divine power. This feeling was similar to when he took out the divine power of an immortal in the Chaos Territory. In the planar battlefield, it was possible to use the godly energy of an omnipotent. However, in the Chaos region, it was impossible to use the godly energy of an omnipotent. In fact, in the Chaos region, as long as one used the godly energy of an omnipotent, one would feel as though a powerful force was pressing down on one's body, causing one's godly energy to be unable to move. Even the divine power of an immortal would be condensed into a solid state at that moment and could not be integrated into the body at all. However, when he withdrew the Supreme Expert's divine power with just a thought, the power that suppressed his divine power disappeared. It was like the power of the laws in the Chaos region. If you violated the laws, it would suppress you. If you didn't, it would ignore you. Not only did the Chaos Territory restrict the use of the divine power of an immortal, but it was the same for the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory. As for the reason, Duan Lingtian had heard from someone in the military camp that the Chaos Territory prohibited the use of the divine power of an immortal in order to show fairness. The goal was to give the grassroots a chance to rise. After all, the grassroots generally did not have the backing of an immortal and did not have the divine power of an immortal to squander. Even Duan Lingtian had a limited amount of divine power from an immortal. Therefore, it was a good thing for Duan Lingtian that the realm of chaos forbade him from using the divine power of omnipotent experts. Otherwise, he would have long used up the divine power of the utmost powerhouse. Furthermore, it was very likely that after using up the utmost powerhouse's divine power, he would have died at the hands of an expert who had the utmost powerhouse's divine power because he did not have the utmost powerhouse's divine power to rely on. Especially that time when he faced an opponent that could almost kill him. If the opponent could use the divine power of an omnipotent master while he didn't, he would have died without a doubt. He went out. Once we get out of here, we'll know the results of the ranking list and the overall ranking list. Right now, I only know how many chaos points I've accumulated. I don't know how many chaos points the others have. However, with my chaos points, it shouldn't be difficult for me to rank first on the overall ranking. As for the lower ultimate gods list, that goes without saying. With such thoughts in mind, Duan Lingtian was teleported out of the upgraded Chaos Realm and into the planar battlefield where the Divine Offering Land and the Sanctioned Land intersected. Of course, he was not directly sent to the barracks. From the beginning to the end, the absolute experts who announced the opening of the upgraded Chaos Territory and the various ranking rewards of the upgraded Chaos Territory did not seem to have told them how to redeem the rewards. Although they didn't say they shouldn't go back on their words, right? As soon as this thought appeared, Duan Lingtian suppressed it as he felt that he was overthinking. Even absolute experts would want to save face. Moreover, this time, there must be some absolute experts' descendants on the ranking list. If the absolute experts who initiated the upgraded Chaos Territory reneged on their words, the other absolute experts would not let it go. Chapter 43:31. Duan Lingtian knew very well that it was basically impossible for him to get an entire pool of divine corporeal spring water. Otherwise, the other party would not have said that the person who ranked first on the overall leaderboard could take a bath in the divine corporeal spring water. If they were really willing to give it to him, they could have just said that the reward was a pool of divine corporeal spring water. Why did they have to say that the reward was a bath? Of course, Duan Lingtian still had a headache about how to claim the reward. Next, he naturally hoped to go to the Xia family in the world of divine offering to see if Kerr had returned to the Xia family. Then, after confirming that Kerr was safe, he would return to the Myriad Arts Academy in the Shengang land. As for rescuing Kerr, naturally, he would have to wait until he claimed the reward this time. The reward this time would be an important turning point in his life. Whether he could use this opportunity to advance further and even become a medium ultimate god depended entirely on this opportunity. It can't be that I'm going to claim the reward in there, right? If that's the case, can I choose when to claim the reward for taking a bath in the divine corporeal spring water? After all, I still have something important to do. For Duan Lingtian, the most important thing now was to go to the world of divine offering to confirm if his wife, Kerr, had returned to the Xia family. If she had not returned, he would wait for the dimensional battlefield to close and see if his wife, Kerr, had returned to the Xia family. If he entered the divine corporeal spring water before that, he did not know how much time he would have to waste. By then, he might miss the best time to rescue his wife. Although the reward of the divine corporeal spring water was good and might allow him to reach the top in a single bound, to him, his wife was more important than anything else. All these years, he had fought so hard to become stronger. Why? Was it not to save his wife? He had always been fighting for this goal. If it's really here and I'm welcomed by that supreme expert, maybe I can ask him for a favor. This way, it won't affect my chances of getting the reward this time, and it won't affect Kerr's safety. Duan Lingtian knew very well that once the planar battlefield closed and the Xia family really threatened Kerr would very likely go to extremes at the critical moment. Now, the Xia family no longer had any bargaining chips that could restrain Kerr. The bargaining chips that could restrain Kerr and his family had all been released by the third master of the Xia family, Xiajia. If it really came to that, with his understanding of Kerr would definitely not compromise. Even if he had to die again, he would not compromise. And this was not what he wanted to see. Let's leave this battlefield first and return to the world of divine remains. After making up his mind, Duan Lingtian prepared to leave the battlefield and return to the world of divine remains. He would go to the Xia family and inquire about Kerr. I wonder if the nearby military camp is far away. What Duan Lingtian needed to do next was naturally to find a military camp and teleport out. Although the Chaos Realm had closed, the planar battlefield was still open, and there was still some time before it closed. Also, if Kerr is still in the planar battlefield, and she knows that I came from the Myriad Law Academy in the Shengang land, she might go to the Myriad Law Academy to look for me. If there's no news about Kerr in the world of divine remains, I'll return to the Shengang land and Myriad Law Academy through the planar battlefield. Who knows? I might be able to reunite with Kerr in the Myriad Law Academy. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's heart burned with passion, and he became even more eager to find a military camp nearby. At this moment, the middle-aged supreme powerhouse nodded at Duan Lingtian with a calm gaze. When he saw the bitterness on Duan Lingtian's lips, he was stunned for a moment before he said calmly, "I'm sure you've guessed my intention. If that's the case, why do you still feel bitter?" The middle-aged man asked bluntly. He could not understand why Jian Wushuang felt bitter. "Senior." Duan Lingtian did not hide the truth as there was no need for him to do so. He might need to ask for a favor from the other party. Of course, Jian Wushuang did not want to do so if he could. Even if the other party was an ultimate powerhouse, he might not need Jian Wushuang's favor. What about in the future? Duan Lingtian did not think that he would stop at the upper ultimate god level. He would definitely become an ultimate powerhouse. I wonder if I can choose when to bathe in the divine corporeal spring. Also, can you give me the other things in advance? The moment Duan Lingtian opened his mouth, he asked 2 consecutive questions. The middle-aged man's face was no longer calm. He frowned slightly and asked, "You still have things to do? Can't you leave?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. The middle-aged man's face flashed with displeasure when he heard Jian Wushuang's answer. Even he was envious of the opportunity to bathe in the divine corporeal spring. However, Jian Wushuang was not enthusiastic at all. Of course, the middle-aged man did not make a decision immediately. He immediately asked the person behind him, "Sir, he..." The middle-aged man explained the situation he was facing to the people behind him. The person behind him quickly responded, "Tell him that he can only enjoy the reward if he baths in the divine corporeal spring now. Otherwise, he'll be disqualified. We gave him such a good opportunity, but he didn't cherish it. Instead, he's dragging his feet." Although the young man's tone did not carry any anger, it was clear that he could not understand Jian Wushuang's decision. After receiving Duan Lingtian's reply, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said indifferently, "I can give you the other rewards now. However, as for the reward for bathing in the divine corporeal spring, you can come with me and enjoy it. Otherwise, you can give up. The choice is up to you," the middle-aged man said. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he heard this. The thing that he did not want to see the most had finally happened. After his expression changed greatly, he became uncertain again. In the end, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn as though he had made an important decision. "Senior." Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man and said sincerely, Duan Lingtian, rarely ask for help in my life. I wonder if you can do me a favor and do me a favor? This is very important to me. If Senior is willing to help, I, Duan Lingtian, will definitely repay this favor in the future. It's fine if Senior is not willing to help. However, I think I'll have to give up the chance to bathe in the divine corporeal spring. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. When the middle-aged man heard Duan Lingtian's words, he frowned again. This fellow in front of him actually wanted to give up the chance to bathe in the divine corporeal spring for a favor? Could it be that he didn't know that even if such a precious opportunity was placed in the hands of a group of supreme experts, that group of supreme experts would still fight to the death for it? However, out of curiosity, he still wanted to ask what Duan Lingtian wanted him to help with. He still thought highly of this genius of the younger generation, Duan Lingtian. If it was something that he could help with, it was not impossible for him to help Duan Lingtian and form a good relationship with him. "What do you want me to help with?" the middle-aged man asked. Of course, he could not help with everything. He would only help Duan Lingtian if it was within his capabilities and did not violate the rules of the realm battlefield. When Duan Lingtian heard this, his eyes lit up. If the middle-aged man said this, it meant that there was a chance. It was also because of this that he somewhat understood why a group of people were so eager to get into the lower ultimate god list and even the top 3 of the overall list. They were even willing to pay a huge price to offer a reward for his death. If he were those people, he would not want such benefits to be taken away by an outsider. Duan Ling Tian, make good use of this opportunity? Duan Ling Tian constantly reminded himself in his heart that he could not slack off, and he must properly cherish this opportunity and grab hold of this opportunity. The flow of time in the space where the divine accumulating spring water is located is different from the outside world. 10 days inside is 1 day outside. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to fully immerse himself in cultivation, the voice sounded again and clearly entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. Hearing this, Duan Ling Tian was suddenly pleasantly surprised. His heart that was originally hanging in the air was now completely at ease. Originally, although he also cherished this opportunity, he was always worried that he would waste too much time here. Although that supreme expert was willing to help him by going to the Xia clan in the divine offering land to look for Kerr, he was still not completely at ease. In other words, before he saw Kerr, he could not be completely at ease. Now that he knew that the flow of time here was different from the outside world, he immediately felt relieved. The difference in the flow of time was not unfamiliar to him. In fact, when he was still in the mundane plane of the lower secondary plane, he had entered a space where the flow of time was different from the outside world. Of course, at that time he was still very weak. It was also because he was weak that he could enjoy the difference in the flow of time. I'm already a lower ultimate god. Here, I can still enjoy the difference in the flow of time. Moreover, it's a difference of 10 to 1. Thinking of this, Duan Ling Tian's heart trembled again. Naturally, he knew what this meant. In the past, when he was still in the mundane plane, he had obtained the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda which contained the change in the flow of time. However, later on, he also found out that the reason the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was that it contained the law of time. Moreover, the effect of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda's flow of time was only useful for people with low cultivation base. The more powerful a person was, the less they could enjoy the difference in the flow of time inside. Otherwise, could it be that deities who were above the immortals could also cultivate in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda with different flow of time? If the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda could really do that, then it was not just a top immortal weapon but a top divine weapon. In other words, it was an existence above the divine weapon. At the very least, Duan Ling Tian had not heard of any divine weapon that could allow existences above the divine level to enter and enjoy the difference in the flow of time. He also knew that even among the group of supreme experts in the god-defying realm, not everyone had the means to allow existences above the ultimate god realm to enter a space with a difference in the flow of time. Unless it was a supreme expert who was skilled in the law of time. Of course, even such a statement was just some people's guess. In short, it was very difficult to construct a space where an ultimate god could enter and enjoy the difference in the flow of time. And now he had entered such a space. Senior. At this time, Duan Ling Tian could no longer maintain his calm. Is this a space inside an artifact or a space directly constructed by you? Or is this a space constructed by a senior who is skilled in the law of time? Duan Ling Tian was really shocked. The stronger one was the higher one's vision. The current Duan Ling Tian knew very well that the space he was in was very difficult to construct. Even if a supreme expert who was skilled in the law of time could construct a space that could accommodate a lower ultimate god like him, he was afraid that it would not be possible to achieve a time flow rate that was 10 to 1 compared to the outside world. You don't need to know this. The voice sounded again in an indifferent tone. You only need to know that if you enter the medium ultimate god realm in this place, the time flow rate will change from 10 to 1 to 5. If you enter the upper ultimate god realm, the time flow rate here will change to 2 to 1. That's all you need to know. Cultivate well. This kind of opportunity doesn't come by often. The owner of the voice stopped abruptly and did not speak again. Duan Ling Tian did not dwell on this issue. Regardless, this is a good thing for me. Before I enter the medium ultimate god realm, the time flow rate here will be 10 to 1 compared to the outside world. As for the medium ultimate god realm, thinking of this, Duan Ling Tian thought of the difficulty of his cultivation after entering the lower ultimate god realm and did not have much hope. Even if the divine corrupting spring is good, it might not be able to support my breakthrough to the medium ultimate God realm, right? Of course, if it can really help me enter the medium ultimate God realm, that would be a great thing. As for the upper ultimate God realm, it was not that Duan Lingtian did not have much hope for the upper ultimate God realm, but he did not have any hope at all. He felt that it was impossible and unrealistic. After all, he had only just consolidated his cultivation base at the lower ultimate God realm. He was too far away from the upper ultimate God realm. There was still a long way to go. Duan Lingtian went to receive his reward for being first on the overall ranking list. At the same time, in the various major battlefield, those who ranked on the same level ranking list also received their corresponding rewards. Unlike Duan Lingtian, from the beginning until the end, there was no supreme powerhouse that appeared during the process of these people obtaining their rewards. Only a wave of energy that made their hearts palpitate extended from the void and delivered the rewards they deserved to them. And they also put it into their own storage rings at the first moment. They all used the self-destruction of their storage rings. That was the only way they could ensure their own safety. Now, there were already many people who regretted using their real names in the planar battlefield. Now, many people know that I took 4th place on the Middle God Emperor ranking. The divine corporeal spring in my hands will definitely be targeted by many people. This time, I'll immediately find a secluded place and consume all the divine corrupting spring when I get out. Chapter 43-36. Duan Lingtian, an inner disciple of the 10,000 Laws Palace. He was not even 1,000 years old, but he was already a lower-level Supreme God and ranked first on the lower-level Supreme God ranking list. This news spread like wildfire after the ranking list was released, and it shook the entire region. Those who were not particularly ill-informed had basically heard of this news. When this news spread, those who knew Duan Lingtian were shocked. Those who didn't know Duan Lingtian were so shocked that they couldn't recover for a long time. Who would have thought that he would actually reach this step? The dimensional battlefield was still open. Within the profound Zen battlefield, in a military camp, a beautiful woman and a young woman were standing in a corner. The two women's faces were filled with shock. These two women were none other than Duan Lingtian's mother-in-law, Linghu Renfeng, and his sister-in-law, Linghu Chuyin. In the past, when Linghu Renfeng left the realm of chaos with Linghu Chuyin, she also left the dimensional battlefield, until she heard that Duan Lingtian was being targeted in the upgraded realm of chaos. Because she was worried, she once again brought her daughter into the dimensional battlefield to wait for news. She didn't dare to bring her daughter into the upgraded realm of chaos. Therefore, she could only wait outside for news. After waiting for dozens of years, the result finally came. Her son-in-law, who she had only met once, actually suppressed the geniuses of the various planes and obtained the first place on the ranking list of the upgraded realm of chaos. With the baptism of the divine spring water and the omnipotent divine spark, his future path will definitely be smoother. Although Linghu Renfeng didn't have any feelings for her son-in-law, he was still her daughter's husband. She naturally hoped that he would be better. Moreover, although she didn't have any feelings for her son-in-law, she had a good impression of him. This was because she knew that her son-in-law was able to fight his way from the lower planes to the dimensional battlefield in such a short period of time because of the crisis that her daughter had encountered. It wasn't hard to see that her son-in-law had feelings and a sense of responsibility for her daughter. Let's go. In the future, we will rely on him to save your sister. Linghu Renfeng glanced at her daughter and sighed. With his current achievements and fame, it won't be difficult for him to save your sister from the abyss of hell. Let's return to the profound Handle land and wait for news from our families. Linghu Renfeng was clear in her heart that as long as her son-in-law reunited with her daughter, he would definitely bring people back to the Linghu family in the Shengang land to see her. Her daughter didn't know about her background. However, his son-in-law already knew. Yes. Ling Hu Chuyin responded. When she left with Ling Hu Renfeng, there was envy in the depths of her eyes. It was unknown if she was envious of her brother-in-law's current strength, or envious of her sister having such a good husband. At about the same time, in another planar battlefield, 3 beautiful figures vanished into a teleportation formation in the military camp. Princess Shaolan Xiaojie, if it really is the young master, he's safe and sound now. You can rest assured. The 3 women were none other than Jingru, Biao, and Xiaolan. Even the current Duan Lingtian did not expect there to be so many old friends who were worried about his safety in the various planar battlefields. In the Divine Offering Land, Yun Tingfeng, the patriarch of the Yun family, returned to the Yun residence with an ugly expression. Not only was Duan Lingtian not dead, but he had also taken the first place on the Lesser Supreme God ranking in the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory. Duan Lingtian had almost killed the genius of the Ning family in the Land of Sanctions, Ning Yishuan. Before that, Ning Yishuan was recognized as the #1 person among the younger generation in the God-defying realm. However, this time, he had been defeated by a young man who was not even 1,000 years old. Later, when the upgraded version of the Zone of Chaos was activated, Duan Lingtian's performance made him pay more attention to this rising star of the God-defying realm. In the history of the God-defying realm, there had never been such a monstrous genius. Although he had nothing to do with Duan Lingtian, he was very optimistic about Duan Lingtian. As long as he did not die prematurely in the future, he would definitely become an ultimate god. Father, you're asking me to escape? Originally, even though there was some despair in the depths of his heart, and he also felt that it would be very difficult for his father's next plan to succeed. However, he also thought that even if he were to encounter difficulties in the future, that would be a matter for the future. However, his father was asking him to escape. Duan Lingtian was only a lesser ultimate god. At this moment, Yun Qing Yen felt as though something was stuck in his chest. At the same time, in his mind, the voice that he had suppressed a long time ago began to speak bewitchingly once more. Secondly, there was the Xia clan. Previously, the clan leader of the Xia clan, Xia Yu, had made it clear that he was willing to help Yun Tingfeng deal with Duan Lingtian. However, what about now? Duan Lingtian was so outstanding. Moreover, he had even obtained the first on the Chaos Zone's overall ranking and obtained a large amount of divine corrupting springs. Yun Tingfeng did not believe Xia Yu did not have any thoughts about this. Perhaps, Xia Yu was afraid of Yun Tingfeng's threat and was willing to help him deal with Duan Lingtian. However, who could guarantee that Xia Yu would not inform Duan Lingtian about this? For this reason, Yun Tingfeng did not think his plan would succeed. Father. On the other hand, Yun Qing Yen did not show much emotion when he heard his father's words. His expression was cold as he said, "Let me leave on my own. If I can't even travel to other realms of gods on my own, what's the point of living in this world?" Yun Tingfeng was stunned when he heard Yun Qing Yan's words. Then, he looked at his son for a while before he nodded and said, "You've grown up. You have your own thoughts. I respect you." For now, he was not worried about his son's safety. Of course, he would still tail them in secret. Only when he saw his son enter the planar battlefield would he feel relieved. "I'll go prepare some things for you. Bring them with you to the realm battlefield." After saying that, Yun Tingfeng left. However, he soon returned and handed a spatial ring to his son, Yun Qing Yen. Earlier, Yun Tingfeng had used his authority as the clan leader of the Yun clan to take many things from the Yun clan's treasure vault for his son. Naturally, the Yun clan's elders would hold him accountable for this. However, he couldn't care less about that. Father, I'll take my leave now. Yun Qingyan left after receiving the spatial ring. After leaving the Yun clan's estate, he entered the realm battlefield. With this, Yun Tingfeng left and returned to the Yun clan. Not long after Yun Tingfeng returned to the Yun clan, Yun Qingyan, who had entered the realm battlefield, chose to return to the divine offering land from a nearby military camp. It did not take long for him to return to the divine offering land. However, he did not plan to return to the Yun clan this time. Instead, after they were teleported out, they found a secluded place nearby and settled down at the foot of an inconspicuous mountain peak that was neither too high nor too low in the forest. At the same time, a blood-red pearl the size of a fist appeared in his hand. It was called a blood-red pearl because it was shrouded in blood energy. Upon closer inspection, one could see the pearl was not blood-red. Instead, it was translucent. Furthermore, one could clearly see that there was a figure lying inside the pearl. It was motionless, as if it was dead. There was no movement or sound. It was a handsome and devilish young man. His eyes were closed as he lay there. Hee. I didn't expect to be reborn in such a way. Yun Qingyan, right? From now on, you and I are one. From now on, I'm Yun Xinfeng. Is this the God-defying realm? The person who sealed me was a powerhouse from the God-defying realm. Is he dead? Otherwise, why would he leave my heavenly jewel outside? I have to leave as soon as possible. The commotion earlier might have alerted the master of this space. The feminine-looking young man raised his hand and a terrifying energy swept out. It tore the space apart as he prepared to leave. Wait, there's something I need to do. I need to go to the Xia clan. Suddenly, the feminine-looking young man seemed to have recalled something. With a flash, he disappeared from where he was and left at lightning speed. Meanwhile, in front of a wooden house on a floating island in the endless void, an old man with the demeanor of a transcendent being was playing chess with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man suddenly frowned. What's wrong? The old man was puzzled when he saw the middle-aged man frowning. Nothing. The middle-aged man shook his head. I must have sensed wrongly. Perhaps the closure of the upgraded Chaos Realm has affected the realm battlefield and caused some commotion in my divine offering land. Let's continue playing chess, the middle-aged man said. The old man shook his head. The old man shook his head and smiled. That little world in your body has turned into a realm of gods and formed a formation with the other 17 realms of gods to protect the safety of the God-defying realm. You must have gained a lot over the years, right? Now that you've absorbed the divine offering land into your body and merged it with your body, do you think your combat strength is comparable to those few people? The old man asked with a smile. Those few people? The middle-aged man was taken aback when he heard the old man's words. Then he shook his head. Those few people are too mysterious. Let's not talk about the other mysterious ones. Even I can't see through the depths of the one who is more commonly seen. If I don't use the divine offering land, I'm afraid I won't even be able to withstand a single blow from him. If I use the divine offering land, I might be able to fight him, but the chances of me defeating him are slim. Moreover, we can't use the divine offering land recklessly. If we use it for too long, it'll weaken the God-defying realm's external barrier. At that time, the outsiders will find an opportunity to infiltrate the God-defying realm. The middle-aged man said, That's true. The old man sighed. The responsibility you bear is too great. It's best if you don't touch the divine offering land if you can. It was not difficult to tell that the middle-aged man was the master of the divine offering land, a supreme powerhouse who stood at the top of the God-defying realm. In the divine offering land, the Xia clan, bang! A loud noise rang in the air. The Xia clan's extremely sturdy protective grand formation trembled for a moment before it cracked and shattered. In the next moment, The entire Xia clan's mansion was affected by a powerful force and turned into ruins in the blink of an eye. If it was not for the backup plan behind the protective grand formation that teleported the people in the Xia clan's mansion out of the Xia clan's mansion in time, it would be difficult for anyone in the Xia clan's mansion to survive. Who dares to attack my Xia clan? An incomparably loud roar reverberated in the air. Then, an incomparably huge face appeared in the sky above the Xia clan's mansion. It glared at the void not far away. There was a hint of fear in the depths of its eyes. Chapter 4340. Humph, you're just a projection. Do you think you can stop me? A coquettish voice rang out, reverberating through the heavens and the earth. It reached the ears of the Xia family members nearby, causing them to think that it was a female cultivator who had arrived. Moreover, since the other party could break through the Xia clan's protective formation in an instant, it was obvious that she was not a high-level ultimate god. She must be an ultimate expert. Moreover, based on what the other party had said, it was most likely an ultimate expert who had come in person. When did our Xia clan offend a female ultimate expert? What's going on? Could it be because of the eldest miss? I heard that the eldest miss and the Duan Lingtian were husband and wife, but they were separated by the eldest young master of the Yun clan. Could it be that an ultimate expert is here to kidnap the eldest miss and exchange her for the divine corrupting spring with the Duan Lingtian? It's possible. Many of the Xia clan members who knew about the relationship between the Duan Lingtian and the eldest miss of the Xia clan, Xianing Shui, came to their senses and made such a guess. However, in the next instant, a figure appeared in the distance before their eyes, causing them to be shocked once again. A man? The members of the Xia clan had all thought that the one who had arrived was a female utmost powerful being. However, they had not expected that the one who had appeared along with the voice was a man. The man was dressed in a long red robe. He was handsome and devilish. The Xia clan members felt that he looked familiar, as though they had seen him somewhere before. Did you notice? This man looks a little like the Yun clan's young master Qing Yen. It's true. Many members of the Xia clan noticed that the red-robed man looked very similar to Yun Qing Yen, the first young master of the Yun clan whom they had met many times. What was going on? What was going on? Was there anyone who looked so similar in this world? Originally, the red-robed man looked nothing like Yun Qing Yen. However, after Yun Qing Yan's soul had merged with the red-robed man's soul, Yun Qing Yen had tried his best to change his appearance before the red-robed man's soul completely merged with the red-robed man's soul. The red-robed man did not care about this and allowed him to do as he pleased. However, although he had changed a little, the changes were limited. Therefore, he only looked like Yun Qing Yen. Could it be the patriarch of the Yun family? Someone guessed. Impossible. In the next moment, someone retorted, the strongest elder of the Yun family would never target our Xia family. Furthermore, our Xia family would never offend him. Furthermore, I've heard that the strongest expert of the Yun family, the old ancestor, would normally appear to others as an old man. That is definitely not the case. I've also heard that the patriarch of the Yun family is a traditional and old-fashioned person. It's impossible for him to appear in such an unconventional manner. If it's not that person from the Yun family, then who is it? I don't know. While the members of the Xia family were still in shock, the red-clothed feminine young man in the sky opened his mouth once again. So this is your strength. Forget about the fact that this is just a projection of your true self. Even if your true self were here, I, Yun Xinfeng, may not be able to defeat you. Killing these ants of your Xia family would be as easy as flipping my hand. Yun Xinfeng. The feminine-looking young man opened his mouth and stated his name. Hearing his name, everyone from the Xia family was at a loss. As the strongest expert of the Xia family, this was the first time the giant face had heard of this name. Yun Xinfeng? I've never heard of you. The strongest expert of the god-defying realm. I've never heard of you either. Who are you? Who am I? The feminine young man chuckled before he looked at the middle-aged man behind the giant face and said with a smile, "Uncle, why don't you tell this person who I am?" "Uncle." The middle-aged man whom the feminine young man was looking at was none other than the current patriarch of the Xia family, Xia Yu. At this moment, even Xia Yu, who had thought the feminine young man in front of him looked familiar and somewhat resembled his nephew, Yun Qingyan, did not dare to think that the other party was Yun Qingyan. This was because although the resemblance was similar, there was a huge difference. When the other party mentioned Yun Xinfeng's name, Xia Yu instinctively wondered if the other party was related to the Yun family or an ancestor of Yun Qingyan's bloodline. Did the Yun family have a hidden supreme expert and an ancestor of Yun Qingyan's and Yun Tingfeng's bloodline? Was the other party here to stand up for Yun Qingyan? However, when the other party addressed him as uncle, all of Xia Yu's thoughts were shattered. All of his guesses were wrong. You're Qingyan. Xia Yu's eyes widened as he stared at the feminine young man in front of him in disbelief. Although the other party looked similar to his nephew, Yun Qingyan, he did not dare to associate the other party with Yun Qingyan. What a joke! Not to mention that they didn't look completely alike. Even their voices were completely different. Their temperament was completely different as well. The feminine young man before him gave him the impression that he was a woman in a man's skin. However, the other party had indeed addressed him as uncle. If the other party was not Yun Qingyan, he could not figure out who the other party was. "Oh, it's me, my good uncle." "Uncle, I'm here to pick up my cousin." The effeminate young man grinned brilliantly. "Uncle, I'm here to pick up my cousin. I know you don't like me. I'm taking my cousin away this time, and I don't intend to force her to be with me. I'm no longer interested in her or any other woman in this world. I'm only bringing her away because I don't want to let that Duan Lingtian take advantage of her. Don't worry, uncle. After I bring my cousin away from the God-reversing realm, I'll look for a better man for her in the outer land. At the very least, he'll be better than the old me." The feminine young man's smile was so bright that even Xia Yu, the clan leader of the Xia clan who was used to seeing storms, could not help but feel a chill run down his spine when he heard it. "Qingyan, what happened to you? Why are you acting like this?" Xia Yu was completely baffled. Based on the other party's words, it was clear that the other party's tone was similar to Yun Qingyan's. However, at the same time, it was not very similar. Perhaps the voice was different and did not contain any emotions. He found it hard to imagine what had happened to his nephew. His strength was comparable to a supreme powerhouse. Duan Lingtian. End of chapter. Not far away, Xia Jie, who was about to enter the room, had a complicated look in his eyes when he saw this scene. In the past, he would never have imagined that his usually dignified brother would have such a side to him. Duan Lingtian completely lost track of time as he cultivated, until he officially stepped into the medium ultimate god realm. Originally, his speed of absorbing the divine corrupting spring water had slowed down a while ago. Therefore, he was worried that he would be sent out of the divine corrupting spring water earlier. At that time, he was thinking that it would be worth it if he could step into the medium ultimate god realm before he left. However, it was not that easy to step into the medium ultimate god realm. After a period of torment, he finally stepped into the medium ultimate God realm. Just a little bit more and I'm done for. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian only guessed that his speed of absorbing the divine corrupting spring water would slow down. In the end, as time passed, his guess was verified. Especially when he was about to step into the medium ultimate God realm, he was really worried that he would be sent out of the divine corrupting spring water because his speed of absorbing the divine corrupting spring water was too slow. At the crucial moment, which was also the moment he was most worried about, he successfully stepped into the medium ultimate God realm. After stepping into the medium ultimate God realm, Duan Lingtian realized that his speed of absorbing the divine corrupting spring water had increased again. Is this because my speed of absorbing the divine corrupting spring water increased again after my breakthrough? Then, it slowed down again? Duan Lingtian thought to himself, but at the same time, he did not forget to continue absorbing the divine corrupting spring water with all his might. He thought that if he missed this opportunity, there would not be another opportunity like this. At the same time, in a pavilion that was floating in the endless void, a faint smile appeared on the face of a young man in snow-white clothes that was originally as calm as an ancient well. Not bad, he actually made a breakthrough. I originally thought that he might not be able to make a breakthrough. Based on his progress, it should not be a problem for him to consolidate his medium ultimate God cultivation base. As for stepping into the upper ultimate God realm, I'm afraid that's impossible. The young man muttered to himself. In the next moment, he seemed to have thought of something and raised his eyebrows slightly. I originally thought that his eldest senior sister was a good seedling, but now, it seems that he's not any worse than his eldest senior sister. In fact, he's even more outstanding. Let's see how he performs next. The God-defying world. After muttering to himself for a while, the young man let out a long sigh. The God-defying world seemed peaceful, but in fact, it was surging with undercurrents. Over the years, as time passed, he discovered more and more. These people were all old. The future of the God-defying world would eventually fall into the hands of the young. Even Duan Lingtian did not expect that he would stay in the space where the divine corrupting spring water was located for nearly 200 years. In these 200 years, not only did his cultivation base enter the medium ultimate God realm, but he had also completely consolidated his medium ultimate God realm cultivation base. In addition, he had also taken a big step forward. In the end, because the speed of absorbing the divine corrupting spring water had slowed down and exceeded the agreed time, he was forcefully sent out of the divine corrupting spring water. Chapter 43-44. Before entering the planar battlefield, Duan Lingtian already knew that a supreme expert's godhead was an extremely rare treasure. Even a supreme expert might not necessarily have one. Moreover, not every supreme expert could leave behind a supreme expert's godhead after they died. Of course, at that time, what he knew was limited, until he entered the upgraded version of the planar battlefield's Chaos Realm. When he received the rewards for the top 3 rankings, one of the rewards for the first place was the Supreme Expert's Godhead. During that time, he had heard many people mention the Supreme Expert's Godhead, which further improved his understanding of the Supreme Expert's Godhead. The Supreme Expert's Godhead was difficult to obtain even for a Supreme Expert, because the Supreme Expert's Godhead was something that only Supreme Experts who had reached a certain level of strength had the ability to condense it. A weak Supreme Expert did not have this ability. The formation of a Supreme Expert's Godhead also meant that a Supreme Expert's comprehension of the law of essence they were proficient in had reached a higher level. A Supreme Expert whose comprehension of the law of essence had reached a certain level could be considered an outstanding existence among the other Supreme Experts. And if a person wanted to obtain a Supreme Expert's Godhead, it was either a gift from someone else, or the Supreme Expert himself left behind his own Godhead before he died. Or one had to kill the Supreme Expert who had condensed the Supreme Expert's Godhead, and forcibly snatch it away from the other party. This Supreme Expert, now that he realized that the other party had so many Supreme Experts' Godheads, and there were many different kinds of them, Duan Lingtian's heart couldn't help but tremble. If all the Supreme Experts' Godheads belonged to this person, Didn't that mean that many supreme experts had died in his hands? Furthermore, those supreme experts were all existences who had condensed the godhead of a supreme expert. Existences who could condense the supreme expert's godhead were considered experts among the supreme experts, and a supreme expert who could kill such existences was undoubtedly even stronger. Senior. Taking a deep breath and trying hard to suppress the shock in his heart, Duan Lingtian spoke again with a different tone. This was something he himself didn't notice. At this time, he couldn't help but recall the dream where the middle-aged supreme expert who had brought him here addressed the other person as Lord. At that time, he felt that it was definitely a dream. A supreme expert symbolized the supreme powerlessness of this world. What kind of powerful existence was that? What kind of existence was that? What kind of existence was that? How could they address another person as Lord? But now, when he realized that the owner of the voice just now was very likely to have the strength to kill a supreme expert who had given birth to a supreme expert's quintessence, he suddenly felt that it was normal for a supreme expert to address him as Lord. After all, not every utmost powerful expert possessed that sort of strength. Furthermore, not every paragon would be able to stand in front of him and ask him which type of paragon godhood he wanted. Judging from the other party's tone, it was obvious that he had all of the paramount godheads in his possession. I currently have a supreme godhead that contains the law of space. Senior, I would like to ask you to give me some suggestions as to which supreme godhead I should choose. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he explained in detail the various laws that he was currently proficient in. Now, the law he was most proficient in was naturally the law of space. Chapter 43-45. This is the paramount divinity of the time laws? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel excited when he saw the brand new paramount divinity floating in front of him. After you collect this paramount divinity, I'll send you out. The owner of the voice continued. Thank you, Senior. Duan Lingtian didn't immediately collect the paramount divinity after he thanked the other party respectfully. Instead, he asked respectfully, I wonder if it's convenient for you to tell me your name, Senior? It'll be good for me to know who the senior who has helped me so many times today is. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. In the endless void, in a pavilion that seemed to have existed since ancient times, a young man in white stood lazily in front of the pavilion and smiled faintly. This kid is quite interesting. The paramount divinity is right in front of him, yet he's still so calm. Soon, the other party's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears again. Who I am isn't important. If you can become an paramount divinity, you'll naturally know who I am. That one sentence cut off Duan Lingtian's thoughts of knowing the other party's name. Thank you, Senior. Duan Lingtian didn't say anything else and reached out to grab the paramount divinity in front of him. However, when his hand touched the paramount divinity, he felt the scenery in front of him turn upside down, and even his consciousness became a little blurry. His consciousness was fuzzy at first, but in the end, it seemed to have fallen completely silent. It was as if he'd fallen into a deep slumber. When Duan Lingtian's consciousness gradually recovered, he discovered that he'd appeared in the vicinity of the Myriad Arts Academy in the Shengang land. What's going on? Wasn't I in the battlefield on the other side? I think I just obtained the paramount divinity that contains the law of time? Duan Lingtian kept recalling what had just happened. Was it real or just a dream? If it was a dream, then wasn't it too realistic? Everything that had happened in the upgraded version of the Realm of Chaos in the planar battlefield was vivid in Duan Lingtian's mind. Whether it was accumulating battle merits or later accumulating chaos points, every scene left a deep impression in Duan Lingtian's mind. Up until now, it had only happened recently. I'm also confused. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian recalled something. He wanted to confirm if everything he had experienced earlier was a dream. Wouldn't it be fine if he confirmed his current cultivation base? Soon after, Duan Ling Tian discovered that he was indeed a medium ultimate god. Moreover, he was a medium ultimate god who had consolidated his cultivation base. I'm not dreaming. All of this is real. At this thought, Duan Lingtian's divine divinity, but he quickly discovered divinity's divine divinity was not in his spatial ring of Duan Lingtian. Instead, the original divine divinity of spaces was still. What's going on? At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was almost certain he was not dreaming, began to hesitate. Cultivation level, yes. However, the divine divinity of time's divine divinity was gone. Could it be that the ultimate divinity took it back? Duan Lingtian could not help but wonder. However, just as Duan Lingtian was feeling puzzled, a few 10,000 Arts Academy's disciples passed by him. They were conversing with each other at this moment. Have you heard? Vice Palace Master Hong Yifeng has stepped down. It's said that the new Vice Palace Master who replaced him is his junior brother, Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen? Was it that freak? He's going to be a Vice Palace Master? When these few myriad Law Academy students' words entered Duan Lingtian's ears, Duan Lingtian's mind was in a mess. The world-cleansing divine water said in a panicked voice, "Little Tian, shut down your little world. I can sense that there is a repulsive force between the me of this era and myself." Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he saw the world-cleansing divine water's panicked expression. He noticed the divine tree of life in his little world that had recovered its powerful aura was weakening. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian hastily shut down his little world without any hesitation. It was also at this moment that the palpitating feeling in his heart disappeared without a trace. Chapter 43-48. The old woman was a consecrator of an important ultimate god sect in the Shengang land. She had many followers, and Duan Lingtian could not help but look at one of them when he saw her. This was because he had seen her before. She was the beautiful woman who had accompanied Duan Xiaoyu for the first time in 1,000 years. She was a lesser god emperor. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile when he recalled the first time they met. When she attacked, everyone thought she was a divine emperor. She was Yu Qiushuan. She was the beautiful woman who had appeared with Duan Xiaoyu at the auction before he entered the hidden Fog Academy in the Shengang land. At that time, Yu Qiushuan was mysterious and powerful. She could crush him with a single finger. But now, young Master Duan. In front of Duan Lingtian, Yu Qiushuan was extremely respectful when she learned that Duan Lingtian was stronger than the old man behind her, even though he was only a medium ultimate god. She did not even dare to look Duan Lingtian in the eye. No wonder. Duan Lingtian finally understood why Yu Qiushuan, who was extremely powerful at that time, was willing to respectfully address him as young Master Duan at the auction 1,000 years later. It turned out that she had seen him 1,000 years ago. She had seen him return to the past from the future, of course. The current Lin Mengya did not know that she would meet him 1,000 years later, before he had grown up. Duan Lingtian was ready to leave after spending a few more days with Duan Xiaoyu. "Big brother, will you come back?" Duan Xiaoyu's face was filled with reluctance. Her beautiful cheeks were wet with tears, making her look pitiful. Silly girl. Duan Lingtian patted Duan Xiaoyu's little head and smiled warmly. Didn't I tell you? You'll be able to see me soon. I can't come back. You'll be able to see me when you grow up. Didn't I tell you the location? Have you forgotten? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. No. Duan Xiaoyu said reluctantly. I just feel that 1,000 years is too long. Not long. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, cultivate well. I hope that when I see you again, you'll already be a god emperor or even a supreme god. Although Duan Lingtian could see the little girl's reluctance, he also knew that he could not continue to stay by her side and affect her. He came from the future. In the past, not only did he not make any progress in his cultivation, even the people around him did not make any progress in their cultivation. It was as if he was a star of calamity. As long as one maintained a close distance from him, they would not be able to cultivate and improve themselves. Wherever he went, it was as if he was in a space where cultivation was prohibited. I can't even cultivate. Why did you send me back? Comprehending the laws of time. Now, Duan Lingtian also vaguely realized something. In this place, he could not cultivate, nor could he comprehend other laws. Only the laws of time did not seem to be restricted in any way. In fact, it was twice as easy to comprehend it with half the effort. It was the same feeling as when he comprehended other laws in those law secret chambers in the past. Therefore, after separating from Duan Xiaoyu and the others, Duan Lingtian found a place to meditate on the laws of time. Other than that, he only went out twice. He went to the Xia family in the Divine Offering Land. However, in the Xia family, Ker's previous life, Xia Ningxue, had been cultivating in seclusion. He had never seen her. Perhaps, she will only come out when I'm about to be born in this era. Forget it. I don't want to see her anymore. So what if I see her? She's not Ker yet. The Xia Ningxue of this era was Xia Ningxue. She was simply the daughter of the Xia family in the Divine Offering Land. She had not experienced Ker's life and had nothing to do with him for the time being. These people were the Xia family's current generation elders. The old man leading them was the second elder of the Xia family. Who are you? Why did you barge into the Xia family mansion? The second elder of the Xia clan, who was leading the group, glared at Duan Lingtian with a gloomy expression. When they arrived outside the Xia clan's estate, they stood opposite Duan Lingtian and asked coldly, I am Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had calmed down after venting his anger. He no longer continued to fight. I came here because I heard from the Supreme Powerhouse Senior, who gave me the reward for being the first on the Chaos Region's overall ranking, that something happened to my wife, Ker, the eldest young miss of your Xia clan, Xia Ningxue. I have no intention of fighting with the Xia family. I am here to find my wife. Duan Lingtian said loudly. As soon as Duan Lingtian said that, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Duan Lingtian. If this name still made them a little uncertain, then it was a name that made them a little unsure. However, when Duan Lingtian mentioned the upgraded reward of the First Lady of the Chaos Realm's overall leaderboard, a series of heavy breathing could be heard. Not only was the name Duan Lingtian not unfamiliar to them, but it was also very familiar. This was because the name Duan Lingtian had been heard everywhere in the Divine Offering Land and other realms of gods. Therefore, they knew about Duan Lingtian's past. Duan Lingtian came from a mundane realm in a lower secondary realm. He was not even 1,000 years old, but he was already a lower ultimate god. He had won the first place on the lower ultimate god list and the overall leaderboard in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. Although he was only a lower ultimate god, it was suspected that his strength was comparable to a top intermediate ultimate god. He is Duan Lingtian. It's him. I heard that the First Lady has a husband who is from the mundane realm, I heard that he is very weak. How can he be so strong? He is the son-in-law of the Xia family. Earlier, the Xia clan disciples who were originally slightly fearful and ashamed of being injured by Duanling Tian had all recovered from their shock at this moment, and their faces revealed joyful expressions. They were angry because they thought he was an outsider. Now that they knew he was the son-in-law of the Xia family, the slight doubt in their hearts was gone. Before this, after their first lady's accident, Xia Yu, the clan leader of the Xia family, had personally ordered that if Duanling Tian came to visit, they must not be rude and treat him like a VIP. At that time, they thought the clan leader only did that because Duanling Tian was a monstrous genius. At the same time, many of them thought that even if the Xia family was a giant ultimate god clan in the divine offering land, Duanling Tian might not be willing to come if they invited Duanling Tian. Divine spring water. Not only did he get the opportunity to bathe in the divine spring water, but he also got a large amount of divine spring water. Since he was the son-in-law of the Xia family, did that mean that he would also give some of the divine spring water to the Xia family? You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.